Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are going to be celebrating the 10th anniversary of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D, which is on the 13th of this month, so a little later in the month. But we're going to be celebrating that. We've got a few Zelda games lined up for you today. Before we get into that, just a few quick reminders for you all. Back to Black 2025, the upgrade to UBAF will be live February 6th through 9th here on the Games Done Quick channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. You can type exclamation BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the All Black speedrunning community, you can type exclamation BAF in Twitch chat. Also, if you would like to support the GDQ Hotfix, you can check out the Season 4 shirt at theyeti.com/GDQ. With all of that said, I will hand it over to our runner and commentary here. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Majora's Mask on Nintendo 3DS. I'm Brandino. You probably have seen me run a 3DS game or two on Hotfix before, but if you haven't, I run a lot of them, and this is one of them. I'm really excited to share it today. And with me is Jim. If you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Gymnast. I play the Zelda games, and I talk about the Zelda games. And I'm here to talk about the Zelda game.
The Zelda game, as
the
this
Zelda
is
game, yeah.
Truly the Zelda game. We have quite an intro to start, so I think we'll go ahead and begin in 3, 2, 1, gamer time.
Gamer time.
Okay, so, I mean, you know, we're running up on 10 years of Majora's Mask 3D, and it's kind of mind-boggling when a remake starts to be as old as the game that preceded it, because I think regular MM came out in, 2000? So it was like 15 years later that they made 3D. So we're running up on 10 years of 3D. Like 3D is almost as old as N64 was when N64 was being remade.
2000 on the dot, you're right.
That's what I thought. The end of the N64, couple big games came out in 2001. But Majora's Mask and Conquer and Banjo-Tooie are all like the major 2000s ones to me. I'm actually a huge fan of this remake. I really like a lot of the changes that were made in terms of quality of life features, carrying over some of the stuff from OT3D. We have a really nice inventory management system on the bottom screen. And they've given you a few more buttons, put some stuff like the ocarina in its own place so that it doesn't take up your item slots. And just in general, I think they've made a very efficient use of the game's systems by this point in time.
Yeah, I think my favorite quality of life upgrade is definitely gyro aiming, which obviously was just not a thing when the N64 came out, but by the time the 3DS was out, Nintendo seems to have embraced it, and it makes aiming a lot easier, in my opinion. So very glad for that one.
I totally agree, and you guys will definitely see it later. We're going to have to use the bow in just about every major boss, and at least 3 of those bosses, it's going to be important that gyro aiming supports me for that, because I'm going to be sitting here with the 3DS, moving around my immediate vicinity to shoot enemies. But it's just like, it gives you such a range of motion and a quickness to your shots that you just don't get with a stick. It's very nice to use gyro when possible. And there's just a lot of general redesign stuff going on in this game, like parts of Clock Town are redesigned, parts of the dungeons redesigned, some things are moved around. I'd like to think that, because the original Majora's Mask was made in a quicker development time than the other games, I'd like to think that maybe they were taking a time to look through the decisions made, and they're going okay, what can we change? Is some of this stuff as well thought out as we thought it was? That's kind of how I see their approach to some of the redesigns. And there's definitely some interesting ones too. Some masks are moved around. One in particular mask is moved around that we're actually going to be able to see in this run that you normally wouldn't see in an any percent run, but we'll get to that much later. The basic plot of this game, for those who don't know, is that the Skull Kid has stolen everything valuable to us and left us for dead. So now we gotta find him.
Yeah, he's a sneaky little devil. We're gonna get him.
He works very hard, because by the time you get to Clock Town, he has royally screwed up just about everything that exists in that immediate area in no time at all. He works hard. Nobody ever called him lazy. Some log parkour to start. One of the funny changes that they did in MM that carries over to this one is that Link has these cool little front flips and all this stuff when he's jumping off of ledges. I always liked that in the N64 version a lot. I remember seeing that after being a huge OOT fan and be like, whoa, like Link does parkour in this game.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool to see.
It really is. So
there's some sorry, you can go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to mention I like seeing so there's a trick in this game that I think we see a bunch in this category called a long jump. Just, you know, the speed you get out of a jump is based on the speed that you were going off the ledge. And there are some you can do where Link does like a flip and flips like 20 meters forward in the long jump.
Yes.
I always think that's very funny to see.
Worth mentioning that this version of the game, the normal N64 version runs at 20 FPS. And much like OOT, this game was up to the 30 FPS for this release, which has some really interesting side effects. And I believe one of them is what you're describing, is that like bomb jumps when you're like place a bomb and then have it explode Link off a ledge. He goes like twice as far, 3 times as far than he did on N64. And that's going to be really broken in some parts of this run. Bomb jumps are like ridiculously OP now, much more than they were in the original.
Yeah.
And so I guess it's like too, if you're very used to a Majora's Mask speedrun on N64, you know, think about all the stuff that you normally see, like your staircase hovers and your Hessing and infinite sword glitch. All of those are gone. We've got a whole new array of tricks in this version of the game. Stuff that is technically possible on N64, but for one reason or another isn't completely RTA viable, but we actually can do. And that's what makes this version that much more fun to play, is it's so different from N64 in a lot of ways, but I think it kind of, you know, steps into its own shoes a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a very different experience to speedrun this game compared to N64.
And if anything looks difficult, just know that this is the first 3D Zelda game that I felt very comfortable in running. So I don't think this game is like the most difficult thing in the world, but it's really cool and it looks very flashy, which can make it look way harder than it is. But yeah, shout outs to everybody who helped me learn this game. I pestered the Discord for like a year straight with questions about random stuff in the game, and people were always ready to answer my questions and help me out, and it made the experience very fun. And just like getting better at this game is such a rewarding feeling because of the 3D Zeldas by and large are not easy speedruns to perform. I don't think any of them fall under a category of like easy game, because there's a lot of difficult tricks, and I always say that with 3D Zelda speedruns, a lot of them are played in ways that barely resemble actually playing the game.
Oh yeah, definitely. Even glitchless speedruns for all of the 3D Zelda games are not what you would really find in a casual playthrough.
Yeah, 3D Zeldas, it's just like to speedrun them, you have to kind of go so far outside of the realm of what the game considers normal. It's very funny. Small bit of tech there, but I did a little bit of a dash around the corner on the last ledge, because that skipped Tattle sending me text saying, oh, hey, use L targeting to look at this dead Deku guy, who is definitely not us. And I can skip that just by kind of going around it. So one thing you're going to notice, again, N64 eagle-eyed viewers will notice that the Deku kind of moves a bit slower in his dash, and we got to watch this cutscene. But for what it's worth, even with having to watch the Happy Mask Salesman cutscene here, we still enter Clocktown around like 8-ish minutes. It really depends on how fast your first split was, but it's around like 8-ish minutes, and N64 enters Clocktown at like 7.5 minutes, 7 minutes and 40 seconds or so. So even with having to view this cutscene, the games aren't that far apart in time right now, which I think is an interesting thing to bring up.
Yeah, we can't skip this cutscene at the moment because we don't have a way to do frame-perfect pausing. The game does give us the ability to do that later, but we do not have that right now. Mostly because if you want to pause right now, you have to use the touch screen to open up like the mask inventory or the item inventory. And if you want to activate like a button on the touch screen, that takes 2 frames. And in this game, typically when you want to like move through a cutscene trigger without activating it, you have to pause every single frame to delay the cutscene from ever happening. So
yes,
that's why we can't skip that one.
That's going to be something we bring up later. That's very important. Touchscreen inputs being 2 frames. That's just some tech that you should know for later. But here we are in Clocktown. We finally made it. You guys can see all the beautiful, beautiful graphics that have lovingly remade Clocktown in. But this is the first cycle, which, you know, everybody knows about first cycle of Majora's Mask. But basically, like, in order to progress in the game, we need to spend a full 3-day cycle in Clocktown. And at the end of the 3-day cycle, we confront Skull Kid and we get to the Ocarina of Time, which will let us move backwards into like the normal gameplay loop. But before then, we're in first cycle. And so the only way to speed things up is going to be talking to a few choice NPCs like Nana. So she just advances us by a whole day because she told a really long story. I can relate. This is what it's like when I talk to people at GDQ. I'll say, I gotta go now, and then I'll stand in the doorway and talk for another 20 minutes. It happens. It happens.
Yeah, sometimes you lose track of time at GDQ, and then suddenly it's Saturday, and you're like, what? No, it's supposed to be Monday.
I felt that this year as Wednesday was approaching. I was like, oh no, like I can feel the time is already getting faster. It's kind of like a first cycle of our own.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, I guess unlike the original game, the time in first cycle actually moves faster than time in the rest of the cycles after you get the Ocarina.
It's both.
I guess they figured they didn't want to waste too much of your time on first cycle.
It's both helpful and hurtful because we're gonna go. Okay, we're gonna head into the night of third cycle here, or of third day of the first cycle here, and I am on a timer for the rest of the night here. The goal is that I need to be in Southern Swamp before midnight hits. So that means that we gotta lock in, as the kids say. Because you cannot waste a lot of time here. I'm not kidding. Like the time ticks so fast that IGT just goes by. Like even from just like walking to that from one door to the other, that was 15 minutes in game time. Like it ticks by so fast. And so I think this is also something new for this game, but the owl statue has this little first time cutscene when you view it, which actually kind of nice, because you can trigger it from very far back, so you get warped straight to the statue as soon as it starts. And a change in this game is that owl statues do not need to be slashed to be used. Instead, we can just go up and talk to them. And, oh, I should say, and that's important because this game removes the ability for Song of Time to save the game. So all saving is done at owl statues or these little statues with a quill on them. The quill statues usually pop up in places like dungeons where they want to make sure that you have ample saving opportunity. But the owl statues are pretty much in all the same places as you expect from N64. And Link goes into some random person's room and takes 100 rupees. At least he didn't break all their pots, I guess.
Yeah, it's okay. They'll get it back next cycle.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Wow, there really are no consequences. Oh my god, hit the door. Okay. So that 100 rupees was important. We need to go buy bombs. Thankfully, the bomb shop is still open at 7:30 on the third day.
But wait, Brandino, Deku, Link can't use bombs.
Oh no. Well, let's just go buy them anyway. Maybe we'll figure something out.
Yeah, true. I mean, we need to wait for time to tick by anyway. May as well buy the bomb bag.
Yeah, it's going to be important later, like it always is. Very, very hard to find a Zelda speedrun that doesn't have some kind of use for a bomb. And bomb shoes. But I don't think we're going to use them like N64. I'll just say that much. All right. We've got our first safety save of the run coming up here. So we're going to be... we need to go talk to the Great Fairy in North Clocktown, and then we need to escape Clocktown, which is something that Deku is not supposed to be able to do during first cycle. Guards will stand at the doors, and they look at you, and they go, bro, do you have a sword? Then don't go outside. And, you know, that's fair. They're just trying to protect us. But I think we can handle ourselves just fine, to be honest with you. Want to avoid talking to Tingle there. You know, I love that guy and everything, but he does suck you into a conversation that lasts way too long. All right, dropping off our Great Fairy here. This is important because this will give us a magic meter, which is necessary to both progress this first cycle, and of course, this is going to be important for the rest of the game.
Yeah, kind of need magic to do a lot of things, so...
Especially later on when we acquire Zora Link, magic is like his bread and butter. It's going to be the way that he can do anything, really. So, we're going to be doing a very difficult trick coming out of here. And the reason that I safety saved is I wanted another attempt at the trick. So here's what's happening. We're going to do a trick to try to escape Clocktown and North Clocktown. This is a difficult one. This is arguably one of the hardest tricks in the run, partially just because of the pressure that builds up to trying to do it as you're going through first cycle. So we're going to try the trick. If we fail, I'm going to try one more time. And then if that fails, we have a safety save set up for like directly after the trick. And don't worry, we will get to see the same kind of trick again later. So if we don't get to see it, we'll still get to see it. But all that being said, let's give it the old college try. Now, I'm going to be doing a slightly different setup than you might see other runners do. And this one was shown to me by Ben Stevens 56, who is a 3D and 2D, or I should say a DS, 3DS Zelda legend. So shout outs to Ben.
Yeah, so right now, Brandino's basically looking for a specific frame using home buffering.
The game crashed.
Oh, nice. We got a game crash.
And
this is why we safety save.
I told you it was going to happen during the run. I did not get a single game crash in any of my practice for the last like week and a half, but we did just get one here. So that does happen. So yeah, it turns out that spamming the home menu may sometimes crash the game. And unfortunately, in order to progress the frames forward, we need to spam the home menu. So you can see the kind of catch-22 that this creates. Looks like we've got our Oracle of Ages background, so we're going to be hearing that song a lot when I pause buffer. Hope you guys like it.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate that the technique that allows for relatively easy frame-perfect pause buffering in this game can just sometimes crash.
It's very it's a low chance, but you know, any chance to crash is still going to be like nerve-wracking when you're in a run.
Yeah, I know, the game was like, oh, yo, GDQ Hotfix, let's do the crash.
I was telling Jim, I was like, I'm not getting any crashes in practice. I guarantee we'll get one in the run. All right, one more time, we got to talk to the Great Fairy. If this one fails, we're going to reload. If for whatever reason this one fails, we'll reload our save so that we're not hanging around here too much. But realistically, we also didn't lose that much time because I didn't even get to really attempt the trick until the game crashed. She said, "You're back." I don't know, have it again. Now, this is also the only Great Fairy we're going to be talking to at any point in the run, but these Great Fairies' fountains are going to be a very important location for us later. Okay, take 2, guys. Or let's just call this take 1, since we didn't even really get to start take for the first one.
Yeah, the first one was like, this is like take 1.5.
Good enough.
But yeah, so basically, we're doing a version of a glitch called restricted items here, where there's one where we equip bombs while we're flying down here as Deku Link, and there's one frame where Deku Link touches the ground here that he can actually pull out the bomb to use. So Brandino's trying to buffer to that exact frame.
I thought I had it. I was like one cycle of flowers off. That's okay, we still have one more chance to try.
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for here is these spinning flower petals. I want to be in a very exact position along with Link's feet on the flower. Of course, I'm several years... Okay, that's not going to work. That's okay. So... You still got it. Hang on. I don't like that angle, and I paused too late. I just want to see if this will work. Okay, that's funny. Unfortunately, we're going to have to skip past that, but that's okay. We'll see the rest of the trick later. But basically, what I want to do there is take out a bomb, position myself diagonally so that if you see there's like a kind of a slope behind me, there's a tree there. He slides, the bomb will explode at a point where he goes into the flower, and he'll then be inside of the flower and like speeding on the ground, and he'll be able to bounce off the tree behind him and under the Clocktown guard to get out of Clocktown. Unfortunately, we missed that, so this save is loaded about right where we would be. So what would happen there is that we'd go to North Clocktown, we get out of North Clocktown, run all the way to Southern Swamp so that we get there before midnight. Now, there's two reasons that we want to do that. The first one is this owl statue that's here. And the second one is the owl himself has been moved here in the 3DS version. This is a really big change that is really, really cool, I think, for our routing purposes. But the Song of Soaring is now located right here.
Yeah, so this allows us to get the Song of Soaring in first cycle, which is not, I don't think it's something you can really do easily in the N64 version, as far as I'm aware. But being able to get it early for us means that we don't have to spend time during like the second cycle coming down to get it, but we can instead get it while first cycle is advancing, so that we're doing something productive for the route while we're waiting for the time to tick down in first cycle.
Worth noting that it saves time because the first time you go to Southern Swamp after first cycle, a cutscene will be triggered by a tree at the very entrance to Southern Swamp in Termina Field, where Tattle will remember her friendship with the Skull Kid. It's a really long cutscene. Now, that cutscene is not normally active during first cycle, so we want to get to Southern Swamp before midnight so that we can hit the owl statue and learn Song of Soaring, and now we can just warp straight past it, never having to see that cutscene again. And because the midnight cutscene played while we were in Southern Swamp, I can kill Deku Link, and he will respawn in Clocktown because our location gets reset by the cutscene. Now, this is a trick that kind of carries over from... Oh, camera bad. Oops. Always under pressure. Hang on.
Yeah, so here we're attempting to do the twisted backflip to get Deku Link to grab up onto the ledge here.
This is, it's not normally that hard, but it's one of those things that, like, I just, you can get flustered by if you miss it a couple times. Now, this is skipping a gainer, which is a frame-perfect backflip to make him stand in place in order to grab a ledge. It's, I think, 2 frames if you're doing it next to a wall, but the twisted backflip has given me more success.
Yeah, and getting up there with the gainer or the twisted backflip skips having to do the whole Bomber's Notebook, or skips having to, play tag with the bombers, collect the Moon's Tear, and give it to the Deku business scrub salesman in Center Clocktown, or South Clocktown.
Yeah, I forget that skips the whole thing now because I'm so used to it. Now, this is a scene that you're going to see again much, much later in the run. But we're confronting Skull Kid already. It's time for the final boss, guys. We made it. Right?
Wow, it was a quick no wrong warp speedrun.
I know, we didn't even have to wrong warp. Alright, so, you didn't see it earlier, but getting magic gave Deku Link access to a bubble attack that we can now use. And of course, we're gonna need it. One small change from 3DS to N64 is that on 3DS or on N64, I went to go split like my splits were up. Like I went to go touch the spacebar. But the bubbles will charge up on 3DS and not explode, but on N64, if you hold the bubble for too long, it explodes. So small change there, which is kind of nice.
Also, shoutouts to our 1 minute of Zelda in this Legend of Zelda game.
Yep, we're remembering Song of Time, although it does not even remotely work like Song of Time does in Ocarina of Time. All right, let me play a song. Beautiful.
So yeah, it's for some reason you can play songs like really fast in this game. Like,
you can play them
much faster than the original N64 version, and much faster than like OOT 3D.
In this game in particular, like, we're going to be using Song of Soaring a lot. Sometimes you can play it so fast that the notes don't all come out, but the buttons will still register. And so it'll you played the song, but you'll hear maybe like 3 of the notes.
Yeah. It's also possible to play notes fast enough that you play the entire song correctly, but then add an extra note onto the end and the game considers it to be wrong.
And now suddenly we've got bagpipes. And like I said, so Song of Time does not save in this game, which means that normally in N64, they play Song of Time here, save, and then they do a soft reset so that they come out and skip this and the cutscene of Link first entering the door. There's like a little flashback here. Basically, everything that's happened in the last few days to Link kind of like goes backwards or whatever you want to call it. Just kind of watching it all again, just remembering the good times.
Ah, yes, the good times where we were suddenly transformed into a Deku.
You know.
And then forced into a new world that we know nothing about, but looks strangely similar in some ways to the one we come from.
And good morning, Clocktown. We're back. It's 6 a.m. on the morning of the first day, and that moon is still in the sky. I sounded like I was giving a traffic report. I don't know.
Termina weatherman Brandino reporting live from Clocktown.
All right, so on the second day here, we're getting a lot of rain. Oh yeah, and worth mentioning, I think some of you guys probably saw it, but whenever I'm in the menu, the game does ask me to update this game because there are in fact two major versions of this game, 1.0 and 1.1. We're playing on 1.0 because there is a glitch we need. Imagine that. There aren't a bunch of crazy differences between 1.0 and 1.1, but the one glitch we're going to do later really is the big one.
Interestingly, it is actually easy on a Nintendo 3DS to just remove updates, assuming that the update is not like already installed on the game cartridge.
Which that can be problematic now because newer copies of the game did release with a 1.1 patch, so you kind of have to know which version you got for speedruns wise if you want to speedrun. But like Jim said, if you've downloaded the update to a 1.0 game, it is much easier to remove that update data.
Yeah, sucks that we didn't get that luxury on future consoles from Nintendo.
Yeah. It's kind of amazing that we had anything like that. I mean, I love to see the Happy Mask Salesman's face through the mouth of the Deku mask here. There's something really funny about it. And now he's like, so surely you got my mask back, right?
We're like, yeah, give us a little more than an hour.
Also, they gave Happy Mask Salesman a fresh cut in this game. He's got like a low taper fade, nice little part going on. Like, that man went to the barber between releases, is all I'm gonna say. So now he's given us a little bit of backstory about the mask. You know, it was kind of evil and it wants to destroy the world. What are you gonna do? And I
can't believe the mask that's vaguely evil and wants to destroy the world is being vaguely evil and is trying to destroy the world.
You know, that's a good point. I never even thought of it like that. Oh, I should say too, we're playing on the Japanese version. No, not for really, there's nothing really major about playing on Japanese. I think there's a few text box saves, like in totaling up to somewhere around 30 seconds, but it's not big.
I think it's like even less than that. It's like 10 seconds or something. But it is technically faster, so.
Save those frames. Oh, and I always forget about this. So in this version, we do not receive the Bomber's Notebook from the bombers themselves. We receive it from the Happy Mask Salesman, and it has a whole new, like, kind of like quest status subscreen just for your Bomber's Notebook. And in fact, we are going to be using that to support a glitch later. Much later, but the new redesign of the Bomber's Notebook actually is kind of helpful. Oh, I never remember where the camera starts back from that cutscene.
The Bomber's Notebook also is what allows us to do frame-perfect pausing in this game, so now, if we want to skip some cutscenes by frame-perfect pausing, we have the ability to.
And It's time to pray to RNG gods because we need to get a good bomb drop out in Termina Field.
Yep. Always for the big RNG of the run. How long does it take to get the bomb drop?
So ideally there are 2 big bushels of bushes. Bushels of bushes. That's probably not how you describe many bushes. There are several bushes in a giant circle. And we're going to run along 2 along the way. And if those don't work, we have to kind of keep entering. Never mind. Literal first drop. I was convinced. I was like, I keep getting good bomb drops in practice. I was like, that just means we're getting the worst bomb drop for the run. But no. And now here's our good old friend backwalking. Zelda 64 fans of the speedrun will know that this is like Link's fastest form of movement, usually is backwalking. Oh wow, my angle was so off. I thought I was closer to this.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing a kind of silly little technique here. Brandino's just going to kind of side hop up onto the ledge here.
Whoops, bad angle. Let me just...
to skip having to go up the ice, or to skip having to get rid of the ice here.
And I'm messing this up right now, but this is the first thing I learned for this game before properly learning the speed run. Like, you can do this at home. This is actually really easy to do. And
yeah, and you can just retry it over and over again, so.
All right, now we've got to climb the mountain a little bit and do some backwalking. I'm going to try to go for a recoil flip or 2 off of these Tektites.
Very nice.
Not going for this one because I need to take out a bomb here. And it's going to be faster to actually backflip up these stairs than to climb them. Yeah. The game is giving me the best possible cameras today.
The camera in this game is definitely something.
I've had, especially in boss fights where like the boss kind of gets away from you, I get some of the most cursed angles I've ever seen. Here we are up in the mountain village. So this normally isn't the first area you're supposed to visit, but you know, a running theme in all these areas is that Majora has caused some kind of crazy strife to the citizens, and they're all reacting differently. The Gorons here are very sad. Their mountain has been frozen over and their food sources are blocked. And I believe Darmani disappeared, trying to figure out what happened. I can't remember the exact plot anymore. Also, weird camera angle. I couldn't hold my normal back there. One thing to mention is that in this game, because there's no notches, I'm playing, you know, with a 3DS circle pad on a game that was originally designed for 8 directional notches. And there's not that much of an issue, but the big change that happens is that holding straight back is really hard sometimes, and you end up holding kind of a weird back left or a back right, and so Link kind of shimmies to the left or the right instead of moving, and that just is a waste of time. And it's frustrating because it's really hard to tell what angle you're holding in conjunction with the camera. Alright, so remember earlier how we said bomb jumps are crazy powerful in this game? This is a good example of one. So I'm right on this ledge here, and here he goes! We've jumped across, there's several invisible platforms here, and we've jumped across, like, a bunch of them. Nice.
Yeah, normally you're supposed to talk to the owl, who will give you hints as to where the platforms are visually, but if you just know where they are, you don't have to do that.
And thank gosh, there's a million bombs in those bushes so we can fill up, because we're going to need them. And there's our friend from OOT, the Lens of Truth.
Yeah, so the entire point of us coming here is we want to get the Goron mask, so we're just basically going to get the Goron mask as fast as we can. And we need the Lens of Truth. The game hard requires that if you want to start the cutscene to get the Goron mask.
But not just using it for the Goron mask, the Lens of Truth will also play its part in a little bit here for a different reason. Whoops. Don't need Deku Nuts. Minor, like, flashing lights warning. I'm gonna be, like, toggling Lens of Truth on and off to save on magic here, so, like, it's gonna kind of produce a bit of a flashing effect, so if that hurts your eyes, please avert them.
Yeah, the Lens of Truth isn't required to climb this wall. If you just know where to climb up, you can do it without the Lens of Truth, but we have it, so may as well confirm that we're climbing in the right spots.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like Jim said, it's a hard requirement for Goron Mask because we're gonna heal the ghost of a Goron, who is only visible through the lens of truth. Even though we can't see him right now, I swear he's there. Oh, also flashing light warning over for now, just as we were climbing up, so. All right, so we're gonna go to the Goron Rave, guys.
I'm excited.
That's what I call this part. Darmani's just like DJing, and the Gorons are just having a great time. Let's Goron.
Dropping some sick heavy rock beats.
Looks like it's affecting him too. He's like, oh god.
Would have been really funny if they played the Song of Healing there on like a rock guitar instead of the piano, but
that would be.
I don't think that would have conveyed the message very well.
Darmani is very tortured, but also he's got some sick beats he's got to lay down. Once again, I tried to split on splits that are not up because I'm so used to running this game with splits. But that's another split there, the Goron Mask. And now we have 2 transformation masks, so we're actually going to need them.
Yeah, obviously as is the intended mechanic of the game, with Goron Mask, you can roll around really fast, which of course is very useful, much faster than walking around normally.
One change in this game is that when the Goron Mask, so it charges up and goes into a spiky ball, that's in both games, but in this game, they lowered its turning radius when you're in the spiky ball, which means that we actually want to avoid going in the spiky ball whenever possible, because it's much harder to turn around a lot of these corners, and it will waste our magic. So it's going to be more... roadblock. It's going to be important that I let go on just long enough to not let it charge up. So left, right, forward, left. Am I right?
Yep. That sounds correct to me. Going in basically an S around the Woods of Mystery.
I had to write it down on a piece of paper with the first letter of each direction when I was learning this game. And it took quite a while to memorize it, and I still like second guess myself. It's not like it's hard to memorize. I just like, it's funny what you forget and what you don't forget coming back to a game. Because some of the harder glitches I can do every time I come back, but then it's like, oh, remember the Forest of Mystery? And I'm like,
To be fair, it also changes depending on what day it is in game. Although the speedrun always does it on the first day, so...
So, this is Comb and I don't know how to say their names. Comb and Kotake, maybe?
I think it's Kume and Kotake.
Okay. I used to think it was Kotake, but then there was a part of me that's like, wait a minute, it's Kotake, it has to be. Anyway. So, the witches from Ocarina of Time, they just happen to be chill potion merchants in this game. However, they will not do business with you if you're not a human, so they are very biased against non-humans. So a bit of that evilness still lurking.
They have their own form of no way, no scrubs.
So we needed to do this because we just got a free bottle out of this whole thing. And this is going to give us the Picto Box later. So we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone here.
Yeah, bottle and Picto Box, both very useful items for the speedrun.
Alright, so first things first, I need this Deku Stick. This is an important item that'll help us later. And now we've got a fairy in the other bush. I need to put my bottle in and capture it. But we're not going to use the fairy like you think we will. So, this is ESS bottle duping. By holding ESS position, which is kind of like a slightly above dead zone angle on the control stick, targeting and selecting 2 items at once, Link will overlay the bottle onto another item, and it will duplicate the bottle. So we're going to duplicate our bottle 3 times over here, over top of our Lens of Truth, over top of our Bomb Chews, and over top of our Deku Nuts. We don't even use the Deku Nuts for their intended purpose at any point in this run. We acquire them solely to be replaced All right, we got our bottles, and then just for safety, I'm going to save here. Some might call it a safety save. And now we need to go into here because we did mention we need to get a Picto box from the Swamp Tourism Center that I believe Kotake is now working at. I forget which sister is which, to be honest.
Yeah, but thankfully we can skip having to do the normally associated boat ride with getting the Picto box. And the way that Bradina was able to do that was by standing next to the door. Getting the Picto box turned Link around so that he was facing the door, and because Link could actionably open the door, the game wasn't going to start the swamp tour until there was nothing he could do on his A button. And then we can just leave, and we don't have to actually do the swamp tour.
And I believe that carries over from N64.
I would imagine so, yeah.
All right, so remember that trick in the beginning that we couldn't get? Well, we're going to do it again, and this time we're definitely not going to miss it because it's a lot less brutal to get this one. Oh, but first, actually, I need to do one thing. By equipping the Deku Mask on top of Goron Mask right there, we haven't actually equipped Deku Mask yet. That lets us skip the cutscene of Link, like, suffering before the mask activates. All right. So I'm looking to dive into this at a very specific frame in the bomb's movement. In the bomb's movement? In the bomb's... Is there a
animation.
word? Animation.
Yeah, Bradina was attempting to do a trick here called a Deku Flower Slide.
Whoops, a little weird.
But yeah, so if you're familiar with super sliding from the original Majora's Mask, this is basically the same concept. We're shielding a bomb explosion while performing a different action that allows us to then keep that speed from the recoil of the explosion. And this isn't possible, at least this specific method with the Deku Flower is not possible in N64 because in the original N64 version, they don't allow you to shield and enter a Deku Flower at the same time. But for some reason in this version, they do, and it results in being able to do that. And the reason this is useful is because when you're in the Deku Flower animation like that, obviously the developers never expected you to be moving around like that, so all of your collision is effectively disabled when that happens. So you can just kind of go through any wall you want, and we use that to enter Great Bay early here.
All collision is typically disabled, except for one particular case, and that is the tree in North Clocktown, which apparently you can bounce off the underside of. I like to think you're hitting the tree roots. And that's why the one in Clocktown is so specific, because you have to slide down the slope in such a way that you bounce off the tree. Flower slides are a little difficult because the hard part is that you're moving backwards the entire time, so you have to get very used to like reversed controls. And there's our boy Hatsune Miku. We got a cheer.
Looking a little worse for wear there.
Well, good thing we know a song that'll heal him right up. So one thing to mention is that we should not be in Great Bay right now at all. The game does not normally want you to be in Great Bay until after you've unlocked Epona, and you cannot unlock Epona until you've opened the ranch, which you can't typically do until you've finished the Goron Temple. So, like, we're very far out of sequence right now, and there's a purpose for that, and it's mainly that we're going to be gathering a lot of items that are going to be really important to the entirety of this speed run, and Zora Mask is one of them. Hookshot is going to be our next big goal, and then we also are going to need the Zora eggs from both Pirate's Fortress and Pinnacle Rock. So we're still kind of in setup phase before we're ready to start blasting through temples. And Miku's got this sick fishbone guitar. It's crazy that the drummer apparently appears to be just drumming on live fish. Those poor fish. Also worth noting, if you try to, you can talk to both Miku and the Goron that you saved before playing a Song of Healing, and it'll launch into a much longer cutscene where they talk about like their woes and stuff. But by activating Song of Healing immediately, you can just straight up skip that and immediately trigger the mask cutscenes. Now that's one of the longer cutscenes in the game. Thankfully, we're done with that. although I don't understand here, we have used Miku's guitar as part of his gravestone, and yet we're also going to be using his guitar again by ourselves, so maybe it's a different guitar?
You know, we just duplicated it.
That's true. ESS guitar dupe. Sometimes you get stuck in the sand there. Once again, we're skipping the intro cutscene. Oh, and another minor flashing lights warning for Zora. This is the fastest way we're going to move, so if flashing lights bother you, whenever Zora has full magic, he's going to be spamming barrier in the water. Because, okay, so if you're an aficionado of N64, things in the Zora swimming are maybe one of the biggest differences you're going to see. So they basically made it so that his swimming only works with barrier intact normally. Well, not only works, but it primarily works with his barrier intact. So we're going to be spamming barrier as like our fastest form of water movement. And then when that runs out, we're going to be spamming R so that we just kind of keep doing these little thrusts forward.
Yeah. Basically, for the fast Zora swimming, for the fastest Zora swimming, they do require you to have magic, which was not really the case in the N64 version.
Look at that slide. I just did a little ESS slide into the ground there to stop him from losing speed when he gets out of the water. It's a very, very minor amount of speed, but it's really cool when it happens, because ESS is like holding a dead zone angle on the 3DS control pad is not the easiest ask in the world. So whenever you hit this stuff like first try, it feels really cool.
Yeah, so now we're up in Pirate's Fortress, gonna go get the hook shot. We're gonna do a trick up here that allows us to skip going through the sewers portion of the Pirate Stronghold. A combination of two tricks, really. Brandino's gonna be setting up to do another bomb jump on the edge of the ledge right here, and he's going to follow it up with a trick known as a mask jump, which is this weird technique where, like, you store putting on a mask while you jump slash, which cancels the actual jump slash animation, but still sort of gives you the height of the jump slash, and that allows us to grab the ledge there so that we can skip the sewers portion.
And that works because, like we mentioned earlier, touchscreen inputs are a 2-frame activation window. So going back into the home menu there, I hold both B and a mask button. So B inputs will start the first frame that they're don't catch me. B inputs start the first frame that they're entered, or button inputs rather start the first frame that they're entered. So we start a kick, and then the next we already have our finger on the mask button, and that's a 2-frame activation window. So frame 1 kick, frame 2 mask. It's incredible how that all works out. Now there's a cutscene here that we need to skip, and I'm just gonna say get used to seeing the Picto box because it's going to be our friend for the rest of the run.
Yeah, so right here, Brandino's doing an exploit known as PACE, which stands for the Picto Actor Collision Exploit. Basically, if you run into an actor that normally pushes you back, and then go into the Pictobox mode, the Pictobox state is like just kind of glitchy in general. And here, if you run into an actor that pushes you back while you then open up or go into view with the Pictobox, the amount that you get pushed back just kind of gets significantly amplified. So in this case, Brandino was able to get pushed past the cutscene trigger in a single frame there to not have to watch the cutscene.
And you can go, we ended up like pretty close to the cutscene trigger because of my positioning, but depending on where you're facing backwards, you can go straight through that hallway all the way to the back wall if the game is friendly enough. And we just got the hook shot. That is going to be one of the most important items in the whole run. You'll see it in a little bit. We're just going to be using it for its regular purpose now. Here's a cool trick. So, in order to get the Zora egg faster, we can hop down onto this ledge by doing a side hop and then holding forward once he starts to get close. It's at a kind of a specific angle, so I had to kind of readjust myself a little bit. Whoop. Sometimes touchscreen inputs are hard to get under pressure. Now, are we going to get the fish?
No fish.
Excellent.
Let's go. There's
a fish that loves to interrupt you when you're picking up the Zora egg there, and then you pick up the fish, and you gotta let go of the fish. It's just the whole thing. But, Guys, something beautiful is about to start. And that something beautiful is called the Goron missile. So Picto Box, I'm just gonna let you guys see it real quick. The Picto Box kind of go burr. The Goron is capable of shooting forwards and upwards at such incredible speeds that the rest of the game can barely keep up. So don't blink. There's going to be a lot of that tech throughout the run, Goron missile, but essentially what's happening is that we're equipping a usable item in first person, so the bow or the hook shot, and then we take a picture, and in the interim of accepting the picture, we quickly equip the hook shot and then make the Goron curl up into a ball. And so next time we pound, it just has weird properties based on the amount that the stick is tilted. But I'm just saying, get used to this. This is going to be the way of the run for a while now. Goron missile is incredibly powerful. Ooh, almost fell out. And you'll notice we just did that one backwards. And do you want to explain that a little bit, why we might want to do them backwards?
Yeah, so as Brandino mentioned earlier, the circle pad on the 3DS has no notches, and for a lot of Goron missiles like that one, we want to Goron missile in a specific direction, which requires, being able to consistently hold a direction on the control stick. Now, one property of this game is that the game sort of tries to clamp the bottom range of the circle pad into a specific angle of holding straight back. So there's actually a tiny range at the bottom of the control stick where the game will interpret everything within that range as just straight back. So a lot of times it's easier to, instead of going forward with the Goron missile, actually turn around and hold as close to straight down as you can, because the game will basically clamp it to straight down. And I think the reason it does that is so that you don't have to hold a very specific circle pad direction just to backwalk.
Yeah, I think it's just trying to approximate the best backwards angle that they can, so that you're not left sauntering left or right constantly. Because like I said, that can be such a problem. But yeah, not every Goron missile is going to be done that way, but many are going to be done backwards, because it is much easier to line up in a straight line backwards than it is forwards. And we did mention the Goron can fly upwards with Goron missile. We won't see that just yet, but the important thing to note is that when you're on a slope, he goes up proportional to the steepness of the slope.
Yeah, and the entire reason that Goron missile is possible at all, or I guess the mechanic that makes it work, is being able to pull out either the hookshot or the bow as Goron Link. And the way we're achieving that is by using the restricted items glitch, but this time with the Picto Box. Because again, Picto Box state's very glitchy. I guess they forgot to update item usability on your buttons when you use the Picto Box, because basically what Brandino's doing is he's just switching a usable item with an unusable item when in the Picto Box picture state. Oh. And when you do that, the unusable item will suddenly become usable, and the usable item will become unusable. And when you take a picture to exit the Picto Box state, you have a very generous frame window where you can use the unusable item. I think it's almost a full second or something you have where you can use
it's so lenient that I don't think I've really ever missed it after a while. You almost can never. All you're doing is accepting the picture, and in that time that it's saving the picture, you have just enough time to equip the hook shot. So here we are at Pinnacle Rock. I don't think you usually see this in a lot of Majora's Mask speedruns, because normally they can dupe one of the Zora eggs, but we can't, which means we got to get all of them. And I'm going to be aiming gyro here, so I'm just going to make sure my cables are not getting caught on my chair, because I need to aim a lot more upwards now, and I'll be pointing at the screen so you guys can see my beautiful 3DS. But we are playing this on the special edition Majora's Mask 3DS that was released for this console, or for this game. But however, do not get this console. My sweaty hands have destroyed so much of the paint in seconds of using it. It's not a cheap console, and it apparently was never made to be held by human hands. So I don't know if I can genuinely recommend getting the Majora console to anybody who's an enthusiast. Maybe get the SNES one instead. Oh, got turned around there. One more eel to go. Thankfully, this place is a lot easier when you actually know which eels have the eggs.
Yeah, another nice quality of life change is that they actually just allow you to use the ocarina underwater here as Zora Link, which they did not allow in the original game. So once we collect the final egg here, we can just use Song of Soaring to immediately go away.
And then
in the original game, they have to use a glitch called Ocarina Items to be able to use the ocarina underwater as Zora Link. But thankfully, we don't have to do that.
And another cool bit of tech there that's exclusive to 3DS is that Zora Link is able to recall his boomerangs by pressing the B button whenever they're out. So I can quickly recall them and shoot them again to set up for like a quick double kill on that eagle. On that, I wanted to say eagle. Eel. There we go.
the underwater eagle.
I hate when that happens. I want to heal the Goron here. We're going to be taking some damage from the poisoned swamp water, and I just want to save one more time. All right. First things first, the Goron's quite thirsty. He needs to hydrate. Let's grab some water.
Yeah, very good idea. Everyone make sure to hydrate.
And I'm going to replace that on the bottom screen just so I don't accidentally touch it and lose my water, because that water is very, very important, and there aren't a lot of replacements. All right, and now we just Goron missiled over to the other side of the swamp, and we're going to quickly head over to Deku Palace. Everybody's favorite banger of a song from this game. Definitely one of the best songs in the game. So get your favorite dance emote ready. Now, this place is quite different if you're used to it in the N64 version, and it's mainly because of the moving platforms that I'm saying that. So you'll see what I mean when we get there, but first we need to head on in. And these guards are not very discerning. They see you're a Deku, they dive, and then you can just go as Goron right over top of them. All right, Palace RNG. How are we going to do it? Go, go, go. Now, in the N64 version, these guys' sight lines were shown to us with little dots, but in this version, they are not. So you kind of just have to know. All right, so I'm going to kind of get into a weird position here. Oh, it's a little specific. I'm trying to backflip up on top of this door frame as Deku. And then backflip here. Now, normally these platforms in N64 are constantly moving, but in this version, they stand still and wait for you to be on them before they move. So that's actually makes it a lot easier to glitch on up there. And speaking of glitching on up there, there's a cool little bit of tech here where even though we're really below that, the game snaps us to that ledge. Oop, that's what I wanted. All right, the monkey's trapped, so it sounds like a good time to play him some music.
That'll soothe his worries.
All right, he just told us his life story, and then game tricks you. No is the first answer, and yes is the second answer to him asking, should I repeat that? I'm sorry, you know what I mean, other way around. He asked, should I repeat that? And if you just mash A, then he'll repeat it endlessly. And he's going to teach us a copyrighted song called The Sonata of Awakening, copyrighted by Deku's. And they're going to hear this and they're not going to like it.
Nintendo is now sending their finest ninjas after the Deku Scrubs.
He's like, is that copyrighted music in my palace? So I think it's very funny, like that they have all the Dekus watching you for this scene, because it's like you immediately just blew your cover. At least you got the song, I guess. All right, they've thrown us out of the palace, and we have the song. I think we're all set up to start going to some dungeons.
I'm excited for the dungeons.
Now things are gonna get pretty crazy in the dungeons. This particular first dungeon, we're gonna go to Woodfall. Getting into Woodfall and Woodfall itself, it's like I would say is probably the hardest like individual segment of this game. There's a lot of Goron missiles, and there's just a lot of ways you can lose the run here. So we're going to be safety saving as much as we possibly can. All right, so I bet you're thinking, like, he said we're going to go to Woodfall, but we're in the Clocktown Great Fairy. Why is that? Well, my sweet summer child, there's a reason. So all the fairies exist on one map, including the collision and loading zones. So if we just Goron missile out of bounds, oh look, we're in Woodfall now. All right, this is a difficult trick here. I'm gonna try my best not to mess this up. If I mess it up, there's a couple ways it can go, so let's see what happens. No, he moved forward. That's why, like, this particular one, this is hard for me.
Yeah, the angle you have to hold for this Goron missile is pretty precise.
Oh, yes!
Nice.
I was so worried about this particular trick.
We have made it to the Deku platform.
And we're partially saved because there's a little, like, cutscene trigger right on top of the Deku switch there. So that helps us, that stops. We literally stop from, like, a insane amount of speed to, like, an exact stop. All right, beautiful stuff here. Just because I'm gonna go ahead and save at this owl statue. So much can go wrong here. I'll talk about it after I get in, but there's a very specific way to crash the game here.
So yeah, to anyone wondering, despite its name, the trick that Brandino did to get here to Woodfall is in name called a fairy fountain wrong warp, but it's not actually what we would define as the technique of a wrong warp in both this game or the original game. It's just kind of a name that was given to it like 15 years ago that
I think that a better name
does not quite accurately describe what it does.
A better name for it would be an alternate exit, because you enter and exit from a different place than you started, which is not normal for that particular area. But it's just because grottos in the game are also like that. They all exist on one map, so you can theoretically clip out from one and into another, and that's how they get around a lot in N64. So it's a very similar idea. And you were not meant to have Goron at this point in the game, so we're a little overpowered for that fight.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go straight from this room into the boss, ideally. But this comes with the caveat that this is one of the hardest tricks in the run, if not what I consider to be the hardest trick in the run. What's...
Definitely the most finicky one, yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. The idea here is that Brandino is going to attempt to Goron missile both forward and up out of bounds. And with this Goron missile is going to be attempting to hit the loading zone to the boss, which is always active in the dungeon. Because all loading zones when you're on a map, or when you're in a dungeon, are always active for both exiting the dungeon and for going to the boss room.
It's a very, like I said, it's a very finicky trick. And what's happening here is that we're essentially trying to use the Deku flower as our slope to get the height. There's a very small window where you can actually get this height off the Deku flower. And it's just like, it's just finicky. You have to be going at the right angle with just the right tilt. Unfortunately, okay, you know what though? I'm gonna say these are the best way to fail it, because the worst way to fail it is to clip out of bounds into the wrong room, which we haven't done yet. So I'll take it over failing it the other way, but let's keep trying. First try.
Go, let's go.
Yeah, so Woodfall Temple is literally 2 Goron missiles, the mini boss, 1 Goron missile, and then the boss. Like, that is the shape of things. All right, this fight is pretty difficult because of Odolwa's RNG and what he decides to do. But we're going to be using bombs and arrows here, and you guys are going to watch me point at the screen with the gyro. He's going to jump behind me after this.
Oh.
he can definitely do that. I'm gonna go grab more arrows over here. You have to be careful. There are Deku nuts in these bushes, and if we grab it... Oh my god, wait, stop kicking me.
Yeah, so Brandino needs to be careful to not pick up any Deku nuts, because one of the items that he duped a bottle over was the Deku nuts. So if he collects a Deku nut, that's going to overwrite the bottle that has a Zora egg, and we don't want to delete a Zora egg. That would be very bad.
Yes. Very bad, as in, like, the run can't continue kind of bad. But luckily...
No. You'd have to reload our last save point, basically.
And that's all Dolwa done with. That's our first temple. And I believe, as I said earlier, this is a good time for us to take a break. So if we want to go ahead and pause the timer whenever you guys are good. We're going to be taking a small break here, a small intermission between the next part of the run. But there's still a lot of Goron missiles left to give, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, we like to take a break every hour. So just a break, get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. GDQ's next all-women and Feb speedrunning event, Frost Fatales 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on the event, or you can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. We will be right back after this break with the rest of the run. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D. We are in the middle of a Majora's Mask 3D run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Okay, I am ready. So we'll go ahead and restart here in 3, 2, 1. Back to the gaming. So,
all right, cutscene time.
Yes, cutscene time. This is an important one because we learn Oath to Order, which is going to be a very necessary song for us to complete the game later. A big thing about no wrong warp is that because we can't wrong warp anywhere. You know, we can't wrong warp to the moon. So we got the only other way to get to the moon is to get there legitimately by beating 4 bosses and getting their remains. And Tattle, thankfully, can translate the into a song for us. Oops.
Little too fast there.
Once again, same thing. Sometimes that happens.
But yeah.
That's our...
As Brandino mentioned, we have to learn this song because this song is the only way that you can get to the moon without wrong warping.
Yeah, and what was I gonna say? Technically, so if you're wondering what might the difference between any percent in this category would be, obviously the wrong warping is the big thing, but it's not just in any percent used to actually wrong warp to different bosses. I forget where. I think Great Bay and Snowhead, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Great Bay and Georg and Goat were the bosses that we used to wrong warp to, because that's back when we had wrong warping. Just we couldn't wrong warp to the moon specifically.
And now we can. So if anybody's wondering, the current any percent for this game sits at about, I believe, 24 minutes, something like that. And it's because of a combination of wrong warping straight to the moon, and very recently, it was found out in N64 first. It was found that you can be human in first cycle, by entering the laundry pool with a kind of precise setup as Deku, and then getting the Keaton mask from Cafe. And as it turns out, it was available on 3DS as well. It's a bit of a different setup, but currently 3DS any percent is like human in first cycle, run to Southern Swamp, moon warp, fight the boss. It's like back to back to back. Very fast run. Very difficult run.
And the first 8 minutes is getting to Clock Town.
Yeah, that can make resets very difficult because you get all the way into Clock Town and you prepare to do human in first cycle, and then it's a really difficult trick, and so then it's just like, you can be really stuck. All right, long cutscene there where Tato, I think, is apologizing to us. I can't remember anymore.
She has more faith in us now.
Thank God.
More faith in us to do Goron missiles specifically.
Yeah, she saw what the Goron can do and she realized she had misjudged us. So this is an example of a upwards and a forwards one. That slope gives us the perfect angle to just go straight into this loading zone. And so now what if I told you we can go all the way from Woodfall to Akana in one fell swoop? Oh, well, first I'd have to equip something. Just like that.
Very nice.
Shoutouts to Jim, because I actually learned that from a video you had talking about the backwards inputs. And you showed off the setup for that, and I've basically just been doing the setup that you showed off in that video, and it's literally always worked.
Yeah, that Goron missile used to be not the greatest with consistency before we realized we could just hold back to get more consistent directions for Goron missiles. This one that Brandino's about to do is a pretty fun one, though.
Oh, wait, I forgot I wasn't... I tried to jump off the ledge as Goron for a second. Goron can't jump off the ledge. We're gonna get hit. I think I'm gonna get reloaded into the room here in a second.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that should be fine.
That's okay. Of course, Dawn of the second day is happening now, so basically everything that just happened in the first day. Whoa, oh my gosh. Why was he on the ledge?
Last safe ground.
So this one is tricky. There's a lot of setups to do this one, because the important thing is getting the height. Okay, I guess the Keese isn't going to attack me. Oh, and I should probably... Oh, wait, you can... I thought you needed to swap it with an item. I guess empty still works, I forgot. But
yeah, you can swap it over an empty slot, and that still works just fine.
Of course, that makes sense because that's what Deku does in first cycle. Yeah. Okay, we got a little bit of height, so we're gonna fall for a second. But the good news is that we didn't fail, so we're just gonna fall straight onto the tower. So yes, you can cause the Goron space program with this glitch, and I'm not even joking because you can literally go so high in the air that you actually go past the moon. The moon is not a solid object in the sky, but it is there, and you can go past it by Goron missiling too powerfully. And I'm gonna go over here and hit our good old-fashioned safety save. Mostly because... Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think we need to hydrate now.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I am very thirsty.
Yeah, get our water out. This looks like a good room for it.
All right, I'm gonna take a drink with him.
And by hydrate, Goron Link just dumps it onto the floor.
What if right after... I
wouldn't recommend doing that one at home.
So yeah, for whatever reason, and this carries over from N64, but just dropping normal spring water there does away with the sunblock. I don't know why. I don't know if there's a reason. It might just be like some kind of like weird glitch, but it's... Okay, hit every wall challenge complete. Now let's actually get up here.
I believe the reason the spring water works like that is because it's some weird carryover effect from the fact that, like, obviously that's supposed to happen with light arrows, right? Like, you're supposed to be able to use light arrows to make those sunblocks go away, and I think for some reason the water just kind of shares that property. The reason we can do it on that block specifically is because we can do it from like that little ledge that is in front of the block. If that ledge wasn't there, the technique actually wouldn't work because the water has to actually hit the side of the block for it to do that.
So I bet you're wondering how we're going to get through this room though, because we don't have sunblocks. Well, the answer is this little thing called a Goron missile. I know you might have just, I don't know if you've heard of it. And now we're just through the other side of the room.
Yay!
Yay!
That was also a Goron missile that was pretty bad before being able to hold down.
Yes, it's I don't know how to explain that one. It's a very much, it just kind of works, and I get the angle thing, but it's like really weird when I didn't get it. Now, slightly faster runs will use a different trick there called extended hook shot in order to go through a wall. But I just Goron Missile there. We will see extended hook shot later, though. That is another, like, big trick for this game. But first, we got to fight the Garrow Master. And also, walking into this room, notes this is actually going to be the boss room when we invert the temple. Oh, he disappeared.
Yeah. It's almost like the level designers at Nintendo know what they're doing.
Wow.
That's wild.
At least one of us does, because I surely don't. So the Garrow Master there, pretty simple fight. You ideally want to be doing the pounds while in ball form to do the most damage to him, but sometimes he, like, warps past you, and you gotta just punch him in the back instead, and the punch does a little bit less damage than the pound, I believe, but not by much, so you really don't lose much. And this is the only elemental arrow that we're going to be using for the entire run, and it's actually quite important. We're going to be using it on just about every boss except for Georg coming forward. Also, you'll notice that I put the Deku Mask on X there. That counts as a usable item that the Goron can use, so we'll be able to use that for swaps later to do restrict items into Goron Missile.
Also, shoutouts to one change being that the red gem here is just completely visible without having to move any platforms like on N64.
And it's like right in front of you. You exit the temple and you hit it and you just leave. It's amazing.
Yeah, because on N64 they have to do a trick known as a weird shot, or just hover out of bounds completely to hit that gem without the Elegy of Emptiness. So, good change for speedruns.
Yes, very nice change. And yeah, the whole temple is inverted now. Surely that means that we're going to have to go through a lot of crazy inverted challenges and stuff, and we can't just Goron Missile past every obstacle, right?
Oh, surely not.
We do have
Surely these steep slopes will not be used for Goron missiles.
No, God, no. Why would they be? But anyway, Goron Missile. Gotta be careful, you can bounce off the wall if you don't cancel that one fast enough. Alright, so I need to get next to the ledge here, and this is a really funny one. And here we are, we're in the boss room.
Yep.
It was that easy.
Alright, now time for the longest boss.
Longest boss, one of the most changed bosses, because this one doesn't work at remotely like the one on N64. And we're going to see a special appearance by a mask that I don't think anybody saw coming. So first we have to deal with Blue Twin Mold, because he has, of course, giant eyes. Zelda designers love their giant eyes. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, unlike the N64 version, this fight is very scripted. You have to beat Blue Twin Mold before you can beat Red Twin Mold in the 3DS version of the fight.
Whoops, wrong button. Just saying hi to
And
Deku
once again, giant eyeball.
His buddy is somewhere. So, the red guy is the nuisance of this fight, because all the time you're trying to attack Blue, Red will randomly charge at you, and he has a very large hitbox, and he does 2 damage to Link. And if you look down, we have 4 health, so 2 damage is essentially half of our health. That's not good. Oh, and we just barely missed getting exploded by the blue guy coming out of the ground. Lots of close calls here. But thankfully, you can still use the light arrows to trap the red guy underground. And because we have a large supply of arrows right next to us, I have zero hesitation about spamming my shots as much as possible here.
Yeah, these pots actually kind of like respawn over time. So you'll notice Brandino hit that pot to get an arrow refill, and there's already another pot in its place. So you really do have an infinite supply of arrows and magic for this fight.
Which is really useful, because next up, Phase 2. I bet you're wondering how Phase 2 goes. Well, there's this chest that spawns here. That's interesting. That wasn't there before. Oh. And then while I'm here... So I'm going to skip ahead to day 3 because we won't get the cutscene that's like Dawn of the Final Day by having it spawn in here. And so that'll help us move forward in the run. We do need to be daytime by the time we get to our next temple too, so let's make sure that it's daytime. And so this is certainly an interesting change. So now red twin mold summons these little like twin mold larvae to come after you, but that's no problem for us because we're big. So this is
strong.
This is a completely different Giant's mask than you're used to. This ain't your grandfather's Giant's mask. So yeah. I like Bowser throws. Do you like Bowser throws?
I do like Bowser throws.
Well, let's do some.
Let's also do some while specifically spinning the circle pad to do more damage, which the game does not tell you about, but shortens this phase from 4 cycles to 3 cycles.
Also, these little pillars, broken pillars on the ground, will always supply us with more magic, so I want to make sure I'm hitting those at intervals. And we see these giant boulders here. We have 2 of them. And like Jim said, Ideal Fight is a 3 cycle. Where is he? Okay, I couldn't see him. Ideal Fight is a 3 cycle, but the first 2 hits are pretty simple because you just smack him with a giant boulder. The next phase is where things get a little dicey. Bye-bye. So, Link, his main attacking while he's giant is to punch things with his massive fists. And so one of the things that we want to punch is Red Twin Mold. And we're going to need to punch him, I think, like 7 or 8 times. I forget the exact number. But we need to hit him enough times that he goes into his helpless phase on the ground. And this part is really difficult because you have no idea where he is sometimes. And he can smack into you. He can take longer. He can take shorter. This is not looking good. He might dive back into the ground. If he dives back into the ground, then you have to start the hits all over again. He probably is going to do that. I did not have the most optimal fight. I don't know. Maybe we still have a chance.
I think you need
He's being
hit.
really lenient.
Yeah, he's being pretty nice.
Oh, yes, that was the hit.
All right, nice.
Oh, just barely a 3 cycle. He was trying to go back into the ground there, but we stopped him.
Yeah, usually he goes back into the ground earlier than that, so that was nice to see.
Yeah, sometimes they're really nice, and sometimes they aren't. There's boss RNG about a lot of little stuff in the bosses that can really affect the macro fight as a whole. But that's Twin Mold done, thankfully. That's another boss I was a little bit scared of for the run, mainly because the phase with the punching can be so out of whack sometimes. But we got it. Easy money.
So long, Twin Mold.
So long, Twin Mold. Casually, it took me forever to beat this temple because I didn't know that they had moved the stone mask, or the giant's mask, to this room. And I explored the temple for like 3 hours before I was like, looked it up online. It was like, oh, it's just in the fight. So another interesting thing about this game is that it's kind of prepared for you to do the dungeons out of order, because the dungeon cutscenes just increment with each boss remains that you grab. So, like, this is technically the second cutscene, even though it's not happening after Snowhead, which is supposed to be the second dungeon. So the cutscenes do follow a line of logic, no matter which bosses are done in which order. And once again, the giants are just telling us, or however they say it. They sound like a Charlie Brown adult. You know, they have the little trumpet going.
Yeah.
All right, so we've saved Akana, and that means that we've, of course, stopped the evil purple sphere, which is now sucking up all the evil in the area, I guess.
Something like that.
We stopped the purple orb.
The vague evil has been banished from the area. Light has returned, as well as color.
The sky. She's a blue. It's very funny, like, because you spend so little time in these areas that you're healing in the speed run. The most you spend is in Southern Swamp. So it's just like, it's funny to see all like the swamp music or the music house, and it's like, oh yeah, there's like a guy who's turned into a Gibdo in there, and we didn't save him. He's just still a Gibdo, I guess. Or maybe he's healed now. Okay, so now, once again, we're going to be using Great Fairies fountains to get where we want to go, and this time we need to get the Snowhead. This is a bit of a specific setup. It's a little tricky. Let me go for it, though. Oh, I think that's it.
Yeah, that looks correct.
Now, I have to find the exit. That's the hard part once you're inside the invisible area. Because, okay, I need to start rolling immediately here because otherwise he gets pushed off the ledge. Now, you guys have seen a lullaby skip in N64. Nice. We lost all our speed. Unfortunately, got pushed off the ledge. You guys have seen lullaby skip in N64. But, you know, there's a giant invisible Goron blowing heavy winds here that makes it impossible to navigate. But what if I told you that we can get rid of him... Well, not like that. All right, let me try one more time. It's kind of a specific inputs here. There we go. So what we just did is a trick called down A. And it's called that because the A button has the word down on it right now. It thinks that we're on the wall, basically.
And when you do that, the wind physics does not affect you.
It unloads a very specific set of actors, which is really, really nice. The difficulty... I want to wait for that snowball to redrop just so it doesn't slam on me. Now, it's difficult here, though. Several different things can cause you to go back into a normal state where the wind pushes you again. The first big one is jumping off of any ledges, and the second one is taking damage. So that's why these snowballs are like a real hassle here. But easy money, we're in and we're out. Essentially, I'm trying to, I halfway through climbing up the wall, I equip the mask and then cancel it with a shield, and then I remove the mask from my inventory, and the game doesn't know what to do. It still thinks we're on the wall. So it just kind of keeps the actors unloaded until our state updates again later on. Now, we don't have fire arrows, but what if I told you we kind of do?
That would be crazy.
Well, fire arrows in name only, I suppose. So yeah, we just turned our Deku stick into a fire arrow.
Also, do you want a safety save?
Yes, I do. It's like you read my mind of things that I swear I was definitely going to do.
Yes, we got a trick coming up here that can potentially deplete our bomb count. Depending on how many tries it takes, but hopefully it'll just be done first try.
All right, so for once we're not using Goron Missile. We've got a brand new trick in the equation.
Time for some extended hookshot stuff. So Brandino activated what's known as first-person glitch and is now using first-person glitch to perform extended hookshot. Basically, in this state, Brandino is going to repeatedly shoot the hookshot. Except when he does this, the hookshot's not actually starting from where it's supposed to in Link's hand each time. It's actually sort of chaining itself together repeatedly every time he shoots it.
I think that works. We'll see. So
yeah,
hey, remember this?
We're gonna see all of those hookshots put together.
Here he goes.
Gonna put us all the way up here into the loading zone to Goat.
We only use that trick a few times in No Wrong Warp, but in a category like all fairy rewards, that trick is so useful across the entire run. But basically, yeah, we've created a new hookshot chain, and we just need to make sure we hookshot a hookshotable object to like make it real. And then you notice I placed an alarm at 12 p.m. That's an important thing because we need to melt the boss without fire arrows. And we're gonna do that through the same method we did previously. Except now we're going to be using tattle text instead.
Yeah, so this technique where we're shooting the fake fire arrow is called action swap. And it's not actually a fire arrow. We are shooting an arrow that is then passing through a lit Deku stick to get on fire. Because action swap is causing the bottom of our Deku stick to be on fire for some reason. I honestly don't remember the exact details of why action swap does that, but convenient fire arrows, yay.
Wide turn there and a jump I didn't want to make. This boss is different than N64, but I kind of like it. So we have a very
nice knockdown.
We have a very specific setup here that we want to be doing. So I'm going to fire 5 arrows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm going to fire 2 light arrows. Did that knock him down? Did that knock him down? Okay, yes.
That got him knocked down.
Couldn't see. So yes, but we shoot a light arrow and then 3 arrows at him, which causes him to get knocked down for the next one, so we immediately have a chance to attack again, but this time I'm shooting 4.
All right, nice.
All right, last part of the boss here. So now I'm going to shoot 3. We do it easy.
All right, very good.
Solid goat fight. So that's the way that we deal with him here. We have to, it's not like a stun lock, but essentially, as soon as he gets up, we should be able to knock him back down again. Because of shooting arrows at him as he's running away. And as long as you have a clear line of sight to him and a good target, you can almost always hit him. So I really don't mind the changes to that boss from N64 at all, because I think it's actually really fun to do that boss like the speedrun way. Now, not normally, but you're actually able to skip the cutscene after collecting remains here, but I don't do the trick, but it's essentially a precise Goron missile on top of the remains when they're on a very specific slope, because Goat can die in one of 2 places, and it affects where his remains are, depending on where he died. So, if you do a precise Goron missile onto the remains when they're on a specific slope, then the Goron will grab them and then void out, which will skip this cutscene that we're watching right now. I don't go for that trick because there's already plenty of really difficult tricks in the run, and I'm not the most consistent at Goat, so I'm not like expecting Goat to be in the same place every time. But eventually, TM. Never want to overload yourself with tricks from the outset. This is already a pretty tough run that's trick heavy, so it's like, I didn't need another Goron missile.
Yeah, the trick is also risky because if you fail it in a certain way, I guess there are 2 ways you can fail it. The first way to fail it is that you just like roll into the warp and watch the cutscene anyway. But if you fail it by doing a Goron missile too early, and then you void out without collecting the remains, the Goat fight will just straight up restart, and you'll have to do the entire thing over again.
This is one thing I learned from using our practice hack. It's that if you reloading a boss room at any point in the fight just restarts the fight. So yes, we void out, which reloads the entire fight. So yes, it's actually much worse to fail it by Goron missiling there. So that's actually our 3rd dungeon. We've got 1 more, and it's the fastest one that's left. But we got to do a few things to get in there.
Gotta go deposit some more eggs first.
This is just like my morning. I made scrambled eggs when I woke up. You'll notice that the sky is steadily getting weirder and weirder colors as we get closer to midnight on the last day. This is the only other major song we need to learn in the game, which is going to be New Wave Bossa Nova, because there's no other way to get into Great Bay. As far as I know, the turtle isn't even like the turtle isn't even loaded. Or the loading zone isn't even loaded until after the turtle is up or something like that. There's a couple.
Oh yeah, you load into the temple via like a cutscene event, so there's no like polygon that you can step on to enter into the dungeon.
Yeah, it's tough. Oh, wait. I had my finger on the wrong button, and I realized it at the last second. All right, let me equip Zora Mask here.
Yeah, if you're familiar with N64, you might know that they use a trick called, I think we explained this earlier, they use a trick called Equip Swap to essentially drop a single Zora egg 7 times.
Yeah, it's a frame-perfect menuing trick, correct? Where they equip the bottle in such a way that the game doesn't recognize that you've actually equipped it and are using what's inside of it.
Yeah, so because the menu was completely changed and overhauled for this game, Equip Swap does not exist anymore. So, I had to go collect all the real 7 Zora eggs.
I love New Wave Bossa Nova. Probably the best song of the songs you learn in the game in terms of just like, it sounds nice.
Yeah, I think this song definitely sounds the most relaxing.
It's the most like full sounding of the other songs because a lot of the other ones rely solely on the ocarina or the drums or whatever. All right, now that we know No Wave Bossa Nova, we can enter Great Bay. Maybe not in the way that you're expecting, though. I did not need to de-equip that mask, but that's okay, because I needed to be Goron anyway. Oh no, I have a bottle on one of my items and a hookshot on another, and I'm Goron. What could possibly be happening? I love that one.
Yeah. Just graze against the wall and then clip through it.
Kind of amazing that you can just graze against the wall like that, like he doesn't clip through there. Flashing lights warning real quick as I spam lightning as Zora to get to the shore faster. Oh, I wanted to jump up there, but it didn't work. That's okay. Let me get this. This is, I'm saving this for later, just for in case things get bad in the Majora fight. And I didn't need to grab those, but I did anyway, just for safety. Let's save here, because we're going to be doing a lot of home menu spam. All right, so we want to trigger the turtle, but we don't want to watch the cutscene. What a conundrum we have. Is there any way to do that? Let's find out. So I'm waiting for a very specific frame of the bomb explosion here. This is different than other times where I'm waiting for the bomb explosion because I'm waiting on a touchscreen input, which means that I have to prepare for a 2-frame activation window, meaning I activate it on a frame I don't normally activate things on. So, step 1. Whoop. Step 1. Now step 2 is coming up. It's not over.
Yeah, so now we're going to activate the frame perfect pausing using the Bomber's Notebook, and Brandino's going to be doing the frame perfect home menu buffering to find the frame to pause with the Bomber's Notebook in-game so that we delay the cutscene from starting. And as we delay the cutscene from starting, the bomb explosion will then push us into the loading zone.
I was
ideally.
I was just a little too far off the mark. I thought he looked kind of weird when the camera came in, but we had to go for it.
Yeah.
Well, ideally what would happen there is that we get pushed into the loading zone and it skips this cutscene, but now we get to hear New Wave Bossa Nova one more time. Hardly a punishment, if you call it.
Yeah, I think this cutscene skip saves like 40 seconds.
Something like that, because it's not as big as you think it is, especially if you have to buffer one of the inputs a crazy long time.
Yeah.
But it turns out that that rock wasn't a rock, it was a turtle. Not Turtle Rock, though. That's a different Zelda thing. And we were talking about it earlier, but you can see, like, in some model changes, the Zora is, like, absolutely ripped in this game. He was clearly working out heavily between releases.
Anuma said he needed to put on some muscle.
Yeah. So this is the turtle that's from that game, Super Smash Bros. Melee, I think?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I can't believe they made him in Melee first, and then made a Zelda game via time travel years later. Now, there is a trick you can do to skip both this cutscene of him leaving and the cutscene afterward. It saves about 30 seconds, but I don't go for it because it's really weird. But basically, if you get on the turtle in a very specific spot on his left, there's 2 palm trees on him, on the one to his left. If you activate Song of Double Time to skip ahead while you're standing on the specific spot, it kind of just reloads the area, skips the cutscene, and then places you in Great Bay. And we don't see this cutscene of the pirates getting one-shotted by the vortex. But it is pretty funny. Meanwhile, the turtle with a small child on his back has no issues, and we can just go straight through the vortex. Link's not even holding on to anything. Like, how is he able to stand? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't think about it. Welcome to Great Play.
He's wearing his seatbelt. That's what it is.
Yes, please wear your seatbelt when you're on a giant turtle. All right, we gotta wave goodbye to our good friend. All right, don't get too comfy in this temple because we're not gonna be here very long. Oh no, the Goron's in the camera, and I have 2 equipable items. What's gonna happen? Why, this. And here we are in the boss room.
Yep.
And here's our old friend Georg. He is very different in this game. The first phase, I'm going to be Link shooting arrows at him, and then in the second phase, we're going to need to go all Zora all the time. All right. And his movement is random. He can decide to do a lot of different things when he's in the water. We need to hit him 5 times to reveal his weak point, which is, you guessed it, a giant eye coming out of his mouth. Wow. That's ideal.
Yeah, thankfully Georg there decided to keep jumping up and out of the water.
He's never that nice.
Yeah, if he stays in the water like now, you have to go up to the ledge to get close to him to actually be able to hit him with the arrows.
And now we're going to change to Zora Link to start the second phase in the water. I'm going to try to hit him here, but I don't think it actually does anything. Like, I've hit him twice there, and it hasn't changed the amount of phases that you do in the second part, so I don't think it's worth anything, but it is funny to get that little extra hit on him.
Yeah, it is technically possible to, with good positioning and good RNG, hit him 5 times at the start of this cycle and knock him down immediately. So then you only have 2 cycles with the mines to do here.
Yes. So, now... Flashing lights warning once again. We're gonna make him... Oh no, it blew up in his mouth!
Oh, it blew up, yeah.
I should have guessed. Wait. Oh. Another one that we did not touch. What?
Yeah, I think you got another one further back.
I must have,
before going up.
We must have just made it then, because usually they'll float to the top after too long. We're really not in any good bomb positions here. Okay, there's one.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're kind of at the mercy of where the mines decide to come up here.
And where he decides to settle. It's a mixture, because if he settles, he can settle really far away from mines that are up. All right, that should work. Then we're gonna need a little bit more magic. Oh, and he blew up all the mines over there, and there are none, so I'm gonna kind of have to wait for a good spawn or for him to move, unfortunately. Georg moment, of course. Oh, and he's just doing that anyway.
Yeah.
I just take a picture of him. All right, make your move, man. He's kind of close, but I'm gonna go for it. Let's see if we can get this bomb.
That one's kind of like behind him.
Oh, it looks... I got death perception. Oh, no. Okay, it's okay. Oh, no, I got eaten. We're fine. We're gonna get him this time. It's not, like, super usual to get eaten there, but it's not like... I'm not expecting... Okay, wait, more mines? Hit... Oh, my God. The mine RNG is awful right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, I know, I'm manifesting.
The one in front of him should be good.
I am manifesting a good bomb into the mouth here. It gave up.
Oh, yeah, I think it's because he turned away from where the mine was.
This is really funny. Like, I don't normally have this much of a struggle with the mines, but it can happen. Okay, we're good here. If he doesn't eat this one, I'd be shocked. All right, final hits on Georg here. And that's our last boss and our last temple. All we have left after this is Majora. Casual reminder, if you haven't, please hydrate. I just drank some water and it was good. I love water. All right, one more Giants cutscene. All boss remains found. We're well on our way to success here.
One more cutscene.
One more time, the Giants got to go.
This is also where we see the one text box that is, or at least one of the text boxes that is forcibly really slow.
Yeah, the Giants talk like this.
And so that's where Japanese saves time over English.
Yep. Nice quick cutscene there. And what's nice about Great Bay is that there really isn't like a super long cutscene showing like the area healing itself afterwards. We're just gonna land like right in front of the turtle, ready to go. The turtle's just like, hey, good job, thanks, man. And real quick, that's 2 fairies for Majora, which means that we're definitely saved. And I want to... There's several ways to get to the clock tower from here. You can actually Goron missile into the clock tower, but I... You know, again, I just don't need another trick like right at the end of the run. So I just advance it to midnight, and we're going to fly into Clock Town. Whatever you do, do not advance it to midnight when you are in Clock Town, because then you are forced to watch the midnight cutscene happen again, even though you've already seen it. So make sure that you're activating midnight outside of Clock Town. And Link is tall enough to just grab this ledge, so we can just head on in. Ouch.
Also, but short enough to bonk on those stairs.
Yeah, funny mixture. Skull Kid's like, hey, haven't we been here before? Unfortunately, Tail's gonna get smacked twice during the run. This is how I feel waking up on a Monday morning. I do the same thing Skull Kid is doing right now. All right, bit of a long cutscene here, because we are now going to watch as the 4 giants that we freed from the clutches of their boss remains are now about to come into play. And we're summoning them with Oath to Order. But this is like, I don't know if this is the longest cutscene in the run, but it does feel like the longest cutscene in the run.
Yeah, I think this might actually be the genuine longest cutscene in the run. Because it's more like 3 cutscenes stacked on top of each other.
Yeah, you have this part, then you have the giants themselves, and then you have the aftermath with Majora. But luckily there's no text to skip here, so I can take my hands off the DS and let them chill. One of the difficulties of running 3DS games is that adult hands were not made to hold a 3DS for 3 hours at a time. I'm just gonna say it. I don't think they were. So, any chance I get to put the console out and rest my hands is good. And with this game, it's nice because a lot of the time when I'm doing Goron Missile, I actually put the console down on the desk in order to be able to missile without having him move due to the first-person gyro. So, that helps a lot for Goron Missiling. I didn't talk about that when it was happening. Yeah, this is 3 cutscenes in a trench coat. That's correct.
I like how on on N64 in this cutscene, you can clearly see like the giants clipping into things as they like walk towards to hold the moon up. But in 3DS, they cleverly positioned the camera so you can't see that happen anymore.
I remember, I think they like, one of them steps on the fountain in Great Bay. Another one like steps on like a pillar coming out of Stone Tower. Yeah, it's like, you can clearly see, it's like, it looks like they're stepping on a Lego. It's like, oh my God, dude, are you okay? I'll tell you what, man, these giants do not skip leg day. And thank God they don't. I don't, you know, like lifting is all in the legs here, keeping this moon from crashing. And one of the tragedies of this game is that Skull Kid is apparently very good friends with all the giants, and then he felt like they abandoned him. And so that's part of the reason he starts acting out and stealing from the Happy Mask salesman, which triggers the entire impetus for the plot. And now that they've stopped the moon, I guess we won.
Yep, there's definitely not going to be a final boss fight at all.
Wow. The final boss was the friends we made along the way, I think. I mean, Gulp, he's right behind me, isn't he?
Loki, though, that animation kind of creepy.
It is. The way that like Skull Kid's like lifeless body kind of just hangs below him, it's so good. This game like really understood the assignment when it came to the animations. Like they really there's some really fun stuff. Just in the original game too, they made like a couple more faces for Link so he could have more expressions in this game reacting to the plot. And now the mask must consume everything. Which is me to a bag of shredded cheese at 1 a.m.
Listen, I don't judge.
Look, who hasn't eaten an entire bag of shredded cheese while standing in front of the fridge? I love when they zoom in on the fairies, like they have facial expressions. I can kind of still feel the emotion that they're trying to convey, but it is very funny.
Yeah, it is, like, just from, you know, a storytelling perspective, trying to convey a glowing orb having emotions.
I really like Tattle and Tail in this game. I think they gave them a lot of great personality. And I always liked Tail because he was purple. I love purple. Best color. All right. We have a 3-phase final boss, and every phase has its quirks that make it annoying. To start with, we've got the mask itself. And there's all of our boss remains. They're just going to watch the fight, you know. They won't interact in any way.
Definitely not. Yeah, the mask is probably the most tame part of the fight.
You can kind of get RNG'd by the masks around him. But other than that, yes, the mask part of the fight is ideally the part of the fight that has the least amount of different things happening. You still are kind of at his mercy, though. So we're going to be doing this method of using the boomerangs to stun him, and then a light arrow to deal 2 damage. And now here come his friends. Now these masks could decide to randomly shoot us, or they could not, you know. Depends on if it's like the 3rd Thursday in January or something, I guess.
Yeah, thankfully there is at least some consistency to it. The masks will not shoot you as long as you are facing away from them. But if you're facing towards them, they might potentially shoot you if they feel like it.
Also, fun fact, you can push this mask out of bounds. I've done it before and had him die below the stage for no reason at all. It doesn't do anything, but you can accidentally push the mask out of bounds. All right, Incarnation is the wackiest phase. I'm going to take some time to shoot down the masks because they're going to be a huge nuisance during this phase otherwise. Oh, I did not need to put this mask back on. That was a force of habit. And Oh, yeah, okay. This is why we grabbed 2 fairies. Oh, no! Oh, gotta watch. This attack is awful. He has the aim. I don't even know how to describe his aim there. It's like John Wick aim. He'll just hit you every time. And then the masks don't make this any easier because they eat up both your Z targeting, and you've got to worry about them shooting you. So it's like a double-edged sword. All right, now I just need to refill want to refill arrows and magic before we begin. And a nice heart on the ground. You never get those. All right, so here's how this phase is supposed to go. First, let me target him. Thank you.
Ideally, we essentially just let the boomerangs do the damage work, and then we stun him in between each of the boomerang uses to knock him back down again. But sometimes he still manages to get away.
Yeah. Boomerangs aren't perfect at aiming. But the nice thing about the boomerang is that they get a lot of damage on him. They manage to hit him like 2 or 3 times per... Oh my god, what a shot. All right, so time is going to be coming up on the final hit of Majora's Wrath here. So if you guys are familiar with Wrath in N64 version, they do 20 jump slashes in a row to stun lock him. In this version of the game, we use Goron punches. I'm going to warn you guys, I've been very inconsistent at this lately, so I'm going to do my best to stun lock him, but it doesn't matter, we're still going to take him down either way.
Yeah, the timing for the stun lock here is kind of awkward.
Like, I just got 2 hits in there, but I think I was a little late. It's hard to tell. You have, I think you only have like 3 to 4 frames to re-punch. We need to get 20 hits. That's 3. Yeah,
that second one was a little fast.
It's hard to tell, because, like, I'm never sure if I'm, like, fast or slow. And then that one was, I think, slow. Ouchies. One annoying thing about this boss is that he'll just, like, kind of keep you in place with these whips sometimes.
Yeah, still a little fast.
I always, I feel the pressure in this part of the run, and it's always hard to, like...
Yeah, thankfully you can kind of just spin out of the whip attack if you spin the circle pad fast enough.
Okay, he's got the Beyblades out. We're almost done. I gotta work on my timing. I go through periods of being able to do this with no problem and periods of not being able to land a single stun lock. It can be messy. Whoops, wrong character. GG. Time.
There we go.
GG.
GG.
What's our final time? Hey, sub 2, let's go. Even with all the... GG's, guys.
156.23, I believe.
That's great with the mistakes and everything. Sub 2 used to be the dream, and then... for me personally, and then, I've gotten better, obviously, but all of my practice runs were between 154 to 155, or 153 to 155, so we're right in that pocket. We did it, gamers. We saved the city. While we're watching this little outro, I just want to say thank you to Jim for being here for some awesome commentary. Thank you to the MM3D community for supporting me and helping me learn this game and being very friendly. Shout outs to everybody who's out there doing 3DS speedruns. There's so many wonderful games on this console that could use some love and some attention. And if you like a 3DS game, you should consider speedrunning it. You don't even need a capture card to do it. Like, I am currently contested in Sonic Generations 3DS by a runner who does not use a capture card. It's fine. Like, you do not need one to move forward. I understand, but I just want to say that. Jim, you got any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, I mean, shout outs for having me on. Always fun doing commentary for MM3D. Shout outs to MM3D people and all other 3DS speedrunners, as Brandino said.
It's a neat little console. A lot of cool games, especially the Zelda ones.
Yeah, I don't think I have any more shout outs than that.
All right, well, thank you guys so much for having us. We've got an awesome lineup of runs today, too. There's going to be some Phantom Hourglass in a bit, which is the only other Zelda game that I personally run right now, which is Phantom Hourglass. So that's really cool that the 2 Zelda games I run are featured today. But please stick around. Give Pippi some love on her Phantom Hourglass run. I'm very excited to see that. And keep on gaming. Thanks.
And thank you both so much for being on, showcasing the run. Obviously, it's awesome to have both of you here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the game. And yeah, we've got a lot more Zelda coming up. We do have, we're going to take a quick break. We're back with Phantom Hourglass by Pippi. Before we go to our break, just a quick reminder. You can tune into, again, I think it's Speedruns, but it could be Speedruns. Speedruns 2025 from February 27th through March 2nd. That is a French speedrun charity marathon. If you have any experience in any of the runs or are interested in commentating for the English restream, you can use !Speedruns in chat to learn more and apply before February 12th. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Phantom Hourglass in just a few minutes here.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D. We are showcasing a bunch of different Zelda games, and we have Phantom Hourglass here. I will hand it over to our runner commentary. Let everybody introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm Pippi in a top hat. Welcome to Phantom Hourglass. I'm actually very new at running this game, but this will be an adventure. I hope you're willing to come on this adventure with me. And in case anything goes wrong, and also to provide insightful commentary, I brought a buddy. How's it going?
Hello, it's me. I'm the buddy. I'm Mr. Shasta. I've run this game a lot. It's very cool. Very good speedrun. Hope you all enjoy this.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit different from my bread and butter of speedrunning, that we are going to do a bunch of bugs and glitches and stuff, but in order to do any percent, we do have to go through, like, the majority of the game and, like, do all the dungeons and get all the items and stuff like that. It's neat. So I hope everybody's nice and cozy, because this might take a few hours. I guess without further ado, is everybody ready?
Heck yeah.
I'm ready.
Good? Alright. Now, the weird thing about Phantom Hourglass is I have already hit start, but we don't actually start the timer until I hit adventure. So, a 3, a 2, a 1. Begin the run. So, welcome to Phantom Hourglass. We can skip all the cutscenes. It is just kind of awkward to do so. And I apologize that I'll be looking down for a good portion of this run, because I am playing this on a Wii U gamepad and not a DS, because the Wii U gamepad is faster. But we still do control pretty much exclusively with touchscreen controls. So if you see my little fairy wiggling around while I'm moving, that's actually essentially an input display. That's what my hand is doing, is wiggling and aggressively tapping on things. But we're just gonna go around and do the Zelda things. We have to talk to this old guy and go get a sword, and learn that enemies exist that we have to fight with said sword. And also a big thing that's gonna come up a lot in the movement of this game is rolling. As I wiggle, I am rolling Link. Also, this is the number 7.
7.
I think that's the only time in this run that actually asks us to draw like a numeral or a character. All the rest are just gonna be silly symbols. But anyway, if I roll too many times in a row, Link's gonna get dizzy. A lot of this run is dizzy prevention. Also, welcome to This Is a Trick.
It's called Sword Tutorial
Yeah.
Skip. Essentially, the like load zone in front of the door, which like causes you to not be able to leave the room, like goes away whenever you hold like a pot and press select as it's like being automatically thrown to pull the cutscene up. So we just put their pot in their hand, just go out the door, and it just works.
Yeah.
Saves like 20 seconds.
Super easy first trick of the run. Really cute tech. It's really forgiving and lets us skip an entire tutorial section. Unfortunately, our second trick is not going to be as kind. So, I
don't even go for this myself personally.
So Brandina said during the last run, you never want to overload yourself with learning all of the tricks at the very beginning. You want to, ease yourself into learning the run. You want to go at your own pace. And that is not how I learn speedruns. So it's just like world record router bust, y'all. So this is a pot. Every trick so far has involved pots. This trick is really RNG, so let's see how this goes. Oh, that was a spicy
Oh,
rat.
the rats.
All right, so we're gonna try to snipe this rat with a pot. That was excellent. Oh gosh.
Nice.
So if he sees you, he turns around and runs the other way, and you can't actually deal damage to him. He like books it. Also, I want to take some damage to these keys. Not too much damage. That was scary.
That was close.
We are trying to damage route for the beginning of this run. But so if he sees you, he tries to book it the other way. But if you chuck a pot at him as he's entering the screen, he does not see you yet, and you get just enough distance with the pot to snipe him in the head and murder a rat and feel terrible about it, I guess, but get the key off of him. And you don't have to do what's the intended puzzle?
You have to like pull like a block like right in front of one of the other holes, so it comes out of one hole and just gets blocked.
Yeah.
They can slash from the sword.
Yeah, so that saves time.
It saves time. First try it saves time. Not first try doesn't save time, but we'll like a rat, baby.
Yeah. It's a really cute trick. I think it's fun. And as you saw, the RNG really comes into play on that one with the rat movement. It's not scripted. But thankfully it was kind. And as we've set a precedent, every trick in this entire run will involve pots, right? That sounds right?
Yeah, of course. Naturally.
Yeah. But if you remember this game casually, probably the first thing you'll remember is this dungeon. This is Temple of the Ocean King. We will visit it 5 times, I believe.
That's correct, yeah. Casually could visit 6 times, but we do it 5 times in this case.
Yeah, so we are gonna come back and retrieve more and more items from it every time. The first visit, the only things we are going to retrieve are our first map segment, our first like piece of a treasure map, and also Linebeck. That's Linebeck.
We love Linebeck.
He's a great lad. Also, I have no idea how he got himself in a box.
Very impressive, honestly.
It's impressive amounts of incompetence. And he's like, whoa, a 12-year-old should not be in this dangerous situation where I got myself stuck in a box. but we're gonna do it anyway. And as you can see, the mechanic of this dungeon so far is that when I'm not touching the purple sparkly floor, I'm going to take damage like every second or so that I'm on the floor. I'll take a quarter heart of damage. And that currently is actually a good thing because we're setting up for a death warp. But I am kind of jumping from purple sparkly section to purple sparkly section, and all of this is because we don't have the Phantom Hourglass that will let us not take damage. But we actually don't get that for a while. Like...
Not until after the first dungeon.
Yeah. So there we go. I'm at a quarter of a heart, and there is our first sea chart. And now that I've acquired the sea chart, I don't feel like walking all the way back to Linebeck with it like CL is gonna tell me to do. So I'm gonna...
Link, no! Ah!
Poor lad. But this is just gonna dump us outside of the dungeon, but we already got all the things we need.
It saves a few seconds on movement and also skips like a tiny cutscene where CL is like, hey, where'd Linebeck go?
Yeah, so Linebeck's gonna book it back to his boat, and hey, this is Legend of Zelda boat game. The one and only. There's definitely not another one. These shoes are rude. But just like in other Legend of Zelda boat games, we're gonna do a lot of spamming movement while we're riding the boat. Oh, also, because this was a DS game and we are going to be using all of the DS-specific mechanics to their full advantage, have you considered scribbling?
Scribble, scribble, scribble.
Aggressive scribbling.
That's some good scribbling, honestly. But to be fair, you do art, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
It's one of the weird things about starting to run this game. It's like the only time I've ever had like a real world skill become relevant to a speedrun is like, yeah, I've been doing digital art for like 10 years. Ooh, I get to speedrun with a pen. Also, Linebeck was just like, hey, don't you want a shield? And we just went, no, boat, now. And he goes, are you sure you don't want a shield? You should really go back and get a shield. And we went, boat! And he went, okay, you're the boss.
Boat is shield. It shields me from water.
Also, this is optimal boat movement, is jumping repeatedly.
Yeah, I've tested this out myself. It's about 5 frames per jump, apparently.
That's like honestly a decent amount per jump, too. Like...
Yeah, we thought for a while it was only like 1 frame per jump, but it turns out, yeah, it's like 5 or so, actually. It saves a lot more time.
That's so much. Oh my god. So I'm gonna be jumping a lot. I don't know what part of the boat is responsible for the ability to jump. I like to think it's part of the big old wheels. The big old water wheels.
The rocket boosters are on the back.
Oh, can those break if you break the salvage arm or something? Is that one of the repair mechanics that's in the casual intended game?
It's invincible.
Oh, that...
I'm totally not fibbing or anything, don't worry.
That Tektite was out for my blood. We're gonna try really hard. The beginning of this run is kind of one of the most unforgiving parts of it because we don't have a lot of health. We are going to be picking up a lot of safety health, and at the end of every dungeon, we will be getting our Zelda-approved heart container for beating all of our bosses, because I am going to need it. Also, this guy's dead, I think.
Yeah, so his name is also KO, which is pretty messed up.
Oh my gosh, I never noticed it! I always pronounced it Kaio!
Did you not know that?
Oh, I got dizzy.
Oh, no.
No. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's the assistant of Astro on this island here. He got unfortunately KO'd by the enemies here, and Astro is looking for him, and yeah, unfortunately that's what happened. So yeah, 07 in the chat for KO.
Yeah, that's rough. I don't know how one really of those guys hurt me, while I was jump slashing him, but sure, that's okay. We can heal again. Also, other DS feature that we will use to full effect in this run is the microphone. Hey! I'll be using the microphone a lot.
I wasn't expecting you to actually just straight up yell on it.
You can blow on it too, but nice. That was close enough. The top one was a little bit off.
We take those.
But we will be blowing on the microphone and making noise into the microphone a lot. I love that one of your options here is to say you came here for vacation and that is slower dialogue, but is also the one that my hand wants to rest over because it's where the yes option would usually be. So pretty frequently I'll just go, I came on vacation. I didn't.
You know, to the volcano island, the place where that's constantly erupting. My favorite place.
I also just love the dialogue in this game. One of your options there is yikes.
It's fantastic, honestly.
All right, so we have given the ability to enter the first dungeon, and as I said, we will be completing all of the dungeons. We won't be quite doing them in the necessarily intended order, but like they don't stop you in any way from doing it in this order. Even if, oh, I got dizzy, don't worry. Even if like the way that we get to one of the dungeons is a little jank, there's nothing stopping us from just doing it the normal way, but we don't get into doing things out of order for quite a while, so until then, we start at 1. And we blow on things.
Yeah, so this early part of the game has a lot of like microphone stuff too. It's very odd. It eases up the further we get into the run, but yeah. They want to make sure that the DS Zelda, the first one, has like, you know, a bunch of microphone features for whatever reason. And like we take those. That's why I play DS games.
I think they're really charming.
That's why I play DS games, because like that's like an exclusive feature for the console, you know? Yeah, I use it.
Hey, you, get over here. There we go. I despise the AI for some of the enemies in this game. It just is very unpredictable. So, yeah,
those keys especially are very mean.
And what are they, the bubbles? Are they bubbles? The skulls. The skulls in this dungeon are out for my blood and my time save.
Those are at least, like, predictable, thankfully, but they are very weird, even still.
But yeah, we will have later, it'll be a bit, but we have a fun trick where it not only asks you to use the microphone, but it asks you to be loud. By the way, we're doing a trick, so I have a pot.
Yeah.
We've established this is how it works. There we go. But chat, if you would like to pick what I shout into the microphone, I am open to suggestions. Those little blobs were quite cooperative today. All right, we got our boomerang. Here is our first item. We're going to draw a bunch of lines. We're gonna draw a bunch of lines because, again, this is a DS game. We have the ability to draw.
I do love the boomerang so much in this game, though. Like, the fact that they make it so you can just draw a line that goes wherever it goes on the line is so cool to me.
Yeah, it's very cute. I think a lot of the items in this game are very cute and creative. My favorite by far is the hammer.
Yes.
Which... Please? No? Oh, okay. Listen, sir. You're supposed to nab them in the corner, but they just were like, yeah, we're a little escape artists. But okay. This is why the skulls are the bane of my existence. Oh, I did not even mean to roll there. The game tells you to roll by, like, drawing a circle on the screen, but you actually don't have to. You can just do, like, a little flicky thing. But sometimes it registers said little flicky thing when you didn't do anything, just because of how the camera moves. By the way, more rats.
This rat as well is very, very luck-based, unfortunately. It's like, it's random how long it takes for them to come out of like either hole, and it's random which hole to come out of as well. It's really annoying.
Yeah.
There's actually a trick to get that early, but like it's not done in any runs because of how random that rat is.
Did it not hit the... There we go. My goodness. Apparently I hit a wall when I was scribbling. Whoopsies. I do appreciate how cathartic it is just to scribble sometimes. We're just gonna keep...
By the way, people said yell hats.
Yell hats? Excuse me. There we go.
Dang. I thought you were doing it right there. That's why I was saying that.
Oh, yell hats to blow out the candles?
For the candle,
man,
yeah.
I should have. All right.
That's all right. Yeah, you have the chance, I think.
I kind of love this room because you can tell the boomerang to go pick up your key for you and then just run away. And if you don't get stopped by the little slime boys, you're like right at the door when the key catches up with you, and it feels so convenient.
It's so cool.
Ooh, we got... Ooh. Those are some cooperative keys.
Good fight, good fight.
My goodness, it never goes that well.
I love when there's a lamp like that. It's so perfect.
Yeah. Oh gosh, you're like right here.
And you're right there? Dang, the luck right now.
His friend was way over here, but he was like standing right in the doorway. He was all
We take those for sure.
Also, this is Zelda, so light up the torches puzzle. There has to be one. I think that's the only one, though. Is that the only time we light up torches?
I think you do that as well in Temple Heights, I want to say? Maybe casually, I forget. I think there's another one somewhere, but I'm forgetting right now.
Also, welcome to...
There's for sure a lot more of it in Spirit Tracks, because like there's a whole dungeon about that.
Welcome to boss key mechanics in this game. You're really slow while you're carrying a boss key over your head, so we just kind of throw it to ourselves repeatedly. And this is going to be the case for like every single boss key. Luckily, they're pretty nice about not making you carry it very far, so it doesn't really get grating in any way. This will also come up in Temple of the Ocean King, and it's pretty funny. All right, I'm terrible at explaining this fight, so Shasta, you want to take this fight while I try to do it?
Yeah, I got you. So this is Blaz, the first boss in the first temple here. Notice the other screen here where it shows like the horns on these enemies. One has one horns, two horns, three horns, etc. We just want to line them all up together in this case with one boomerang, so we can immediately get them all together. Then Blaz reforms normally. And then as soon as he reforms like this, we summon a boomerang, and we're able to... Oh no, he's trolling.
He got rude, but that's okay.
There we go. Yeah, and then we're able to just like hit him about 10 times or so. Rinse and repeat, fight's done. That's the idea.
That's much more wits.
Oh, you got some double hits too. Ooh, nice. So that's a little fun little thing you do in this game. Link pulls his sword from the left side of his body, so if you're able to line stuff up on the left side of a boss or an enemy like this that takes multiple hits, you can do like a double spin attack, which does like 4 damage instead of 2. It's really cool. I can't do it consistently, but it's really cool. I love it.
I find that for this boss, it seems to line up pretty cleanly to do that a lot of times, but like sometimes Link just like turns in like bonky directions when he's trying to do a spin attack dependent on the room and like the orientation of how you got there, and I'm like, Link, why are you now facing backwards? That's not helpful. I guess it still works. Okay, that Tektite scared me.
They always scare me. They're also random.
Thankfully, we are done with Tektites. That's like all of the Tektites in the entire run. Also, here is a power gem. What, we get like 2 of those in the entire run? We're not doing hundo. That would add on like another hour.
I think so, yeah.
So we're not
Something to that effect.
worry about all the collectibles.
Yeah, there's like 20 of each gem in this game. There's 3 types of gems, so it's a lot to collect. But it's really cool doing so.
Honestly.
That being said, the last time I played this game casually and tried to go for 100%, one of them comes in the mail and I never got that one because it glitched out, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Unfortunate.
Oh, I'm so excited to show mailbox skipping strats. We are really trying very hard not to get our mail in this game. Like, I feel like it's a Zelda game standard that you have to try real hard not to check your mail. We don't like mailmen here.
IRL we do. It's a very important service. But in this game, we hate it.
Like, I do love that they do make you sign for packages in this game, which is adorable, but we are trying to not sign for packages as much as possible. Like, we would love for that not to ever happen.
Fun fact as well, the signature you sign for your package comes up at the very end of the credits as well.
It does?
It's really
I didn't
cool.
know this.
You haven't watched the end of the credits? Oh no, it's so cool.
I mean, I probably did when I was like 11 and played this game for the first time, but I haven't recently. That's so cute.
All right, next one you do on your stream, like skip the end cutscene and like watch the credits.
We're
It's
going
like
to.
there's a bunch of really cool papercraft arts and it's fantastic. I watch every single run.
I do love the like papercraft aesthetic of all the cutscenes. It's really cute.
There's like 10 images that's just like pure papercraft recalling the entire story. It's so cool.
By the way,
I love it so
we
much.
found the name of the game. That is the Phantom Hourglass.
There it is. The titular thing.
We did it. But is that the end of the run? We just get the Phantom Hourglass?
It's true. GG. Next up is TGH if Echo's
Yep, a little early TGH. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. It'll be fine.
But no, we have to use it 4 times. Again, we're going to use it for every other trip that we make to Temple of the Ocean King. So the core mechanic of this game is that every time we enter, we're going to get this little cutscene telling us how much time we have on the hourglass. And it's going to suspend that damage down mechanic for as long as we have sand in the hourglass. If we were to run out of time, we'd start taking damage. But being that this is a speed run, we really hope that we go nowhere close to running out of time on the hourglass. But each time that we beat a boss, we're going to get more sand for the hourglass, and each time that we re-enter the dungeon, we're going to be able to go deeper and deeper and take that time on our timer further and further. Also, we have met the titular phantoms of Phantom Hourglass, that if they hit you, you have to restart the room, and also you lose a minute off of your timer. Which again, this is a speed run. We're not too concerned about losing a minute off of our timer. Restarting the room sounds a little bit scarier though, right? We don't want to lose progress.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to do that.
That sounds bad. Oh no, he saw me.
Oh yeah. Frick!
What am I going to do? I should better run to the safe zone. Oh, I'm safe now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh no, they saw me.
Oh. No!
I better run all the way over here. That I'm sure I'm safe here.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about it.
Oh no, they saw me.
I'll get you.
Ah, darn it.
Couldn't get past them.
They're too good. That was our death warp to go back to where the key goes. Again, losing time off of the hourglass is not a very harsh penalty in a speedrun context. Now it's going to teach us that we can distract them by making noise nearby them. And we'll use that to move that guy. And now we get to show our first, I think, non-pot-based trick, which is that the boomerang can go through walls.
On the way back, the boomerang just has no collision, so we'll just kind of clip it through a wall like that. Technically, it's not really a clip, but you know, if Link is on one spot of a wall and boomerang's on the other side, it will come back to them in a straight line. And in this case, right in between, the grab box is still active, and we're able to just get the small key there. We do that trick 3 times in the run, by the way. It's pretty cool.
I love that trick.
That particular application of it 3 times in the run, to be more clear.
Yeah, it's also just like kind of pretty easy to do. Like it's kind of just fun, and it skips that entire floor. Now we have one of these floors that they want us to collect the 3 triangles and bring them up to the big old Triforce that's at the top. And this comes into the part of this dungeon that is very cycle-based. So I did have to wait there because I was too fast for my cycle.
Nice. Good recovery.
So we're gonna try to get optimal cycles. We're gonna try not to waste too much time. Because it is the double-edged sword of being cycle-based, that if you miss a cycle, that's super slow. But unfortunately, the cycles on this Phantom like never really work out. That he is always gonna be able to see me before this one.
There is an IL strat where you can get past that Phantom just in time.
Oh my god.
But like it's not really like RTA viable at all. It's not worth it for like a real time run.
I saw it and I was like, that's incredible. You're essentially grabbing the key early and like doing things in different
it's really
order.
Hard.
It looks so inconsistent. So, well, we'll take the 1 cycle loss over the IL strat.
Yeah, shout out to Hornets for finding that strat. It's really hard, to say the least. I tried to put it in my Wilducker run for this, but like it's incredibly difficult, honestly. I really like try to grind out for like an hour, and like I couldn't do it consistently at all. So I'm like, I'm just gonna do it the normal way. I'm losing like 5 seconds. It's fine. I'll save it later.
And now we have delivered all of our Doritos to the Dorito place, and we get to open up and get our second C chart out of 4. We will be getting all of the C charts as we have to because dungeons are on all 4 maps. And oh no, this one is dirty. Gross.
Oh, beans.
Ewy.
Time to go get a washcloth and wash off the C charts.
It's like
probably the worst we could do.
It would be really funny.
Maybe put in the laundry. I don't know.
Yeah, you know,
probably worse.
Like, it's the Zelda classic that like the most powerful item is the empty bottle. What if the Phantom Hourglass most powerful item is just like wet rag?
Wet rag.
Now we're gonna show it to Lineback, and he's gonna go, ew, gross. Fix that. That's how you fix it.
Just like that.
We just blew the dust off it and went, eh. There you go. Like, thank you for making us use the fun mechanic of having a microphone. Now, there was a new trick found for this upcoming area that skips a lot of it, but I haven't had time to learn it, and it is frame perfect. So we're just gonna acknowledge the fact that it exists and hope that it's in runs someday. But I don't think anybody has done it in runs yet.
I used to do it back in the day because it was discovered like just before the pandemic happened, actually. But like, there's never a consistent setup for it, but the setup was found recently. It's called Bomb Garden Skip. It takes about 30 seconds because instead of going around the entire island, you just like skip like a big portion of it. But it is really hard and also very tricky to do.
Also,
Even that setup, but like the setup is very nice to have.
well, I did talk to a mailman. I did not check my mail. Nobody sent me any letters.
It's true.
But yeah, basically you would be baiting a chew to let Link do a very janky jump up a ledge, which obviously he does not want to do usually. But instead we're just gonna hope that bomb garden cooperates. Well, that bomb got out of reach, but it still worked. Anybody familiar with the idea of every game having a time to crate ratio?
Oh, what now?
Every game only has X amount of time before it has crates of some kind, and now we're moving crates.
Oh. Oh, you're right too, because that also happens like Spirit Tracks as well. Oh no, you're so right.
It's supposed to be like, how creative is your video game that, oh my goodness, these rats, we're gonna murder that rat.
Goodbye, rat. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah,
Play it
we're
safely
just
here.
we're gonna wait for this bomb to respawn. I really don't want to die here. I wanted to kill the rat. I wanted to continue my rat murder spree.
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
This is some
There's 200 rupees
pixels.
inside a tree there.
I'm a...
The fun fact about that rupee there, there's like, they're supposed to tell you
I'm going
about.
the wrong way. Oopsies.
Yeah, I was gonna say. There's like an NPC on the island that tells you about that like rupee in the tree there, and we already know about it, so we just get 200 rupees for free by just rolling in that tree.
This is Edo. I don't know what happened to his arm.
He was working hard in the lab, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know also how he
Making cannons.
develops a new technology with only one arm. He also repeatedly takes it out of the sling. Like, is he okay? Also,
He's doing his best.
we can run behind his house. We don't have to go all the way back. But now we have a camp. That's an okay line. Obviously, we're trying to get as clean and short of paths from point A to point B as possible every time I do a line. But I'm drawing on a Wii U gamepad with a stylus. They don't always come out perfect, especially when you're drawing like big complicated curves. Oh no, a thingamajig!
Oh no!
Good thing I'm always jumping. So like, a lot of it is trying to learn how to like make as direct of paths as quickly as possible, and also try not to have to redraw your line if your line came out too janky. But I'll accept
Red
that
rupee,
line.
let's go.
Yeah, but supposedly we're supposed to need 200 rupees by a certain point in the run, at minimum. Quote unquote, you can have 300 rupees for safety. I've never needed them, so. Microphone tricks, we'll get there.
I've needed them many times, that's all I know. However, you now have a good setup for this, so it's like, yeah, now you don't need them.
By the way, that's the ghost ship. We're gonna ignore it. Don't worry about it. There's a plot happening.
There's a plot happening. It was explained in the intro. I forgot about it. Anyways.
Be careful now, Uwu! This is why I'm such a big fan of naming my character Uwu.
Be careful.
Be careful! We're just ignoring the ghost ship because we actually want to void out in the fog. So
Yeah, so fun fact, you're supposed to go to the very top left of the map here and chase them all the way over there, but the game also doesn't want you to go to the right over here to the wind temple early, so it just, if you go to the right, it just voids you out early and counts as you just like chasing the ghost ship all the way up there. So yeah, pretty cool stuff.
oh no! We voided out!
Fun fact as well, we actually do this run on Wii U VC because it turns out it's the fastest version. This run used to be done on the Japanese version of the game, And that cutscene you just saw right there does not exist in Japanese. I don't know why. It's just gone.
Didn't know this.
Same with all the Cyclone Slate cutscenes. You'll see those later. Those are also non-Japanese. I don't know why. It's just gone for some reason.
That's so wacky.
It's so weird.
Also, I'm really sorry, Linebeck, for damaging your boat. I actually didn't care.
That's so valid.
Because it's optimal to always be hopping. The life motto of successful speedrunners, I guess. It's optimal to move the camera and shoot the cannon while moving the boat by doing it between hops. So whenever I'm in midair is when I'll shoot the cannon. And if like an enemy is too close, every time we land on an island, it heals our boat. I don't actually care. It's fine. All right, this is one of the only times in the speedrun we say the word no. Good.
No!
The
life motto of frogs, bunnies, and Link from Fam Hourglass. Always be hopping.
Always be hopping. Oh no, I can't count.
Or I guess technically also like any source engine speedrun, always be hopping, bunny hopping. All right. Thank you. I'll be here the entire run. Yeah.
I kind of love this guy. He makes you talk to him and then start to walk away, and then he goes, "Wait!" And then you have to talk to him again. I think that woman is telling us not to go into this cave because we could die. In fact, we could die. Free health. Just
I was gonna say, you should get that heart there. These keys are extremely mean. They sometimes hit you over the gap here, and you get hurt like for a full heart when that happens.
Well, we got away. I'm glad we got that heart. Let's do this funny. There we go. And now,
nice.
Sir Zora Knight is a chump. Turns out he is very scared of boomerangs. And because I'm only at 1 heart, I'm going to be a little bit careful and jumps.
There are hearts right at the end of the room.
We're going to jump
there.
slash our way over to the hearts.
Nice.
So that I can, immediately, please pick up the bomb, go back to playing fast and loose with my health total. But now, famed Zelda item, the shovel. Our fairy wants us to look at a desk. I don't want to. Sir, now I have to wait for the bomb to respawn. Peace. Thank you.
Womp womp.
Alright, there we go. And honestly, 2 health is not ideal for going into the scary section next, but it's better than most runs, so I'll take it.
It's workable.
Linebeck, even though you told me not to be here, I got a shovel. I don't know where he actually tells you to go. I forget.
I don't know. I forget too. It's been a little bit.
Speedrunners read text challenge. There's only 1 level and it's impossible.
I will have to do that soon for my DS project because I shouldn't play this game soon for it, but yeah. Soon I'll have to read. Oh no.
Alright.
Yeah, this next section is mostly just like a bunch of sailing. That's the idea. We have to go through the fog here in a very specific path, and it takes a little bit to do so.
Yeah, we have to take a very specific path around the rocks, which is the hardest thing to draw quickly, and if you screw it up at all, try again from the very beginning. So we're gonna try very hard not to do that. But there we go.
And we can't do this any shorter way. That's the fastest way we can do it.
Yup.
We can't skip this. It's just how it is. So for the next like 2 minutes or so, we'll just be jumping with the boats and going along this path right here. So, do you have anything to say, Pippi? If not, we can probably do some like announcements.
I'm having a good time. I'm sniping octopods. Octopodes? I don't know. What's the correct octopi?
Those
things.
The thing.
I am very much guilty of during this section just going, yeah, I can just repeatedly tap the screen and read my chat. And then either doing what I just did for a second, which is lose the jump button. Oh, we jumped over him. Oh, I did not mean to hit stop. Hitting the stop button is in fact slow.
Twice? What the heck?
Or just completely driving the boat into the explosive barrels because I'm sorry, Lineback. It's fine. You have 4 health. That is enough. We do not need more boat health in this run, as much as I would like it.
We do not need it. We're not getting any ship parts. I'm sorry. Please were playing this game casually. We enjoyed getting all the ship parts, especially the gold ones. Actually, no one was getting the gold ones. Those are difficult to get. Never mind.
I want my boat to look like a dragon.
Oh yeah, sounds cool.
A dragon.
I want the seashell boats.
Yeah, no, we're keeping our boring basic boat for this run, unfortunately.
Even 100%, we don't get all the ship parts because it makes the run like way longer and more luck based. So, womp womp.
All right, we have gotten through the gauntlet. The fog can now fade. We have survived. Now we hope I didn't just crash into Beetle. Please move,
Beetle
Beetle.
sometimes stopped for us too.
Beetle.
No, you stopped him. Oh no.
No, Beetle, I'm doing a speed run. This very much has the same energy. It's like, Mom, get out of my room.
Come on, Beetle, fast.
I'm on GDQ Hotfix.
Come on.
All right, we're gonna try really hard not to die during this section. By the way, there is a dancing mailbox there. No.
No.
We do not.
There's wind during this section that blows against us. We gotta make sure we can make these cycles so we don't like jump while the wind's going off, because otherwise it just puts us directly into the wire and hurts us. That's what we're doing here.
Ooh.
Also, if we roll during the wind, we actually go backwards, so we can't really roll during that as much.
All right. Whoop. Oh god, I stood too close to the edge.
Oh, I hate when it happens.
That's all right. We can just wait for a moment until the wind comes back, because we need the wind to do these larger jumps. But that's the part where enemies can be mean to me and do damage to me, and here I can heal. And what do I do when I acquire health? Immediately go back to being completely laissez-faire about my health total. So that's what we're gonna do. Just tank more damage with wild abandon. Come on, wind. There we go. Cause it'll never hurt me. It'll never come back to bite me in the butt. All right, now we're gonna
absolutely not
try to do a little cutscene skip thing. There we go. That was beautiful.
Nice.
If you go down there, there's like a little cutscene of Ciela talking to you, but jumping on the fence and jumping over, we just scooch right on past the trigger. And also it's really cute. Hot take, Toon Link, adorable. Look how cute he is.
I love him.
He's
just a little guy.
All right, now is where we are going to attempt to recreate Dune. And I'm gonna, oh gosh. I'm gonna try my best to be, as people in my chat like to say, oh no, the Quisat's hat rack.
That was very mean.
And blow on my mic again. Luckily there's health right here. This section is evil.
Agreed.
Because got caught on one little edge and they're like, hee hee, I can eat you.
That particular sandworm also just like stops like going after you after you get past that edge, that little like edge too. That's the unfortunate thing. These sandworms are mean.
They are. And there's more of them, but we have survived the desert.
Hooray!
We have survived the desert. That wasn't excellent. We got chomped on, but you know what? We're alive, and I take those. We take those. And that's gonna put us directly into our second dungeon. So, we can do that through a door. or go through a
I
wall.
love that so much.
And now we're gonna try to do this bomb boomerang thing that I don't really understand why. Nope. Bomb.
Oh.
That was the void. There we go. Yeah, no, just sometimes it's not feeling it, but that's okay.
It's so strange.
Yeah, I don't know what the
I have more
collision
luck.
is on that.
I have more luck just like tapping the boomerang on top of it instead of like drawing a line like that. I don't know if that'll help or not.
We'll have to try that out. All right, well, we're gonna pick up some extra health just in case because I know everybody's so excited for more sandworms. But they're okay. Hi.
Ooh.
There will be more sandworms. Since I had to wait.
I love sandworms.
Link, why did you roll into a pit? Sometimes the rolling mechanics in this are interesting. All right, let's... Nice, got all 4 of them.
Ooh, that's good, that's good.
It's funny how some of these like fight rooms can be absolutely trivialized and some of them absolutely cannot. No. Stop trying to push the block and attack the snake, please. All right, I'm gonna pull out my shovel while we're moving this guy. Hop across. And now, we're gonna see how this fight goes, because Link likes to do this interesting thing in this fight, where he sometimes tries to pick up a bomb through a bomb, and because that's impossible, he just does nothing. But he didn't do it there. We're happy about that. I don't know how the collision in this game works. I think that's a pattern that's emerged. Alright.
Pretty much, yeah. As far as I'm aware.
Hey, you, get out of here.
Even after defeat him that time, I was just revenge.
Listen, he slowed me down. I just wanted to follow through, okay? I made a threat.
Understandable.
And I needed him to know that I was serious. Alright, now is sandworm time. We're gonna chuck a bomb to try to distract that guy so we can dig up this one. We're gonna need to do 4 of these.
Yeah, for whatever reason, like, there's a bunch of holes in the ground here, and you have to dig up certain holes in order to actually advance.
Link.
Shouts to the random RNG heart drop there. You'd love to see it.
Please run. Thank you.
Nice.
All right, we're gonna grab that guy. Perfect. Okay, do we not get nabbed? It looks like we did not get nabbed. Heck yeah.
Hooray.
Now can I be the Quisat's hat rack? This is a Dune joke. This is a Dune joke.
I've never seen Dune.
Almost missed my roll there and lost my title. And then get bit by a chew.
That's kind of funny to say, actually.
Do chews have teeth? Can chews
I hope
chew?
not. I think they're just like jelly, and that's it, with funny eyeballs.
This and other questions.
I don't know how they eat filter feeding. They're like a real life sponge. I don't know.
Ooh, I rolled by accident 1 extra time.
I say as if I was referencing, you know, sea sponges, but whatever. Anyways.
All right. We're gonna finish pushing these guys to get our key, and then we will be able to pick up our bombs. Because bombs are supposed to be the most overpowered Zelda item, right?
Yeah.
Do bombs break this game wide open?
They're pretty good.
They're decent.
I like them. They do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're pretty fun for combat. The upcoming boss, I am a big fan of because I think it's pretty funny. I think the fast strat for it is hilarious. Does that mean it's a good boss? Questionable, but you'll see a lot of bombs.
Woo! I think it's funny how you like bring up the fact that like we're just joking about like how bombs don't usually break this game, but like in Spirit Tracks though, bombs break the crap out of that game. It's wild. You can like go over gaps with like bomb jumps. It's cool. Like a lot of the skips in that run are just like all like bomb related. It's wild.
Yeah, I don't think we do any real bomb boosting, which
It's unfortunately not possible with the Phantom Hourglass engine, it seems.
that
Not in the way that Spirit Tracks does it, at least.
give me some bombs. I want extra bombs.
We need Splody.
I want to make things go boom. I got like all the rocks on that one. All right, now time for. Oh, he didn't actually throw the boomerang. Oh, almost. There we go.
Nice.
That trick is very silly. Well, grab the extra bombs since I spawned them. And yo, the big key! How far is it gonna make us travel with it? The answer is here.
Like 15 feet, maybe.
It's very kind on this one. We literally have to throw it like once. And now we can go into Cyclock. Again, my favorite boss just because I think he's very funny. I don't think he's actually my favorite boss. I think my favorite boss is Eox. But we can look forward to Eox later. For now, we have Cyclock. Alright, let's grab full bombs and full health. And it is time for big, scary, giant Octorok and his massive wigglies.
Oh no! So you
What do I do?
Throw a bomb into the thing. Sick. So bombs do more damage than your sword in this case. We're able to actually do 2 cycle Cyclock here, which is pretty cool. Just by throwing a total of 10 bombs into them as soon as they get on the ground. It's also random which cyclones actually like pop up here. And also it's random what they do, and they have an attack which makes them invincible, which thankfully didn't happen, so we got a really good fight there. Nice.
Yeah, that was really solid. I also just love that the optimal way to damage him is what's ammo counts. Just absolutely wail on him. We'll worry about ammo later.
Absolutely octopus on them, yeah.
And now that we have 5 hearts, honestly, this becomes the point in the run where we don't quite have to worry about micromanaging our health total nearly as much, which is very appreciated. As a person who accidentally walks into literally everything, and as I was saying that, walked into a mini blend. All right, now we're actually not going to go directly to the next point of story progression. I don't like that line. We're gonna go over this way to an island that is not on the map. Say hi to these cyclones, by the way. We'll be back later. We'll be back for these cyclones. But we're gonna go try to get one of my favorite puzzles casually, which is the Uncharted Island, which you can see over there. And I'm going to make it so you can't see it over there, because we're gonna try to skip the cutscene of it zooming in on the island and telling us that we can go there by,
I believe,
hopefully banging our boat into it just a little bit. All right. Look at it. You're under the dock. Oh, there we go.
Nice. There it is.
You just have to give it a moment sometimes.
For whatever reason, if you discover the island like when they're on top of the like dock icon like that, it just like puts you right into there, no problem. It just saves like 10-15 seconds because normally there's a very long like zoom in that happens where it's like, ooh, the island's there. Go to it. It just takes a little bit for whatever reason. So yeah. We did it twice in the run, by the way. So that's the first time we did it.
It's a really cute trick. The gimmick of this island is that as you can see on the top screen, we do not have a map. And as a result, we don't really know where we're going, except we do because I've played this video game before. But I really love this puzzle casually because the casual intended solution is they give you like a little riddle to solve, and the way that you solve it is by drawing your own map. So I'm not gonna tell you what the solution is, because if you haven't played it casually, go draw your own map. It's like so charming. I love it a lot. Like, I'm just gonna nerd out about casual gameplay. Don't mind me.
Oh yeah, I do the same. Don't worry. If you want me, I could explain the plot of this game a while ago, but I'm letting you do your own thing.
I mean,
here.
if you would like to explain the plot, we're just picking up the Cyclone Slate, which is gonna last warp. So
I love the Cyclone Frog design. It's fantastic.
Great mustache. But we have got plenty of time if you would like to explain the plot, because I don't know the plot very well.
Oh, I got you then. Okay, so this is actually the sequel to Wind Waker. It takes place not long after the events of that game. We're on the pirate ship and stuff. But it turns out we see like another ship approach us, and it's like a ghost ship in this case. So Link and Tetra on the pirate ship go investigate it, and they get separated in this case. Link falls into the water. Tetra's stuck on the ghost ships, and we have to go find her. That's what's happening right now in this part of the run. Essentially, we're going to go find Tetra, and we're in this land we're not familiar with. In this case, we'll eventually learn it as the world of the Ocean King. But yeah.
All right.
For now, though, we do have the Cyclone Sleigh, which allows us to warp around the entirety of the map. But in this case, we're getting the first warp, which are these golden frogs you might have seen throughout the run occasionally, especially like earlier on when we're going to the lead island. But yeah.
Yeah, up until now, we either haven't had means to hit them or haven't had reason to, because without the Cyclone Slate, we actually can't do anything with them. But now I can rudely hit a frog with a cannon, and he's gonna be like, hey,
for real,
have you considered drawing a backwards N? And we're gonna go, great, I want to save and quit.
Great, I love 9H Nails.
That's gonna be our first save warp of the run, which is gonna play a cutscene that we don't want to watch, and we're just going to use it to warp ourselves back to the island, and we're going back to do another visit to the Temple of the Ocean King, because now we aren't picking up more sea charts as we have been previously. We're going to pick up the salvage key, which includes the puzzle that I think a lot of people remember best from Phantom Hourglass, which is the puzzle where the intended solution is to close the DS.
It rules.
It's such a cute idea. It took me so long to figure out as a kid. Now, problem. I can't hold this.
Not with that attitude.
You could. It would be a bad idea, I think.
Do you think it would work?
Not after you folded it.
Yeah, no.
But so unfortunately, they have a alternative solution specifically for playing on Wii U, and it makes no sense.
It makes some sense.
Yeah, we're copying the functionality.
Yeah.
But now we really
it's not the fun way to do it, but it
works.
Technologically speaking, it is the way that they programmed it in, and it's not fun, but it's I get it.
But now we really get to see when we go into the Temple of the Ocean King again, that we get to start skipping stuff by having items because we're doing a revisit. So whereas previously, I got dizzy. Whereas previously I had to do the whole grabbing the aggro of the phantoms to death warp myself back to the beginning because I had to run all the way around. I don't have to do that this time because I have bombs, so we can skip most of the room. This next room is not going to be any different than the first time because, fun fact, the boomerang is still broken. So we can still skip this entire room.
Cool. We love the boomerang.
We do. Well,
actually, though, it's one of my favorite items in the game.
It's so cute. But once again, we're just gonna set up an angle. And as much as that phantom was coming towards me, there's actually a line on the floor that upper phantom can't cross. So as long as I go down all the way, I'm completely safe. Now, despite the fact that we have more items on this one, I actually find this to be the much harder variant of this room. I feel like this room gets harder every time, honestly.
I would agree with that.
But we're gonna start out the same way. But I'm gonna try to get my shovel ready because we are trying to beat this guy over here. And look at that, plenty of time. He's still walking all slowly, and we can just dump him in the void.
We're fine.
Yeah, that's a little bit faster, even though it's on the same cycle as pulling the lever, because we don't have to, watch the cutscene. But that also means that our rolls don't refresh, so we have to be a little bit more careful, and it's a little bit scarier because you're taking that time also to, swap items and use the item, and it's just a little bit sketchier in general. And don't worry, as I said, the next time is worse.
Hooray!
Once again, we're gonna just let this guy turn so that he doesn't see us, and we can grab that from right out behind him. I love these areas in the same weird part of me that loves doing trial movement in Skyward Sword, which is to say, it's so funny once you learn how the phantoms work to just be like, I'm in danger. And just completely ignore
You're
them.
so right.
All right, we have completed up until we had, where we had gotten last time, but now we have a second fairy. I guess.
Get the spirit of wisdom. To open the door of wisdom.
I guess a third fairy. We got a lot of fairies in this game. A whole lot of hey.
Yeah.
Listen. Will. All right, now we're gonna do.
We're not go through 3 more floors. The Temple of the Ocean King. That's the idea. Now.
Yep. And now we get to do another little boomerang collision trick. This one's a little bit more finicky to set up.
It's a little harder in my opinion. Nice, got it. Did the fast way too.
Alright. Let's see how this goes. I tend to be very bad at this strat. Yeah, no, we're gonna get the cutscene, but that's okay. If you can snipe that guy with the boomerang, you can skip that little cutscene, but either way, hey, get off.
It's usually the bottom phantom either that messes me up or anything else. That one is pretty evil. Also, yeah, these are phantom eyes. Essentially, if we go near them, they beep on top of us and alert the phantoms to our location and try and make the phantoms hit us, of course, and take us back to the beginning of the room. But, yeah, in this case, we can just kind of, ignore that, but not... Of course, right now, it's not fast to do that, but it's hard in that room to avoid the phantoms, honestly.
Oop.
All of them.
There we go. Missed one of them with my initial throw.
In some cases later, though, we can ignore them. Just have them beep on us. So it's no big deal.
Yeah, optimally, we don't want to get that extra cutscene, and you can do that by doing the quick snipe on that guy that I tried to go for, but if your angle's a little bit off, and whatever, it's a couple second time loss.
Also, for whatever reason, this floor is just combat, and I don't know why. It's very out of place because the rest of the floors are just like the other ones.
Now we're gonna do the only thing that I think I'm gonna do in this run that I don't do in regular runs, which is pick up a single potion.
Hooray!
Just in case.
Let's go safety.
Always be safe.
Always be hopping.
Oh, that was an oopsie. Get off me. We're just gonna wait for that guy to walk away a little bit. That's okay. You're supposed to wait a hot second longer for that guy to run away. Also, it said draw an hourglass. That counted.
Oh, yeah. And now here's the puzzle we were talking about earlier. We have to close your DS. So the reason why this works is because the game detects you going into sleep mode, essentially. So that's why it's the thing. But normally you'd press your DS on top of each other by just closing it normally. But on Wii U, we just do this. It just works.
Yep. We just open the suspend menu and wow, ooh woo. And now we got a crest. We are a little over an hour into the run, so Church, if you would like to do our break now, I think it might be a good time, because also after this, we're heading back out of this, and we are going to the fun microphone strat where we get to say whatever we want to Edo. So chat, think about what you would like to say to Edo while you're stretching and hydrating, yeah?
I think it's a good idea.
Perfect.
Once we get to the dock here, I think it'd be a good time to take a break,
We'll go right back to Lineback and pause right there.
Perfect. So yeah, during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take breaks every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. GDQ is hiring. If you are interested in becoming a host volunteer coordinator, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/jobs and apply before February 17th. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the run in just a moment here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D. We are in the middle of a Phantom Hourglass run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick countdown.
Yeah, sure. Yep, we are all set to go on our next sailing adventure in 3, 2, 1. Resume the run. We're just gonna go talk to Lineback, and we're gonna pay another visit to our friend Edo, who gave us the cannon previously, because now he's going to give us the salvage arm, but we do have to make a quick pit stop first while we're here, because we're going to get... Hey, right next to the first island seems like a really convenient place to have a warp to, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That feels like a good idea. So,
yeah.
Nice little X-y thing. Perfect.
I love weird triangles.
Yep. Yeah, keep in mind those shapes. I love that this game intends for you to, like, draw the shape on the map. It's really cute, but we don't have time to draw ourselves reminders. By the way, no evil mailbox. We did not check our mail. All right,
Hooray.
So here's Edo, and I'm going to do a thing where I'm gonna actually hold my finger over the mic to suppress room tone. So now I can shout whatever I want, and he'll be fine with it. Greetings, sir! Now those are some pipes. He'll give you the salvage arm for a different amount of rupees, depending on how loud you are. So, previously, when I was asking, like, hey, how do you do this? People were like, you pray, and maybe invest in a can of compressed air. And I was like, that sounds awful. So I was trying to practice it while in a hotel room where I could not make noise by using the noise from a heater. Figured out that you can suppress the room tone during the conversation by holding my finger over the mic, so that it'll accept pretty much any amount of noise. If we pull out the salvage arm a little bit early before we get over the crest, we also can skip the little thing of it saying, oh, I think here's the spot. But yeah, welcome to fishing minigames. So this is Oops All Fishing, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Our host is Jiggy.
Hi, Jiggy.
Hi, how's it going?
You sound a little different.
Well, thanks for asking.
You know, it's just been a really long day, very tired.
Okay.
Got cold, I gotcha.
Is this the Hylian Loach?
Yeah.
Can we name this box Loach?
Hi, Loach.
Hi, Loach. These have all been references to, Oops All Fishing. Excellent performances all around.
Actually, we just caught Neptuna right there.
Oh.
Whoa. Ooh. It's got a stovefish on it. Yeah.
All right.
referencing this game, by the way, is as fishing as well.
Time for my favorite thing. It changes the size of the boat halfway through that cutscene to make physics work. But neat, we got the salvage, the sun key, whatever it's called. We got a thing.
Sun key, yeah. The thing.
My split is called salvage key. I didn't know what it was actually called.
Oh no. It's a sun key. It goes into the sun door.
Oh, see, that makes sense.
Which, I don't know why it's the sun key that goes into the sun door. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know the theming there, but it's a thing. You got a thing.
Yeah, it lets us get into... Oh, I was meaning to bad manners on that rock and blow up the rest of the rock, even though we never have to go through this passage again. But I instead hit a fish.
Aw.
That's okay.
You said hit the seagull.
Yeah, you can hit the seagulls, and it's, first of all, wastes time when they steal your aggro when you're trying to, like, they steal your lock on if you're trying to hit the frogs or an enemy. But also, it's really sad. And makes me sad.
Or burb.
Alright, so we're on our way to the 3rd dungeon, and oh god!
Frick!
It's a thing! What is it? We don't know. A couple of the islands just weirdly have this, like, little entry boss thing. And this one, excuse me, for some reason cares if you're moving at a certain time. So we're gonna stay still until... Oh, no, he didn't like that. Hold on. There we go.
So essentially, whenever they, I just looked at the name of it, by the way. Whenever giant eye plant right here, yeah, that's what it's actually called. Whenever they're shooting like this, you want to move, and when they stop shooting, you stop moving. And for whatever reason, it makes it so they don't do extra attack cycles. And of course, that saves us time. So, yeah. I knew the name of his boss was. I know the name of this boss, but I knew the name of the other overworld boss we'll see later. That one's Massive Eye, which has 6 massive eyes, so not exactly accurate, but close enough, you know.
That
giant eye plant is like that's pretty accurate to the name, I would say.
Yeah, that is a walkie-talkie style name right there. I don't know what it is. You walkie and you talkie. Also, you have for some reason, a weirdly large window of time right there to do inputs while you're waiting for it to go, oh, good, we can land now. So, cannon fire this innocent island, I suppose.
As you do.
Sure. But...
Try touching the door, Uwu.
God, I love naming characters Uwu. We're gonna try now really hard to not take too much damage during this next section, because if I have... Excuse me. I did not want to hit the...
Oh.
Boing!
Oh, he's telling me about the thing inside of Ocean's house. Oh my gosh. I know that's the one that did that.
Alright, there we go.
There's like a treasure outside of Ocean's house if you just like use the shovel out there. It's funny. Anyways.
We're trying to take as little damage as possible here, because if I have a decent amount of health going into the next dungeon, I can... Oh, hit this tree. I can make an earlier cycle. Oh, I missed both of them. Well, we got one.
Fun fact while we're out here too, there is actually a trick that is completely random whether or not it works. It's literally a 50-50 chance. It sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. Called Tree Clip, which allows you to get to this part where Pippi's in right now, a little earlier, but either the tree that allows you to be able to do this spawns like 1 pixel higher, 1 pixel lower, and if it spawns a pixel higher, you can't do it. If it spawns a pixel lower, you can't do it. It's very funny. I don't know why it's a thing, but yeah.
I did not know it was actually RNG. That's so funny.
It's so unfortunate. I go for it even though I shouldn't, but it saves like 5 seconds if I get it, so you know.
Well, the Zora Knights were very cruel there, so we're gonna play it safe, and we're gonna get health, and we're not gonna save like 3 seconds on getting a faster cycle inside the dungeon. Even though I'm really stubborn as an individual, and I like going for the faster cycles. But no, we'll get health. So that, you know...
We'll play it safely.
I don't die in the dungeon that's, like, the most punishing if you died. Alright.
This temple is, in my opinion, like... I don't like this temple, I'll just be honest. It's my least favorite one in this run, and probably in general in Zelda.
It's got some really cute
it's a blemish
puzzles,
upon...
but it's also,
like,
really just a lot of platform cycles.
in my opinion, the dungeons in this game are really good. This is the one that's an exception, unfortunately. That's the way I see it.
Right.
Like, that's the highlight of the game for me more than anything else, is like both the charm of it and also, of course, the dungeons. And this is one that I feel like it just falls a little short of the mark, especially in a speedrunning sense, because yeah, if you die, you have to go all the way back. If you don't get a single shortcut, you lose so much time. Which you don't do that in a speedrun, so it loses you a lot of time.
So we're gonna be a little bit careful not to die. This dungeon does have some, like, you know, some cute stuff in it, but it overall does also have a whole lot of this, which is hanging out on moving platforms.
Yay!
Woo! Shoutouts to Ben Stevens, who spends that moving platform playing with the, like, please grab the heart, the boomerang, and I tried to do that because it looked fun, and hold on. That guy wants you to yell at him, and I didn't feel like it, so we blew into my microphone. But I tried to do it because it looked fun, and it moved my camera around, and then Link fell in a void. So I stopped trying to be fancy for fun in that particular spot. We'll still be fancy for fun in plenty of other places, because I don't learn. Ooh, fun.
Understandable.
Oop.
I'll point out Emmy we just feed just a little bit ago there. That was a Pole's voice. A little fun fact for you. Pole's voice first appeared in the first Legend of Zelda game, but specifically in the Famicom release of the game, there is a microphone on the like 2-player slot or 2-player controller for whatever reason, and if you blow into that, it'll just defeat the Pole's voice in one go. So that's actually a reference to that, funnily enough.
Yeah, I remember I was trying to learn the route for this game, like just by watching the like world record video, and I could not figure out for the life of me how world record does in 1 hit, but for me it's taking like 30, and so I messaged Brandino about it, and he was like, oh, try blowing into the mic, and I was like, I never would have figured this out.
I do think this is cool right here, just walking over the floor. You're supposed to find like a map on a different part of the dungeon to tell you about how to get through this section here, which has an invisible floor, and you just walk over it, and I think it's kind of cool. I'll admit that. And the arrows, which are always cool in Zelda.
Yeah, we get to do some fun tricks with the arrows later. And they are a decent combat item. Those little scorpion things are the bane of my existence. We'll see. Actually, I want to kill you. We'll see how they cooperate later. Now, a interesting thing that we're going to make a lot of use of, and you have to be a little bit careful of with using the bow in this game, is that this game really likes to, as I would like to call it, pull a Nintendo. Where the second something is off screen, it is unloaded. Ooh, way wide open. They can
look at that. Just
be right there and knock the thing out of your hands. It's just bad RNG, but they were really nice. But so if you'll notice, I had to wait for the camera to move closer to the target before I shot on that last thing. Because otherwise, if it was off camera, it would not exist. And so I could shoot at it. And it would not work because,
Oh, dang. I thought I was just going to go for it anyways.
No, I'm going to be safe. I don't like this room.
Yeah, it's one of these favorite rooms, the entire dungeon, too. There's 4 keys that fly around here in the void, and they can knock you off these platforms, trying to cycle. And fortunately, if you missed that first cycle there, you actually got a bad cycle now, so just wait a little longer for the second platform to appear and everything. Quite a shame. Yeah, these keys are super, like, case in point, that can just happen. It's so unfortunate. I hate that. Ah! These keys are the worst.
They suck. You can try to like snipe them with the boomerang. There we go. But you don't know where they're gonna be. Now I'm gonna be a little bit careful because I've not the most health, and I'm about to take a bit of damage to that guy. You can clip through that sometimes. I don't know when you can or can't.
If you like run up against them and roll, you can clip through them.
Darn.
That's like an issue scene for it.
Sometimes it just doesn't want to work. This is a very, very slow platform cycle. Again, platform cycles, the dungeon. Luckily, there are not keys on this one. I would hate to fall off in this room.
But there are a few cool things in this dungeon. One of them is in like the the last room we'll see in this dungeon. Essentially, it is genuinely very cool.
Yeah.
But also a lot of it is just waiting for platforms. And I've run this game a lot, and that's the reason why I said I don't like this dungeon very much anymore, because it's just a lot of this.
Shoutouts to...
And yeah, if you die, you lose like minutes, so yeah, fun stuff.
I pulled out the boomerang. We're just gonna play it safe with you. I pulled out the boomerang before I actually used it, and then when I let go of it, it warped back to where I had started in order to start the boomerang throw. Interesting. One more Pole's voice. And now I'm not in the best health position, but that's okay because we are coming up on being able to heal. And also coming up on, in my opinion, the most interesting room in this dungeon. So this platform...
Yeah, this is genuinely very cool.
I don't like that ending. Sure, we're gonna do that and we'll just be very safe about it. This platform moves when you draw on the map. I forgot to shoot the one up there. We're just gonna start over.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Oopsies.
Yeah, try again.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to...
All good.
To talk and do speedrun at the same time. Oopsie doopsie.
I can talk for you sometimes if you need to. It's fine. That's what I'm here for.
I'm just gonna have you take all of warp displacement, yeah?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, that's what we want to do. So, it got stuck for a second. Bumper cars.
We're good. Nice.
We just can draw lines on the map to decide where this platform goes. This final line, I don't actually care where the endpoint is because I do care where my eye is, though. There we go. When we want to go back to the beginning, as you saw earlier when I messed it up, you just jump right in the void. Because we just picked up the boss key, that means we are on our way to the boss door, which means that we... draw better lines, maybe. There we go.
Nice.
We don't really care too much about our health total because nicely, before every single boss in this game, they do give you ample health supply, which is very nice. I will also, in terms of letting you talk while I hopefully do a speed run, that was a little dicey.
I thought you were falling in the void again.
Oh, I've been back.
Oh my goodness.
But next up is, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. I've always pronounced it Crake.
That's correct, yeah.
I'm gonna let you explain him well. I really try not to get extra cycles.
All right, Crake is pretty neat. So the first cycle here is He runs around the room like a first-person perspective, and you're supposed to be able to find where he is and shoot him with an arrow. In this case, though, if you just shoot an arrow immediately as soon as the fight starts, you can immediately skip that first phase. And then the second phase is tricky. You'll spin around twice, and you have to shoot these like 5 different purple spots around him. You also hit with your sword as well, but it's much more consistent to do with an arrow. So we got that first try. We take those. I've messed it up before, run. This is the worst. But now the first third phase, you need 7 hits of your sword. Funny enough, it does not have to be a spin attack, it does more damage. It's just 7 hits period, and that's it.
Well, please no. Yeah, if he catches you, he like grabs you, and it's a little annoying.
There we go.
But luckily, didn't have to go through another first-person phase, because those are very slow. And we didn't have to go through any grabs. That was a really decent creep by my standards.
I agree, that was pretty good.
I'm happy with that. And ooh, hey, a warp.
It was a good Craig.
A good Craig.
I stole it from chat. Thank you, Palamer.
I find it very funny because I do have a habit, like I feel like many of us do in speedrunning, of naming random enemies that come up pretty often in runs. And there is a, I didn't know that boss's name was Crake at the time, but there is a enemy in Skyward Sword that I accidentally on stream one time called Craig, and I have called him Craig ever since. So Craig is, oopsies, that Bokoblin that we drop in the void and kill. Oopsies. Then we go skip a bunch of cutscenes. And Lineback gotta be like, hey, let's go find the ghost ship. And we're gonna go, no, I want to go up and to the left.
No!
Pirates!
Get the Twitch Global Pirate emoji in the chat, please. Thank you.
So we...
Capital R, close parentheses. Anyways.
We have to get caught here, so might as well go right into it. But this is Jolene. She is a pirate. Ooh. That's not terrible RNG right there. Get in the corner. Oh.
Jolene's a very funny fight. So whenever you want to wind up like this over and over again, because that allows you to, of course, like do damage to her, and that's what we gotta do. Weirdly enough, it is luck, like what she does here, but you can't manipulate it by like hitting her a certain amount of times. I don't know exactly how it works. I found like a setup myself to like make it so she kind of, with the right movement, just does the same thing every time, like immediately just swing the sword. But sometimes it can lose like a minute there because she'll just like never do the wind up swing at all. It's really weird. It's a weird fight.
Yo, can you teach me your consistent movement? Because I've just gotten terrible RNG for her a couple times.
I think I do in my world record if you want to check it out
I will snoop through it and be a dirty strat stealer.
Heck yeah, do the thing.
But yeah, we have beaten Jolene, and we are on our way back to the fog now for realsies. Jolene, we will be seeing her again, but not for a while. She has to go on her own hero arc and get stronger or something. Have like a montage, the off camera, I think. Maybe. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
Working out at the gym or something. All right, yeah. I was gonna say like we're actually gonna find the ghost ship right now. We actually enter from the side because it's a little bit faster. Otherwise, it goes from the very bottom of the area to the very top again. So we enter from where the northwest like cyclone spot is. Then we just get a little faster. And now the ship breaks down inside the fog, and we have to use the 3 ferries we have to find the ghost ship, which moves around here completely randomly. We got very good luck.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible. That is optimal ghost ship luck.
That was tasty. All right.
It moves around in a circle in that top left corner of the map, and it can be in the very top left if we're very unlucky. So very nice.
Yeah,
we love to see
it not up against a wall. I just hate it when it's up against a wall. Also, the fairy indicator system is very finicky. So we don't love having to judge where it is off of that. We're gonna try to shoot these guys. Wait, where'd the third one go?
Oh, sometimes they spawn inside of each other, so we got lucky there.
There's supposed to be 3. Oh, you can see my arrow during the cutscene. We will still pick up extra arrows. All right, so this dungeon is entirely 3 escort missions in a row. And we're gonna try, this is essentially an auto scroller where you can lose time. So we're gonna try really hard not to lose time. And there are 2 main ways that we can lose time. And they are what I like to call eekies and separation anxiety. We're gonna hope for no eekies and no separation anxiety. Eekies is anytime one of the Cubus sisters comes in contact with one of those spiders who is conveniently on screen right now. If they get close enough to a spider for too long of a period of time, they'll go eek, and they'll waste a bunch of time. And we don't want that to happen. So we're gonna try. Oh, God.
Whoa, okay.
That was interesting.
Nice.
So we're gonna try to be very careful about it. One of them's gonna come right back down here, and just to be careful, I'm gonna. This guy's gonna come, and we're gonna fall in the void, but also still hit the spider. Still faster. Go deactivate that. However, whoop, no, darn, I forgot about one.
Eekies, no.
Not the eekies. We have to talk to her, and she goes, "Oh, everything's okay." Well, she is.
But before you even explain that, though, I know exactly what I meant by eekies. that's very funny.
Hey, oh right, I killed this spider. I'm waiting for a spider that is not there anymore. Sometimes I forget to kill that spider, and I was being extra careful for it. Yeah, so we're hoping for no more eekies. You can feel free to count my eeks. That's 1. And as you might have noticed there, we're gonna get some health, and then immediately lose some health. That's fine. As you might have noticed there, she is immune to all other damage sources, and is actually immune to spiders too. She's just scared of them. So we can walk through anything we want as long as we don't expose her to spiders. The same will be true for all 3 of these characters who are definitely not evil. Also, by the way, this is my favorite text box in the game. She asks, "Hey, are you an idiot who doesn't know your right from your left?" And we go, "I'm right from my left." And she goes, "Oh, good."
She just said, "You're a smart boy." Ooh, ooh.
She did. If you say, "No, I don't know my right from my left," she does not teach you your right and your left. She just goes, "Oh, okay." Cool.
All right. Go on.
All right, man.
Thanks for asking, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm starting to get some dicey vibes from these Cubus sisters. Because I have the power of hindsight and having played this game before. If I opened the chest she told me to open, I think that would have had a bad thing in it. Wouldn't it? Does it look like a trap? I don't really remember.
Yeah, it gives you a rapport, which takes away money from you. I don't know how that works. It's really funny.
Oh my god, I love rapports. Skyward Sword randomizer rapports my heart.
24513, by the way. Just this puzzle is weird.
Oh, that was like so weird to me because I count them the other way.
Oh.
So it's like 2. We start with 4. Oh, we're going backwards. But continue. There we go.
I forgot what I was gonna say. It's
We were
fine.
talking about rapports. They're hilarious.
Oh, rapports. Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, there's one island on this game that has a room in it that has I think like 50 rapports or something. You're supposed to like navigate your way around it without losing a bunch of like, you know, money and stuff. and at the end you get like a 300 rupee drop or something. I think it's pretty funny. But if you want to, you can just take a boomerang and like just boomerang over all of them and get like 50 just in the rows. It's so good.
I appreciate that they are literally immune to every damage source, even me throwing an oil barrel at her head.
She's too powerful.
So on the way back, luckily, because things deload where they are when we get too far away, for the most part, we don't actually have to kill the rest of the spiders because they're just on a good cycle. And we don't have to worry about them. All right, she's with me. And this is the last of our Cubist sisters. Let's see if she wants to finish out strong. Only one Iki and no separation anxiety, please. Separation anxiety is if she gets too far away from me, she gets all scared and she stops walking, and we don't want that to happen. We're gonna try to get that spider off camera very quickly so that she doesn't see it spawn and get scared by it. They also are absolutely not scared by the spider falling from the ceiling. That's fine.
Like fire does nothing to Cubist sisters. They're not frightened at all by fire, but spiders.
And also,
also, here's the worst fight in the entire game. I hate this fight so much.
Oh no, they were evil the whole time. I mean, woo. All right. So the red one is always going to attack us first because that's the youngest sister. But after that, the RNG starts. So this is our
I can break it down if you want me to. There's a lot of luck in this fight. All right, I'm gonna go off for 1 second. All right, so yeah, like Pippi said, the red one's always consistent every time, thankfully. But here we go. So how far apart these Cubist sisters are is completely random. When they attack and start, this is completely random. How many times they volley between each other is random. How many times they allow, like, how many cycles of volleys they do is also random. What else? There's one more thing I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, also they can like sometimes not even throw a projectile. You can throw it back at them. They give you what's called a blue ball, like in Link to the Past with like Aghanim and stuff. Like they do that sometimes too. And also on top of that too, if that's not terrible, if all three of them get hurt, you lose a whole cycle potentially in case of the speed run, because you like once you get to only one left, they get fully refilled with their health and get 3 health on top of that too. So yeah, in this case, I think blue got hurt earlier. We want blue to get hurt here, not green.
Yes.
And they're so far apart from each other. Oh my goodness. But that was good. Okay.
Luckily, it is.
Please.
Oh no! Please volley back. Oh darn it.
Ah.
Well, now I have to hit one of them again.
Yeah.
Overall, this hasn't been terrible RNG, I'll be quite honest. I've had excuse me, it ate my input a little bit. Yeah. That's okay, that happens. I've had way worse. They've been especially nice with not volleying back and forth for forever, which stresses me. Okay, now you want to take it away again for the next phase? Well, darn it.
Yeah.
I thought
so for the final phase here, my wish Cubist sister. Look, for the final phase here, my wish Cubist sister, it is in the end. They actually get all their health back and get 3 health. So and at the very start of each phase, they shoot 3 projectiles out. 2 blue balls and just a regular projectile you're supposed to throw out here. Which one appears there is also random, but it's not too bad to follow it, thankfully. But yeah, as you can tell from like everything I said about this fight, it's pretty bad. It's the most luck-based fight in the entire run. It's like the second most luck-based one will come up later, like I think in like half an hour or so. But yeah.
Shoutouts to also
it's really bad.
My least favorite part of this phase is that the most lenient way to hit these is these quick spins, because there we go. It can do things like that. There we go. And luckily we didn't see it, but occasionally it can happen that because it's really hard to do a single quick spin input when you're also moving at the same time, it can happen that if they volley too quickly and you do double quick spin inputs for each of your volleys, you'll just get dizzy and then drop the volley because you were dizzy. What were you going to do? You can't hit a tennis ball back, you're dizzy. And that's my least favorite way to lose time, because I'm like, no, stop doing this.
No, my least favorite way to lose time in that fight is getting like 9 or 10 blue balls in a row. I've gotten that before in a run a couple months ago. I'm not even kidding you.
So bad.
For the record, I have the fastest time in this game currently. I've done like hundreds of hours of runs of this game. My fastest keeper sister is about, I think, 2 minutes and like 10 seconds from the very start of the fights, like for the fade in there to the very end, like going to the portal. And my slowest one is about 4 minutes long. Just not even missing like a single cycle. Just like, that's how bad the luck can be for that fight. It's terrible.
All right, now we're up to forget to go to Zaz and your run dies, which happens a couple times throughout this run. That island over there, that is Zaz's island. We're gonna once again take it off camera. I think I'm a little bit off to hit the docks, but that's okay. We can watch the cutscene. But that is again an uncharted island. What, might be okay? We'll see. So we're gonna once again put it in camera when we're like right here. See if we can. Neat! Oh, nice! Wonderful!
Nice.
So Zaz is our blacksmith who's going to craft a sword for us. The game will not stop you from going straight to the next thing that you have to do in the run, which is going back to the Temple of the Ocean King to do the long journey down. We're gonna do 14 floors in a row. Halfway through the long journey down, it's gonna go, hey, did you talk to Zaz? And if you didn't, oh, you can't go here. Go talk to Zaz. So we always remember to talk to Zaz. Also, this mailbox is the bane of my existence. We're gonna give it a nice wide berth. I don't want to go near the mailbox. Nope.
I'll also point out to you before we go to the next Temple of the Ocean King in a little bit. This is the what I just call the second half of the run at this point, or second half of the game really, where the plot changes from saving Tetra, who we technically saved on the ghost ship, but she is currently turned to stone and like on our ship at the moment. So we're trying to save Tetra in this case, and the way to do that, as Oshus tells us in the cutscene we skipped, is to stop Bellum, who's at the very bottom of the Temple of the Ocean King. And in order to do that, we have to craft the Phantom Sword from the 3 pure metals. That's where we're getting right now, essentially. We're going to the Temple of the Ocean King, getting the last 2 sea charts, and going to the last 3 temples in the game, and then getting 3 pure metals, crafting the Phantom Sword, then killing Bellum. And then that'll save Tetra and also the world of the Ocean King.
Yep.
But bam, I know this game.
So, this split on ZSR, it's actually, on my splits, it's 3 splits, but on ZSR, it's all listed as 1 split, and the section at the header is just Hell Split. Thanks so much, ZSR. But we're gonna enter the gauntlet. So it's gonna start with going back through all of the sections we have gone through before in Temple of the Ocean King. Just for safety, I'm going to refill on supplies. I don't actually care about the hearts, I care about the bombs and the arrows. And oh no! A cutscene! Oh, they're red!
Oh no!
So now the phantoms are faster and they can pick up items on the floor, which is bad. For this floor in particular, and for the first couple floors, we're not really going to care because, once again, our routing through the first couple floors with the items that we have does not really interact with the Phantom's pathing at all, even when they're faster. So the first 2 floors are going to be about the exact same that we're used to. So just bomb our way through, go right on down, and then because the boomerang is still broken and the collision didn't exist for a second there.
There we go. That just happens. It's fine.
I got one run where that happened and I clipped through and hit the switch through the wall. It was neat. Oh no!
Which I didn't even know that can happen. Like I've never seen it before.
But once again, he can't get it down here, so we're perfectly safe to just grab our key and scoot our way on through. And now is when things start changing. We're gonna once again go up and around because we need to get our force gem, quote unquote. I would like to call it a tringle, thank you. And now,
our giant Dorito.
Yeah, hey, you wanna take this one? I'm gonna... Oh!
Yeah, I got you. Wait, what? Did I even look at... Oh,
hold on.
Okay.
We got this. We're just gonna reload them.
I believe.
Yep.
Oh, it keeps a force gem there. Oh, nice. Nice. Good backup strat.
we're gonna take this and
we're gonna improv.
Chuck it up here.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait.
I was gonna say go down to like where the shovel spot is and just like get rid of it normally. But at this point it's too late.
Yeah,
do that.
I'm just gonna,
which is the strat I would normally do.
We're gonna be a little bit improv-y. I tend to enjoy being the queen of backup strats.
Nice.
So that wasn't what that was supposed to happen. I put down the gem like a fraction of a second too early, and was seen, but reloading their position while they still have aggro, they will not look around to see where the little triangles are. They will still be looking at you, and then they'll reload in their original positions, which is a neat trick to try to mitigate time loss. And you know what? Sure, we got to show off some backup tech. And there we go.
For the record, the red phantoms move a lot faster than the blue phantoms, so like all the cycles are a lot different because of that.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's very tricky to say the least.
Yeah, and we're gonna be messing with them a lot more. This, though, is the last time that we will be seeing these early floors, because when we get halfway down, it's gonna give us the ability to warp to directly halfway down. We're not going to have to go through, oopsies, I can't count, go through the early floors again. So say goodbye to these early ones. We're gonna do almost the same thing again. Is that gonna, yeah, no, I was a little too far down. Let's try that again. There we go.
Nice.
And now we can remember to actually boomerang that guy. This floor is super easy if you get that boomerang throw first or second try, but you do have to remember, because there is no jet of wind stopping you, to stop that guy, or else it is gonna lose you a bunch of time. Oh, come on. I got one of them!
Hooray!
Oh. Y'all. If they get out of their corner, they get evil on these. As you can see, this is the combat floor is back, but we have different enemies in each of them. Unfortunately, I missed the quick strat on that and had to improv a little bit. We're gonna try also to do a quick strat on this second one where we can, this is gonna be my favorite, the awful worm dudes. Excuse me?
If for a reason, if you shoot an arrow at the back of the awful worm dudes here, they just get one shot killed. It's hard to do that, of course, but that's how to defeat them quickly. Or you can also just slash them a bunch, and they like scrunch up, and if you're lucky, the head doesn't block your hits.
Yeah, I'm not sure why. I shot that first one. I set up and did the snipe, and it went straight through him. But you know what? That's fine. And hey, we got back here again. We might as well take our safety potion.
Oh, yeah.
Just in case we need it for the end of the run. And now we're back here, but we're gonna do things a little bit differently because if you read that Zaw's text earlier, he told us that, hey, did you know that you can draw the Triforce in one line? And we said, that's funny. Normally I don't actually fail that. Let's try that again. There we go. That was a much better Triforce question mark.
I've seen Hornless do runs this before, and whenever she does her ILs of this, she has like 3 circles, and it still detects like a Triforce there. It's really funny, just all in one line.
Yeah, its detection of what is and isn't a shape is very funny. We'll take advantage of it later. Don't worry. So now we are halfway through the dungeon, and now is when things are gonna get a little dicey. So, hey Shasta, you wanna take this part while I try not to make a fool of myself?
Yeah, I got you for sure. So this is floor 7 of Temple of the Ocean King. Actually, floors 7, 8, and 9 are all pretty much connected with each other. But these floors right here, when you run on top of them, they'll start dinging, and they'll detect the phantom. And if there's phantom around you, they will like essentially detect your position like immediately. So you want to run around them like this, but we are going to run around them because it doesn't really matter too much. We don't get past them without worrying about the dings and getting caught by them or anything. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
But this section right here is a bit annoying because it does boomerang right around this phantom. Ooh. But you did it perfectly, so nice. If you miss that, you have to reload the room again. It's unfortunate, but yeah, like the cycles just don't line up properly here otherwise.
Yeah. Because if it hits him in the back, it's gonna alert him and it's gonna mess everything up. But nice to get a first try.
Yeah. And the whole point of this section here, floors 7 through 9, is to get these 3 crystals, square crystal, circle crystal, and a triangle crystal, and take them all the way down to floor 9 and put them in the pedestals there. Now allow us to advance and get the next sea shard we need.
He's gonna.
So right now we're carrying a circle crystal all the way over to the left side of this floor here, of floor 8. I'll make sure I say that this is the right one.
Yup.
Yeah, we're doing that right now. There is a switch we can hit right here. Once I put the crystal in a second. That's what we're doing. I'll get rid of the spikes right in front of this door. Oh, yeah, she stunned them. Nice.
Yeah.
That's good. Good strategy, I'd say.
I stole that one from Ben Stevens.
Good safety strat.
I do not like to take risks with him. He does turn around.
Yeah.
But
he turned around?
It's random what he does, but we don't care because he's a little too slow on the track to actually catch us.
That's fair.
There.
And right there, we threw the sword crystal across the way there. That will allow us to get later, and it's a much better spot than where we currently are at. Because we're about to go over that side there with the triangle crystal, which we're going to do, I think, we're going to do something similar with it. So there's also an invisible floor very close by to where we just threw that sword crystal. We go right up here on top of the wall. Normally there's a chest that spawns on top of it, so we just kind of like fall down right here and just stand there. Now we're just going to push this red phantom right into the gap, and they're gone. And so is Link. Goodbye, Link.
He just got a little too excited.
That looked very funny, honestly. Yeah, now once we get once the triangle crystal on the side of here, we can get a switch to unlock the door to the ninth floor, and then we can just move on from there and take those 2 crystals all the way down. We're kind of just gonna carry them with like at the same time all the way to the pedestals down there. And then the square crystal we've not seen yet is actually on the 9th floor. The red phantom here does carry it around.
It's his buddy. It's his emotional support square. Everybody's got
one. It really is. It's true. It's true.
All right. Whoops. Why am I walking that way?
My emotional support square is my Nintendo DS.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
It did not want to throw, but that's okay. That means we're gonna have to improv cycles a little bit.
That's a game right now.
Yeah, that's what. like to do. Nice.
Perfect.
Ideally, we would get
A
the
little bit improv,
crystals
that's
all
treats.
the way up there, but whoops, that's the wrong way. This works too. Those guys, as you saw, tick down your timer. We don't particularly care about the timer, as stated, but you will drop whatever you're holding, which is annoying and slow. So we're gonna try very hard not to get hit by them at inopportune times.
Also, the order of crystals we put in right there does matter. When you square, circle, triangle, the skeleton right there at the beginning of the room does tell you this. Buzz, get to the next 3 floors.
Yep. And
But there we go. Southeast C chart.
there is our next C chart, and as stated, we could stop here. The game encourages us to, because they encourage us to go get 2 more items from other dungeons and then come back and get down further, but we don't actually have to. So we're going to continue on. And now this floor is the bane of my existence, and I pretty much always wind up improvising it a little bit. What way we improv it is based on how the phantoms are feeling and where they decide to spawn. So we're going to start by sniping this guy in the back, grab my favorite safety bombs.
Oh, I didn't know none of those there. Nice.
They are my emotional support bombs to go with my emotional support square.
Your emotional support circle.
Yeah. That guy. Hey, come over here.
Oh, it's because of the pot. That's why.
Come over here, friend. Oh yeah, he heard me. We're gonna.
Yeah, I think you heard
My
you.
favorite way to do this is if he spawns right there.
Oh,
Got it. I got hit. Ideally, I wouldn't get
We
hit,
take
but
those, we
I'm
take
fine
those.
with that.
worth
That
it.
is my favorite way to get it. And then we just have to get our way back there. Really? You're gonna leave frame? You're just gonna leave frame on me like that? Well, I'm gonna go on the... Excuse me! I'm gonna wait, I guess. You know what? We don't actually care if you're following me at the moment.
It's true.
Off of me.
Now we need to unlock the spikes right
Yep.
there. Like leads to the doorway.
I'm just gonna go in here
That's what we're doing right
because
now.
they saw me. Just be safe.
That's it. Run out right now.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
sneak out
there we
behind
go.
him.
He takes a little bit to spawn in there, so he doesn't even notice you until like a little bit later, anyways.
But yeah, there's more consistent ways to do this room. I'm really bad at them because they involve item menuing very quickly, and that is my weakest point. So, you know what? We're working on it. We'll get more consistent. And in the meantime, we'll do what works.
Exactly. You'll get there.
All right, nice. We got him. We're waiting for that guy down there to turn.
You should probably kill
Yep.
them. Okay, never mind.
I just didn't want to walk out
I was
into his sight path real quick. Excuse me.
I was very scared that like just the fam would just wake up there before you
Yeah,
did it.
the cycles in this can be a little sketchy. All right. This whole
Nice,
floor
nice.
is a bunch of hitting these little switches. We're just gonna sneak right on by behind him because I didn't mess up my cycles. They're very kind right now.
I'm gonna throw a bomb right there. Very nice first
Yeah,
try.
nice trick bomb throw. Shoutouts to Brandino who showed me that setup, and it's literally never failed for me. So thank you so much, Brandino.
It's so good.
And we're gonna try to sneak on down before that timer runs out and it shows us a cutscene of the timer running out. We're gonna grab those arrows, and this is pretty much the final floor for now. Oh, I do not want bow. I want... Yeah, boy. You can do
Nice.
it with bow. It's way harder.
It's way harder.
We're gonna go with
I
consistency.
do it personally in my world record. It's hard.
We're gonna go with...
Would not recommend it for anyone new to the game for sure. Boomerang is good. We like boomerang.
But we're going to stun that guy. Carefully walk down here. Hit you.
Nice.
I'm just gonna waste some arrows. I did not mean for that to happen. Darn it. I apparently did not throw this far enough. That's fine. That's fine.
It's okay because the blue fams cannot pick up the triangles at all.
So we just have to run back over there and stun him down again.
I'd say way right here.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay, you turn upwards. I thought I was gonna turn like all the way to like it's going all the way around to the left.
His sight. Unfortunate. Excuse me. I did not want that to happen.
Oh. Oh no.
No, don't see my Tringle. It's okay.
It's alright. He's gonna. You can get him right here, I think. Yeah, there we go. It worked out. This is one of the harder floors of the entire dungeon, I'd say. The entire Temple of the Ocean King. It's also the last one, too.
So...
Or second last one, technically.
Yeah, but we don't actually have to. I'm gonna wait for this guy to start heading back on his cycle. Because I don't want to have to worry about him. And now we're gonna do one of my... Oh, I get dizzy, apparently. Do one of my favorite tricks, if I can do it correctly. Which is hire a delivery service. So I'm gonna throw this, get seen, and then run over here and run immediately back. Excuse me?
Oh yeah, that happens. I was gonna say.
Well,
so it's kind of they either appear like down there a little bit, or like a little bit up to the top right.
We're gonna.
That makes sense. Like
try this again.
Depending where they appear, you like have the triangle like right in front.
Okay,
of them.
there we go.
So you can like throw like
now
throw a triangle right in front of them. That's consistent.
There we go.
Notice this time, thankfully, though.
We're gonna just run for it in the other direction. There we go. Wasted a bunch of arrows, but that is okay.
We'll get them back later.
Yeah. And now we have had him do the delivery for us, so we didn't actually have to carry the triangle all the way around. I know, hard fought,
We're out.
but a lot of improv involved. But this area is very finicky, so you know what? I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, I was trying to make sure, because also they'll sometimes not see it if their friend's body is in the way, and I'm like, no! But yeah, no, he just spawned too far forward, and he was like, oh, better not look behind me.
Yeah, what I do there is I throw the Dorito there a little bit further down to make sure that no matter where they spawn, every single time they'll slowly see
This is smart. All right, we have all of our thingamajigs. I'm very happy about our thingamajigs. We're going to go up and head back out and be on our merry way because, yes, the hard part of the run is over, right?
Yes.
Yay!
Hooray!
Okay, so how do you feel about the phrase frame perfect radial entry?
I love everything you just said.
Sorry, I just barked.
So the next trick is aforementioned warp displacement, and yes, we are doing some frame perfect radial entry. And we'll explain what that means. Don't worry. Just know that it sucks. It's so cool. It's so cool.
Agreed.
It's a time and a half to get consistent. It might take a couple tries because everything's harder under pressure. But we're gonna actually pay attention to not take damage here because it's really bad if our boat breaks down. But it's pretty quick to retry if I do have to take a couple tries. So bear with me. That's a little low.
For now, though, we do have a nice little sailing section here. We're going to be getting the 2 main cyclone frogs we need. Because actually need both of them for this actual trick right here we're about to do. In like a couple minutes.
Yeah, funny that.
For now, though, we have to deal with these pirates, which are very annoying.
It
is random whether or not they hit us with a bomb as well, which is quite a thing.
Yeah.
Now, fun fact, if we didn't do this trick, we have to deal with 2 pirates. And I have died to them both before.
Technically, we still have to deal with 2 pirates. Just the other ones
right. Yeah, you're right.
are kind of pushovers. We actually, oh, that's exactly what I wanted. I was like, yeah, we do want to target the enemies pretty aggressively here because, again, dying during this section is bad, and the best way to not die is to kill more things that drop health with the boat. But yeah, so in order to do warp displacement, we obviously need the warps. So we are going to be using both of these warps as part of the trick. So we need to learn them. And chat, maybe you can help me out on remembering what these shapes look like. Shoutouts to those sharks that despawned. I never even saw them.
Oh yeah, they weren't even there. Yeah, you're right.
They appeared on the top screen. Right around here, if I stop, it should force the golden frog to spawn. There we go. Obviously stopping, not quite optimal, but if we go too close to the Isle of Frost right there, by the way, remember what this looks like, chat. You got it? Good.
W for line. Yeah, easy.
Easy, we got this.
Yeah.
But if I go too close to the Isle of Frost right there, it locks me into like the entry challenge for the Isle of Frost. And we don't want to do that. So I like to play it safe. And now we're just gonna go up and get our other frog.
It's time for me to start explaining warp displacement.
Go for it.
All right, so we're getting this last cyclone frog right here. It's like a little like square with a little line inwards, like the one part of the square. It's kind of cool. So what we're going to be doing now is warping to the Northwest Sea and setting up for what's called warp displacements. So you see that like that big island on the left there has a bunch of rocks around it. We're going to ideally warp right inside those rocks there. And the way to do that is, yeah, what people said earlier, the frame perfect radial displacement, I think is what we call it.
Frame perfect radial entry, yeah.
Radial entry, yeah. It's quite a thing. So what we're doing is doing a setup here. We're going to the Isle of Gus and then go back out of it, do a little save action there. Then using two styluses in order to and having one of them the very top right of the screen, the other one right on top where Link is. We're gonna push down on the one where Link is, then the one on the top right, and then get rid of both. And then ideally, if done correctly, we're able to have the right setup to go into the cyclone on the overworld. And frame perfectly, if we did it all correctly at just the right time, we're able to displace our warp to the W we just drew a second ago. And if done correctly, we're able to then chain a few more warps to get inside of the rocks we saw there a second ago. It stays 4 minutes. It's English exclusive. Good luck.
Yep.
You got this.
Essentially,
oh, we don't have to quit, by the way. You can just like say
oh,
no
really?
there.
Well, it resets my health to 3, which I like. So, all right, let's see how this goes.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
That looks fine enough.
You got this. We're using a visual cue with the water, essentially.
Did not mean to do that. Hold on. That does not mess anything up. Hold on.
That does.
I am getting the jitters out. Essentially, what we're trying to do is, we'll take some extra time to explain it. This game runs at 30 FPS, by the way. Is frame perfectly start the slate menu so that we will move one frame after we do the thing, which that could work. That might be a frame early.
I think one more frame.
That looks like a W, right?
That's definitely a W. Wait, no, I think it's
that might work.
I think I'll work.
We're gonna see.
Come on.
Hey!
Yeah!
You can tell that it worked. By the way, we're gonna draw the other shape now. Very different.
Wait.
Very, very different.
Wait.
This works, I swear.
Does that work? Oh, does it? Oh, I trust you. I trust you.
See?
Oh, it does work. You're right. Yeah.
You just it cares about what direction you draw first on the square. Oh, come on. Accept my squares. There we go.
Let's do the funny bit game. There we go. Cool.
But so it warped us to the correct map, but it warped us to the origin, which you can see on the top screen. By the way, because we have warp displacement, we cannot sail the ship, but if we reload using the salvage arm, that's a bad line. Now we can sail our ship and we are inside the reef. Yeah, so when we...
Just want to point out,
Yeah?
because chat's like being very like not active right now after that trick there. That's the hardest trick in the run, and it's extremely difficult. It's like human error whether or not you get the right setup there essentially, and it's really hard, and it's first try. You got first try on stream. You get some claps in the chat. You get some like excitement in the chat for that one, like just a little bit, because that's really difficult. Please come on. We need some sort of activity after that one. Come on.
I'd like to point out that like a lot of frame perfect tricks. There is another frame perfect trick that, by contrast, is oopsies, that's on me. Generally pretty easy because I'm timing a frame perfect input based on another input I did, which is how a lot of frame perfect tricks actually work. Or that like it's just a timing you get used to, because the stylus is not perfectly consistent in drawing the line, even with the 2 stylus setup I was doing. That is essentially frame perfect reaction time. So you best believe it's not 100% consistent, because I don't actually have 100% consistent frame perfect reaction. I jumped in the water. Reaction time. I don't know if anybody does. If you do, you're cool. How do you do it? But yeah, essentially, the second that we open the pause menu, it'll let us travel 1 more frame. I'm being a little bit cautious because I'm low on health. As by the way, that like trick is also really cute.
Agreed. I love it.
We can just move them around, and we can use that one to jump across a gap. But it moves 1 frame before it lets you draw, and then it moves another frame. I'm gonna try real hard to avoid the boulders. After you draw, but before it accepts the warp as actually happening. So that's the frame that you want to enter the radius that would put you into that mini cyclone. And entering that mini cyclone after you are already mid-warp is what activates warp displacement and put us at the origin of the map, and then for some reason out of bounds. I don't understand that one.
I don't know why either.
And then puts us back at the origin of the other map, just grabbing some health, which allows us to skip the Isle of the Dead. Oh boy, I was really scared for that one, and I'm really glad it worked. So
I'm glad too as well. Also gonna point out too that like after I went off for a second there, chat absolutely exploded activity after and like congratulating you. So like thank you very much for doing that, chat, because yeah, that trick is extremely hard. I put it in chat saying, it killed literally a month of attempts for me last year, because like I will look at level if I get that like first or second try, or else I like can't PB pretty much. So yeah, no, that trick is extremely hard. Doing it first try in a marathon is incredibly impressive.
I practice that trick literally every day. Like every day I'm like, oh, it's time for my daily warp displacement.
Let's go.
You know, and in the hopes that I was not doing the roll input there. I was just trying to move, and he was like, what if I rolled though? But in the hopes that, you get it first try in runs.
Who practices warp displacement at 3 a.m.? Oh boy, 3 a.m.
It's me.
I don't know.
All right, now we're picking up the King's Key. And luckily we don't have to carry that like a big key. And once again, just because this is, marathon style safety, we're gonna grab an extra heart. This is the Isle of Ruin, by the way. It is a whole lot of running around, picking up fetch quests and dropping off fetch quests. You have to talk to like these brothers who are all dead, I think. And we are trying to really,
They're
jumped.
lore-wise, they're knights that serve King Muto. Essentially, we're making our way to Muto's temple.
Yeah.
There's one.
Muto's
so
like
the trick we did a little bit ago actually skips a. Yeah, it skips a whole island, and like one of the knights is actually on it. The first one you find.
Before we get
in this
too
case,
far,
like we're going in the 3 of them.
Yes. Oh, it is about our break time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now's probably a good
Yeah.
time, I'd say. It was like this cutscene here is like 20 seconds long or so. We can probably just pause after
Yep.
it.
Perfect.
Or right there, that works too.
Yeah, so during these longer runs, everybody, we like to take a break every hour. So just everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to the break. You can join the official GDQ Discord and add the Hotfix role where you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff, and more. Use !Discord in Twitch chat for more information. We are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the run in just a few minutes here. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D. We are in the middle of a Phantom Hourglass run. I'll hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. I'm sorry, I'm still adrenaline fueled from getting first try warp displacement. I have had a moment, but we are ready to continue because, hey, you know how this run has been not too glitchy outside of that one big glitch. It's gonna get glitchy because we're gonna go break things. So who's ready to break things?
I'm ready to break things.
Wonderful. All right. 3, 2, 1. Resume the run. So we go right back into halfway through a cutscene.
Woohoo! Fun enough, this cutscene actually is like the longest break of the run, probably. It's like 20 seconds long of just doing nothing.
Yeah, we just get to chill.
Which is saying something for a 3-hour run, but you know.
We just get to chill. So we have, once again, a Zelda staple. We have lowered the water level. I don't love my health total right now, but we're gonna get to heal real soon, so it's fine. Now that we have access to the entirety of the island, we can go to our third night. You said they're nights? They're nights?
They're nights, yeah.
Let's go to our third night. My favorite way to...
Technically, this is the first nights. That's what they're called. Which is weird in this case, in this context. I'm sorry.
We're counting backwards again. Don't worry.
Yes, we are.
This is the second time this run that we've accidentally counted in opposite directions, but it's fine.
Yeah. The knights are named like Bremir, Doylan, there's King Mudo as well. This one's name is Max, just by the way.
Hey, Max.
This is Max's temple.
Nice to meet you, Max. How's it going?
Hello, Max.
Is it short for anything?
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. Maximilian. Maximus.
Maxifer.
Maxif. Mastiff? No, that doesn't work. Anyway,
Maxim.
He opened a door, and we're gonna go through said door, and this is the drawing segment during the run that I am the worst at. It gives you little dots to hit, and my brain goes, oh, don't tell me what to do, that's scary.
It's like weirdly precise for whatever reason to draw those dots there. I don't know why.
I'm not good at that one, but all right, now we get to fight our favorite, Zora Knights. These two I'm gonna stun one at a time just because, there we go. I find it to be slightly more consistent, for me anyway, in my combat. But I believe those are our final Zora Knights, are they not?
I think so, you're right,
I think we're done with Beefy River Zora. All right,
the big lads.
I need to drop the bomb first. So, please actually pick up the bombs. Don't just spawn them and don't pick them up. A bunch of this... Really? We're not fine. Oh. Okay.
Oh, wow.
That was so mean. Worry not. It's fine. We can make the walk of shame. This is the one where it's...
I think it was still spawning in.
Yeah,
the hitbox wasn't there.
Excellent. All right. I'll say it. That's never happened before.
I love video games.
But this whole temple is arranged around traps, and I am notorious for walking directly into said traps. But we are gonna pull out bombs and save and quit because we're hoping to get a very specific cycle. of platform movements when we load back in, and doing this will reset our platform cycle. So we're gonna throw this pot, put that down, hop on our cycle.
Hope the keys doesn't screw us.
Excellent. Wonderful. You
Nice.
really want the keys to be nice there, because now we can get on this platform. There we go. I messed up a bunch on the easy one, got the hard one. That's what we care about.
Nice.
And now do this guy. Hey, hit the skull, actually. Hit the skull, sir. Unfortunately, this dungeon does have a lot of combat, but you know what makes up for it? Is that this dungeon is also broken. This is where we start to do things slightly outside of the game's intended order. It really kind of intends for you to do this last, because this is the dungeon that requires the furthest chart from lower down. Ooh, I'm low on arrows. That's okay.
You also throw bombs at them too if need be.
But from lower down in the Temple of the Ocean King. So it kind of expected us to do the other two dungeons first, but we choose to do this dungeon first because, yeah, we'll do... excuse me? That'll work.
Nice.
Just trying to preserve my arrow, but I'm about to get more arrows anyway. That's not the direction I wanted to do that. There we go. We're about to get the hammer. The hammer breaks everything.
It's true.
Including enemies. Including
Especially enemies.
game design. But it's gonna try to teach us how you're intended to use the hammer now, which is you can stand on these little guys. First of all, I'd like to draw attention to the fact that do not trust 12-year-olds with hammers, especially hammers this big. Give it to your tiny fairy instead. Very important.
Want me to explain this here while you
Yeah.
focus? I think it might be good too. Yeah, so we're about to do two things in this dungeon that are absolutely going to break it. The first thing is called a hammer clip. So if you hold your hammer out for a couple seconds, it'll actually grow really large for whatever reason. It's like a charge attack, I guess. But if we do that, then like lay yourself up against a wall and pause just at the right time when the hammer's over the wall, we're able to you see it goes like back and forth there. Also, I guess that worked too. There we go. If we pause and then bring our stylus down to the bottom of the screen, it'll put the hammer on the other side of the wall in this case. That allows us to clip it past it. That's used throughout the run for the rest of it, so get used to that trick. It's really good.
I'm trying to pick up more arrows here, which are in that pot, because I'm going to need them for this trick. And this trick, unfortunately, costs 2 arrows per try, so I'm just going to take the time loss of grabbing some extra arrows, because there's conveniently a room reload that brings back my arrow pot right there. But yeah, now you want to explain this, boy?
This one right here is the only time you use this in the run. It's we're gonna shoot an arrow to the right, bring the camera all over there, and then shoot an arrow to the left. While just after you shoot the arrow, we pull up the select menu, and if done correctly, it'll deload the door like that. And we just shoot the arrow right through it to drain the water. And doing that right now in this part of the dungeon, actually we'll skip most of the dungeon. If you go all the way up here, then back down again through this staircase and just chop on down. That skips most of the dungeon. There's all these different like hammer puzzles where you have to like flip these tiles over using the CL with the hammer and stuff. And it's really cool. And we see none of that in this run because of that trick right there.
Yep.
We're basically right at the end already.
That trick is really hard to execute, partially because if you're right-handed, if anybody has a solution to this puzzle, please let me know. If you're right-handed and the select button that opens that gear screen is on the right side of the controller, and you hold a stylus with your right hand, how are you supposed to hit the screen to move the camera back with a stylus? I do it with my thumbnail, and that's not super precise, which is why sometimes my arrow shot just goes off in the wrong direction, because my thumbnail is not a pen. This was a thing that I learned from speedrunning. Thumbnail, not pen.
It's true. It's a pencil.
Exactly.
Don't worry about the logic.
If I was wearing different nail polish, it might be a marker. Anyway,
Ooh.
so now,
But yeah, the arrow trick is very weird. Like I barely am able to actually pull it off because my hands are kind of wide. I guess it's weird.
Actually, we're gonna toss that back on. The hammer did not want to cooperate. Sometimes it like gets stuck on Link, which is what happened there. And I almost pulled it out anyway, but it was mean to be right at the very end. I forgot to restart my local timer, but that's okay. The route is pretty easy from here on out.
I got you. I got you. Just
perfect. You're gonna tell me if I miss Zaz, right?
Yeah, I can do that.
So once again, we're going right on up to the boss because then we just did the boss store puzzle. So once again, they're very generous with health right before boss fights, which is why I'm not at all concerned about being low health. But now...
It's my favorite fight in the game. It's my favorite boss. I love this boss so much.
I said it earlier that Cyclops is not actually my favorite boss. Eox is. This is Eox. Yeah. Eox is great. Even if he's a little bit bad at looking at things between his legs. You want to explain Eox?
Yeah, so we're going to the back of Eox here and hitting all these pegs. There's also pegs in the front as well. Ideally, we're breaking all the stones off of this ancient stone soldier here, essentially. And if done correctly, we can do the back section in 2 cycles, but it's really hard to do that, honestly. There's also pegs on the side too we can hit, so, like on his legs and his arms.
Unfortunately his head.
But like, yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Yeah, the head's the hardest part to hit because it swings back and forth, and it can only hit for like a small amount of time because of that.
Hey, can I?
I believe right here. You got this.
There we go.
Nice, got it.
Right.
Good stuff. Now all the rest are on the front, so we can just swing over and over again at these last 2 little bits, and we should be good. Then now use 4, the blue switch, red switch will pop up here. We'll turn the blue switches by hitting them, and he falls apart. And that's phase 1.
All right, phase 2.
Phase 2 right here. He's gonna hop around with just his head, like this, and we're gonna hop up on top using the hammer. Oh,
did not mean to go in that direction.
We can still do it. Yeah, and then instead of hopping off of Eox when he throws us off of this, we're gonna throw a bomb at us and damage ourselves, which will just keep us on there. Then that's done. That's the fight.
Yep, that was Eox. I think he's a really creative boss fight. I love him. He also has a really good aesthetic to him. He reminds me a lot of Koloktos, and I love Koloktos.
Is that a Skyward Sword boss?
That is. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My Skyward Sword runner is showing.
I need to play that game still.
It's so good.
I know the remake came out on Switch. I need to play that at some point.
My heart will always.
I've been saying that for years though.
With Skyward Sword SD, but that's just because my one true love in life is back in time. You tell it like
it's a cool trick, honestly. I've only seen that. I do love breaking video games. That's a cool thing to do.
But now that we've completed this dungeon, we get our first of the 3 pure metals. And again, this is probably meant to be the one you get last. But you saw how much the hammer broke. Please use the door. Don't attack the door. You might...
Door is not for slashing.
Yeah, you might have some anger management problems, Link. I'm concerned. But the hammer broke the second half of that dungeon wide open, right? So, how about we get it first, so then we can use it to break the other dungeons wide open.
I think that's a swell idea.
So... remember that we never moved this cyclone, so we're gonna exit out of the map and it's gonna go, hey, wait a minute, and pick us up immediately. It's gonna be like, whoa, oh no, we're gonna have to move that cyclone, but we're not. We're never coming back to this quadrant of the map.
Goodbye, Cyclone. Hello, new Cyclone.
Hello, new Cyclone. hot personal take, I don't care for the fact that sea charts in, like, sea chart regions in Wind Waker are often called quadrants, despite the fact that I believe there's like 49 of them, which is not, that's more than 4. So they're not actually quadrants, they're sectors. In this game, they're quadrants. So.
Yeah. There's only 4 here.
Exactly.
It's the cool game. I'm kidding.
I also love Wind Waker. It's my favorite Zelda game, so.
It's very good.
But we're gonna make our way to this quadrant of the map. Has both of our remaining dungeons. The first one we're gonna go to is our Goron area, which we're just gonna sail right. Oh no!
Oh
darn!
Frick. It's a cyclone from the other map. Oh no!
It came after us, which is funny because it can technically chase you, but that's
for another time.
That's another level of glitch.
Now we're gonna deal with with my second least favorite boss in the game, because it's the second most random boss in the game. This is Massivai. They are a massive heck. So each of these eyeballs you have to hit twice, and you only hit certain, like, 3 eyeballs on each side essentially as they pass by. So if we get lucky enough, we can do this in 2 cycles, about like 2 or 3 cycles, but it's very random. He shoots a lot of stuff at you, especially. And also, whenever he spins around, you can't hurt him, which is really annoying, especially.
I got a 1 cycle once. It felt really cool.
A 1 cycle?
Yeah, it was in my PV, and I was like, I'll never achieve this greatness again. Clearly, I have not achieved it today, but we're done with that one side. Annoyingly, he gives you some mandatory damage right there.
Yeah.
Which
you can hurt one of the eyeballs when he goes through you there, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do. You have to, like, aim at just the right spot.
There we go.
Very nice.
Was that a 2 cycle? That was a 2 cycle.
A humble 3 cycle,
that was a 3
I would say.
cycle?
I don't think there was a 1 cycle.
Okay, so what you were calling a 2 cycle, I was calling a 1 cycle. That he turns around once, you see each side once. That's what I was talking about.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So I have only seen the 2 cycle
now we're on the same page.
We figured out our language. This is the problem when I don't show up in community spaces, because I'm a terrified little bean who's scared of people. What do you mean people are watching this?
It's okay, I get
Anyway, so we're gonna do this island a little bit out of order. But in order to do that without soft locking, we have to have already set up to do the things we're supposed to do before the dungeon, even if we don't actually do it until after the dungeon. So that means we have to talk to every single Goron. Otherwise, we'll finish the dungeon and it'll tell us that we have not talked to the Gorons forever, even if we go talk to all of them all over again. So, welcome to your first day on the Animal Crossing Island. Have you introduced yourself to every villager yet?
Oh my gosh, there's Apollo.
Oh, whoa.
Oh wow, there's Stitches. Whoa.
I can't believe we got Apollo and Stitches. I really hope we got Raymond.
Oh, Raymond.
I don't actually care that much for Raymond. I'm personally a Tangy fan.
Ooh, Tangy's cool.
Hey chat, tell me about your favorite Animal Crossing villager. I'm also partial to there is one named Pippi. She's not the cutest. But you know what?
Aw.
Neither am I. We see eye to eye. Sorry.
What the heck?
It was right there.
It was a layup. I'll give you that one.
It was a fun joke. Oh, it's fine. All right.
I remember I was playing New Horizons. Sky. It was like a wolf that looks like has a bunch of clouds on her. She's great. She's very cool.
I'm also a big fan of Freya. Oh, dang. There are so many good Animal Crossing villagers. This one's gonna make us actually kill some things. Please stop shooting the nothing.
Where's that third one?
There he is.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Fun fact, you can make it off of this ledge before you receive the treasure map.
Oh, get the thing. Get the thing.
The extra?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need arrows soon.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
a good idea. but you can make it off of there before he gives you the treasure map. He plops you back up there. We should, yep, there we go. That Ciela text means that we won't soft lock, so that's good.
So we're going to the temple right over here.
Yeah, there's no more of the island that we need to see, as it turns out.
It's true. We can just do that.
Did I tell you that the hammer is broken?
Like the fact that Cielo holds it makes it as broken as it is, because you can just do stuff like that.
Yup.
Just clip over the ledge and take it across the gap and hit that switch.
Ciela's like, hey, there's no sign of that Goron we're looking for, and it's like, what Goron? Excuse me? There we go.
Normally you're supposed to do what's called the Goron quiz to become a member of the Goron tribe to gain access to the rest of the islands. And then Gongaron, who's the son of the Goron chief, will be your guide into the temple. And he just runs ahead and he's just a little hacker, essentially. Yep. But yeah, we'll see him later in this temple even still, despite the fact we've not met him until the temple here. But yeah.
Like hit him a little bit early. Unfortunate. I was hoping he would move a bit more. Yeah, we skip all of that. It saves a couple minutes. We skipped a whole other section, once again, by using the hammer for things, because we can hit a switch from a distance and sneak through a door that you're supposed to have to weigh down that switch. We just skipped through all of that, and gonna go... hit the bomb, please. There we go. Good job, Lil Link.
I like to skip in particular, like the one the door, because like the cutscene will bring the door all the way up to Marowitz.
Yep.
Even if like you're supposed to hold down the switch, like it'll still just bring it up there, which is really funny to me.
Remember how much trouble I had with the boomerang with those bubbles? No more. I have a hammer. Turns out that when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And okay. Goro,
hey, stranger. Goro.
So we found him. He got himself into a little bit of a bind. But that is okay. We're gonna rescue him, and it's going to give us a mechanic that's neat in concept. We are now going to be able to switch back and forth between who is our playable character. So we can go have our combat tutorial as play skill as the Goron. And we're gonna like swap back and forth for a couple minutes. Going to clear the path for the other character. And
this section is my favorite as a kid, personally.
I
absolutely love like using Gongar on here.
I don't love his attack. It feels, oh hey look, Bombchu. It feels so inconsistent with how it behaves. And I'm like, why are you like this, little friend? I want so bad to love you. Please murder that. Thank you. Oh, you're over there. There we go. Nice. Now that we've killed those, though, we are actually done with him for most of the rest of the dungeon. We're gonna see if we can sneak this in. Nice. Right before I got bit.
Just in time. Nice.
We would like to not have to murder the snakes, both because it's faster and also if you have to murder them all, you have to sit through a little cutscene of a chest spawning, which is obviously kind of slow.
All right, I'll let you concentrate for this one here. This you've got another trick right here.
Bombs.
Actually, it's not too bad. Oh, bomb, nice.
Yeah.
It's not too bad, thankfully, but because we're playing on Wii Virtual Console. But this is called Bomb True Camera Lock. We're gonna press down on go right there while also pulling up the home menu, like and letting go of L at the same time as we let go of like go. And if we do it on the same frame, it just pauses the camera in place and allows us to just kind of take our hammer over the gap and hit that switch there and skip like half of the Goron temple straight up. It saves like multiple minutes.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact real quickly, those two enemies that we just feed right there with the hammer, not supposed to be able to do that. Normally you shoot an eyeball shoot an arrow into their eyeballs and you swing your sword at them and they're dead. But yeah, we just kind of swing a hammer at them and they just die.
Yep.
I think it's very
Again,
funny.
we have hammer. Why would we use anything else? And also, bomb chew camera lock. We can use it to hit things with the boomerang. From oh, my boomerang did not actually hit them. Hold on. From very far away. Sometimes it missed you.
It won? Interesting.
Sometimes it gets stuck on things, and we just gonna. There we go.
Nice.
But yeah, bomb chew camera lock, as could be expected. Sorry, Chew. Get hit
funny.
with the boss key. Does break quite a few puzzles. That skipped that entire room, being able to use it to get the. Oh, my goodness, Link, you weren't supposed to do that. Pick up the key.
I've done that before.
There you go. Good job, friend. But we use it here, obviously, to skip that and use the hammer and then the boomerang. And the next dungeon is going to then give us the grappling hook, which we can also use and abuse. I'm just gonna make sure that I'm full on bomb chews, because this boss is sure a boss. And
I like it personally.
even if this boss misbehaves, we should be fine, but I do want to make sure I do have some amount of bomb chews. I did find out where backup bomb chews are, just in case, but now we have to do our split boss fight, so we can swap back and forth mid-fight between the two. Hopefully that should be fine. And in the meantime, while we're waiting for the bomb chew, I'm gonna be trying to do some enemy management.
Oh, he's in the attack. I hate we just the warning here.
Whoa, he flung me into the sand. That's okay. Whoa.
Oh.
Okay. Nice. Unfortunately.
Inner attack, Goro Uwu.
That should be fine. Oh, I wanted to hit this little guy who's hiding behind his boss right there. Is the dungeon boss the professional boss of all of those who are employed in dungeoneering? My goodness, this is why
Yes.
I am not a huge fan of this fight, because sometimes he just clanks against stuff that doesn't exist and makes me do that. All right, come on. You were being so nice before. Come now. Stop clanking.
If you like a full circle around him, you'll be able to just like tap on top of him usually, and unless he does this attack here, then they can't do that.
Yup, that's okay. We're gonna grab some health. Don't worry. There we go. I am trying to. Why are you doing this again?
Behave, Dongarongo. Come on.
You have a funny name. Be a funny boss. There we go.
Nice.
Unfortunate that he didn't want to cooperate. I also would like to slash you while we're waiting. There we go, just in case. Oh, a little sketchy, but we're good. I will grab a tiny bit of health beforehand. And how many bombs do we have? We got bombs, right? Oh, we defeated Dongarongo. Why am I worried about bombs when I don't need bombs? We're not fighting another. We're about to go pick up a heart container. Why am I worried about? Hey, look, this boss is still on the floor.
Oh, beans.
My first thought every time I see his eyes open is png.open. I don't. It doesn't make any sense. I just think it's funny. All right. Now we get to do
Phase 2, we're going to throw his bombs inside of here.
more bombs.
And, thankfully the snakes drop bombs as well. So we're just going to throw a few of them at him and then do a couple like spin attacks and then a couple sword swings. And ideally we get a 2-cycle here. It's hard, but you got this.
Hopefully, now he's gonna do a couple of these attacks. I'd like to. Oh, can I check? Throw. There we go. Save the one bomb. So that I can. Oh, please.
Oh, slash rumble, slash rumble.
There we go. Snuck in the 2-cycle.
Good 2-cycle.
I didn't mean to do a 4th spin attack, but we made it work. We made it work.
Good stuff.
Yep, he put up a fight, but we got him.
Link prevails.
And now, we don't have to worry about clanging against his armor. He reminds me a lot of Scaldera because he eats moms and also because he has random armor that doesn't align with where it is visually. Anyway, you know how we said we skipped the Goron quiz? No, we didn't. We have to go back and do it. Do you know why we have to go back and do it? Like, what flag does this set?
Linebeck will not let us off the island otherwise. He'll be like, wait, you have to go do the Goron quiz. Talk to the Goron chief.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that gets rid of that, essentially.
So, we have to go set a flag that we have completed the Goron quiz. And we're gonna see if I remember all the answers on my own. I might ask for help, but I've been working on my consistency with just knowing everything about every Goron's personal life. We should. In
that case, I'll explain it a little bit beforehand. If that's
go
okay.
for it.
Yeah, so the first 3 questions are the same answers every time, but in different order. The last 3 questions of the Goron quiz, they can ask 3 different questions, and it's completely random in this case. So that's how it works. You got this. I believe in your quiz. You'll get an A+. You got this.
Okay, I was an honor student. First question, 14. Second question, 6. And that means the third answer will be ship. We know that for sure. There we go. And now we get to the random part. What color were they? They were yellow. That's an easy one. Next question. 46. Now the hard one. Goron's is 4.
Let's go.
Now we got our second gem of the run. We're done with those now.
Oh yeah. I hate when they ask you like that last question there, because it's like of those Gorons, how many are adults? And it's like the previous question was not about that. Why'd you ask me this? It's so weird.
It doesn't quite line up correctly. My favorite question, well, my favorite option it can pick is one of the options for question 4 that we did not get was, hey, what question is this?
Oh yeah.
Which is, yeah, it's 4. But my favorite question personally, again, we're just giving some space for that mailbox. If we get too close to the mailbox on certain maps, it's gonna auto-trigger a mail cutscene, and we don't want that. My favorite question options are, oh right, we're doing, that's a W. The 5th question, your options are, for the correct answer, are either 7, 7, or 46.
That's my favorite
It's
too.
probably 7,
or it's like,
but this time it was 46.
like 7, 7, like I think it's 3 for one of them too. It's like how many rocks are in one of the homes.
All right, so it's time for our next dungeon entry puzzle, which our goal is to not kill the boat while we do this. So if I get a moment, I would like to do enemy control, but I don't want to be missing my cannon shots. which I seem to have. Where'd it go? No, we're good.
Nice. We're back.
It's okay if we take a little bit of damage. I used to play Magic the Gathering, so I'm gonna steal a phrase that I was told when I played Magic, which is, it is okay if you are at 1 health, as long as your opponent is at 0. So, as long as we have no icebergs left at the end of this, I don't care how much health my boat has. I don't have to deal with the consequences of my actions, and the second set of enemies didn't even spawn, so we're so good. We're so good. Only stopped one time
also
for sake.
There's also a point out in chat too. Fast version game used to be Japanese, and I actually used to run this game on Japanese version as well.
Oh God!
Back in the day, and I don't know Japanese at all. What I did for that was I memorized which questions were correct and in the order of like questions that could come up, like which answers were correct rather, and I just like went from there. Like I had some cues, like some questions had like 2 characters to the answer instead of 1 character. And like obviously the number ones are pretty easy because you just see the number. Like it's wild.
Yeah.
Goron quiz is hard, TLDR, but we got there.
So this guy is explaining to us, hey, do you remember the game that was all the rage in 2020, Among Us? Go play Among Us.
Fun fact, Among Us just got added as a DLC character for Smoky Ball Banana Rumble.
Yo, Super Monkey Ball crossover?
Hell yeah.
I actually can't play Super Monkey Ball. I have depth perception issues, so it starts to give me a headache because my brain starts working in overdrive trying to make up for it.
That's so valid.
Really bad with marble rollers and specifically like older kart racers. So I don't ever get to play Super Monkey Ball. I know a lot of people who have run it, and I don't get to play it. Anyway, we're talking to all the Anukis. They're adorable, by the way. I love their little snowmen that they make in the background. I think this
Zelda species is only in the DSLs, by the way. If you've never seen the Anukis before.
They're so cute.
They are okay, but the design is cute.
They're adorable.
They're very feisty.
So we have talked to all of them, and we've determined by process of analysis that this is a uke. Fuck him. Sus.
Bam. Ba, 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 ba.
The uke is gonna be like, actually, it was really rude of you to show up in my house and go, you're a uke! So I'm gonna kick you out. I'm not sure what this accomplished, but it's gonna let us into the dungeon. So...
Hooray!
This feels a little bit specious.
Just a little bit.
But we're gonna go report in and tell him, yes, we now remember how to play Among Us. And he's gonna say, oh, good, now go do the dungeon and steal our medal or something. And that is directly what we're gonna do. Shoutouts to this guy. You would think that it's good to talk to him at one of the sides so that he'll walk the shorter distance. No, he always picks the side that's longer.
It's so weird.
We're gonna pick up some bomb drops real quick. Because now that we have determined what a uke looks like, we're gonna murder some of them.
The throwing bombs in their mouths when you do like their sucking some wind like that. That's how we defeat them. And hit them with 2 hammers will also destroy them immediately too.
I am also trying to make sure, just extra careful, that they stay in frame. Because, hey, remember how Nintendo does that thing where if something is off camera, it doesn't exist? We want to make sure that they are in camera when they die, or else no, they didn't die. They are still alive until you see them die. There we go. So, just double checking, being extra careful so we don't have to run back. Because I've maybe had that happen a few too many times.
Now these brown nukes right here, it's random whether or not they'll suck in or they'll just attack you. So we just have to wait and see what they do.
Hey, dude. Hey, you hungry?
Come on.
Oh. You want a snack?
One little snack?
Snack? Snacky? No.
Oh, come on.
Snacky?
Why are they being like this? Come on. No, 4? That's
okay. There we go.
Sheesh. Unfortunate luck.
Yeah. That was real bad. That is okay. And now it's time for, honestly, I think this is my favorite dungeon, just because since we have all of the items, we're gonna make really good use of them. So we're gonna go whoop, whoop, whoop.
It's very cool.
Yep, there we go. That scared me for a second, and then we're gonna go whoop, whoop, whoop. Doo-doo. We're just trying to run in here, wait for that to raise up the platform. Perfect. And
that saves a lot of time in this next room, especially.
Yeah.
Just like, because like the whole like first part of this room is actually just like trying to get these red switches up. Because the blue switches are currently up, so we just kind of skip all that by just doing that cool bomb shoot trick there.
Yep. And also, it is a fun excuse to use bomb shoes. And again, I really like that we get to use. My favorite puzzle is coming up where we get to use every single item in our arsenal within one room, and honestly, masterful. Oh god.
Absolute cinema.
Oof.
Whoa.
We do not want to fall. Maybe that'll work. We'll see if it brings me the key. Yeah, perfect.
Nice. Hey.
There we go. Just being extra cautious.
Whoa.
Hey, Bubble, get out of my camera. Get out of my camera. Oh, he's sparkling.
Please. Ah. So mean.
So mean. Hey, how about Ukes?
Yeah.
Ukes, am I right?
You're so right. Oh, they didn't give the double. That's what I was hoping for.
I got one more bomb. Dude.
The double in hill is always so nice to get. But unfortunate right there.
Yep, but this is going to give us access to our final item. I keep wanting to say B-Wheel, but because that's what it's called in Skyward Sword.
The B-Wheel?
Yeah, it's the B-Wheel. It's your
That's adorable.
Equipable item wheel. But the grappling hook is actually a really cute item. I really like the applications of it. And I'm sad that we don't get to see all of them in this speed run because a lot of them are really cute. But there's one we do get to see. You can pull the tongues on these little things. He targeted the wrong one. This is the first time we're ever going to open a safety passage back to the beginning, but it's not actually for safety. It's just because we need to use the grappling hook on these. And just for extra caution, because I did say there's one more frame perfect trick in the run, and it's in my favorite room. We're gonna get some extra health, because this one does cost health if we fail it in certain ways. Hey, you. There we go. Gonna use the hammer to get across there. I promised every item. Use the bomb to open stuff up. Gonna make a bridge for ourselves. Stand in the middle of it. Use our boomerang. Oh, we missed one.
Oh, what the?
How did we miss one?
I don't know how that missed. I don't know. That was weird.
And now we're gonna use the bow, but wait, we didn't use bomb shoes. Not yet. We're going to go start a timer. This whole trick is gonna be performed on a timer, so wish me luck. And then we're going to do a frame perfect pause trick to try to get into a very specific position so that we can, from a very specific angle, get a grapple. Hold on. Nope, a little early. Still early. Oh, that was late. Sorry. Come on. I'm usually better at this.
So we want to get like just off the side of this peg right here, and we want Link to be the jump right there, and then immediately pull up the select menu.
Come on.
So we can just we can get right on that little pixel at the edge of the ledge, then use the bomb shoes to do a camera lot to get across.
I'm just
the
gonna cut my losses and try to reset the timer because I'm not gonna have enough time.
Good call.
I've never had it go. It's probably nerves making me go a little bit faster than I usually do.
It is a hard trick, honestly.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about a 30th of a second. This is the easier frame perfect trick, but it's still the frame perfect. It is fine. Oh my god, I did poorly at the hard thing. Who could have seen it coming? Come on, a little slower.
You got this.
There we go. Okay, so we are now further onto the ledge than the game expects us to be. And by the way, we can clip a bomb shoe out of bounds, do our bomb shoe camera trick, and...
Camera lock.
There we go.
Works because it's finicky. There we go. Nice.
Get across there, and you can hear that the timer is still going in the background. But we're across.
And we're good.
Not perfect, but I will take it. By the way, the hammer's still broken. Did you know that the hammer has not become fixed recently? And walls aren't real.
There. This whole room takes a little bit too. Like the second half of this room is like pretty long, so that actually saves like multiple minutes, I think.
Yup, it's pretty neat. Honestly, how much of this area entirely that we skip with just fun item tricks is really cool. Oops.
Because yeah, items in this game are pretty broken. Mostly in the second half of the game, but yeah.
All right. So we are now through the frame perfect tricks. Huzzah. Now we get to use, again, one of the cutest mechanics in this game that we only get to see once, which is... Whee! Oh, I got dizzy.
How'd you get dizzy there? Wait.
That was really weird.
I've never seen that before. What the heck?
That's never happened before.
True.
He just got a little motion sickness, I guess.
Strange.
All right. Now we got our boss key. Oh, I was hoping to hit the enemy with it.
Also, if you want to really confuse your friends, ask them in any Zelda game whether it's a boss key or a big key. In this case, the big key above us is actually a boss key, but the key you can hold in your hand in Wind Waker is the big key. So, yeah, that's the thing.
In Skyward Sword, they all have their own names.
Oh,
every single key has its own name.
Is one Bill?
They're like the
Bill?
Ancient Circuit and the Blessed Idol, and because they're all funny shapes.
That rules. I like that.
But we could call them Bill. Anyway, hey, did you know Gleeok is in this game?
They are.
Hi, Gleeok.
Hi, Gleeok.
This boss is a lot of waiting for Gleeok to do something. But if you want to have a fun game to play in the meantime, you can count how many times they give me bad RNG. So out of the 3 times when they could pick whether or not to snap their little jaws once or twice, they picked once 2 out of 3 times. That's decent RNG. We like that. Thank you so much. Also, we're just going to stand here and hit stuff.
Just playing chicken with all the ice blocks here.
Because, hey, free heal. And it's deterministic which one of them is going to attack first, which is why I don't even have to wait to see what they're doing. I can just immediately set up. Oh, bad RNG. How rude of you, blue Gleeok head. How are you feeling, Red?
Dang it, blue Gleeok head. Rabble, rabble.
Oh, see? Red Gleeok head knows how to behave, blue Gleeok head.
You can learn a thing or two.
Have you learned? He's learning.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so proud of my little
They're
blue
learning.
Gleeok head.
Same.
They grow up so fast. All right, now it's time for, this time, they can pick, between, oh, darn. How dare it hit me once. But this time they can pick between snapping once, twice, or 3 times. So we're gonna see how nice they're gonna be. But first they have to eat wood. Did that taste good? I have to pull up bombs.
Yummy.
Once, twice, 3 times. All right.
Oh my, they've not learned.
But we're gonna.
All right, so
You want to talk about
what
that?
we're doing here, yeah. So what we're doing here is the only skip in this fight, essentially. So normally it's supposed to hit both heads there twice, and then it does this attack again, which is scripted. But we actually just did the exact amount of HP that the boss has. So instead we're able to just kind of like by throwing the bomb down, putting the head down, doing a single hammer hit, then a charge hammer hits. Currently the red head is at 0 HP right now, but they're still alive because that part's scripted, so they have to be alive for that. So next time we hit them, no matter what we hit them with, they will just crumble. We're doing the same thing to the blue head as well too. It skips like 1 attack, which is very tiny. It's a very small skip, but it's still a skip.
I don't know if we actually. Yeah, unfortunately, I picked up the wrong item by accident. So,
it happens.
But that guy's dead.
They're dead,
And
just like that.
now we just have to wait for this guy to take a tiny bit more damage.
I love the detail that they turn the sand in the background and just kind of wait there for the other one to die.
There we go.
Nice.
There we are. Perfect. Yeah, you can tell that the one of them is actually at 0 HP because in the background it starts to die and then it comes back to life to be like, oh wait, I'm late for the cutscene. Which is very funny. We have now picked up every heart container in the run because, hot take, the end of this game is hard.
Agreed.
Like, do I have to get good? Yes. Is it still scary? Yes.
Oh yeah.
It's real scary. But I might make some safety saves during the boss gauntlet, just in case. But hopefully we won't need them. Hi, Anuki. How's it going? I took your thing.
Hello, Aru. That was the Anuki that was being impersonated by the Uke earlier.
Ah.
They're now here and they're like, thank you, I guess. It's very strange. I don't know.
Thanks, I got my house back.
Yay, I think. Woo. It's like not excited. It's very strange.
I'm so excited to have to pay taxes on it again. Thank you.
I have to go back to my 40-hour work week now. Yay.
When I was in captivity, they didn't make me do this. All right.
They gave me free fruit in captivity. Now I have to buy it. No.
So now we have all 3 of our pure metals. We're done, right? Wrong. Because when in doubt, don't forget Zaz.
Yeah, there we go.
We're going to Zaz. This isn't the scary
make the sword
one,
first.
honestly, to forget, because I don't know if it lets you summon Jolene unless you go do this.
It does not, no.
But it does let you not go back to Zaz in between and then show up and be like, hi, I'm here. Where's my... I didn't pick up the sword. I can't kill things. I don't have a sword. But Zaz had asked us to get the pure metals so that he can build a sword with it, and we're just gonna go in and be like, hey. You wanna... Why does that look like candy?
I would definitely eat that.
Yeah, why are you putting a wrapped candy in the furnace, man?
He's warming it up for us. Yummy.
Oh, I hit a tree. But now, we're finally gonna check our mail.
Draw an uwu.
So we do have to sign for our mail. We're receiving threats in the mail, by the way. That's a federal crime. See, my plan was, here is my actual signature.
Ooh.
You will?
Ooh. That's awesome.
Now we're gonna be like, hey, Lineback, Scary Lady gave me threats in the mail, and Lineback's gonna be like, worry not, we can be cowards. And you're like, actually, I think we should go fight the Scary Lady, and he's like, I judge you, but okay. And then we're gonna save and quit. Oop, I forgot to hit yes. And that's just going to normalize the position of Jolene, because Jolene did send us scary threats in the mail. And now that we've reloaded the map, we're going to put ourselves on a predetermined course so that we will intersect with Jolene. We are going out into the nothing, but it is just to go meet her. And now is for my least favorite Jolene fight. Jolene is always mean to me here. But
she's just very mean.
She's just really rude.
Cursa? Yeah. This fight is like a little easier though because you have to use a hammer.
You can use a hammer.
For whatever reason, Jolene did not bring a hammer to a hammer fight. She brought a sword to hammer fights, and that's a foolish mistake in my opinion.
Did you just make a sword slash sound in the middle of the cutscene?
Yeah.
Jolene. Ooh, okay. No, I didn't get it.
She does move a lot faster here, though. That is the biggest part about this.
I hit a barrel.
She is vulnerable for less time,
Really?
and in general, it's hard to hear because of that.
Sorry, I'm flubbing it. There we go.
There we go.
I want to keep her up against a wall.
If we just hit her over and over again like this, she'll just eventually just step back and then do like a slash like that.
And then
which is what you want.
We can hit the sword out of her hand, and she's like, oh no, you bested me. I learned how to pick things up off the floor. I watched an infomercial about it.
I watched a YouTube tutorial.
And then it didn't work, and she's like, no, WikiHow, how could you fail me? And then she leaves. And then we get the, I was gonna try to grab a full health, but it didn't want to let me.
Is there really a WikiHow page as to how to like pick things up off the floor?
I want to say, even if there isn't a WikiHow page, just in general on how to pick things off the floor, somebody in chat prove me right or wrong. There's got to be a WikiHow page on how to pick things up with like long acrylic nails. I've never had long acrylic nails. I'm actually one of those people that's like obsessed with my nails have to be very, very short. If they touch my keyboard, I'm upset about it. By the way, we just saved warp so we didn't have to sail. But I am so sure there has to be like a WikiHow tutorial on how to like pick up a quarter with long acrylic nails. By the way, we have more outstanding mail. There's like stuff being like, hey, Link, would you like to have this free catalog for LL Bean? And we're going to continue to ignore it for the rest of the run. We only wanted the threats from the mail.
I wanted a Sears catalog. I say as if Sears is still around.
I wanted to hear about the new deals at Radio Shack.
Yeah. Tell me about Circuit City.
But now that we have ignored our mail, we do have to actually ignore it one more time. We are going to once again use our favorite warp slate. This is actually our final warp of the run. We're warping right back to the beginning isle. I don't think we ever mentioned the beginning island is called, I believe, Merkay.
Merkay, yeah.
You've heard of Outset. Have you heard of Merkay? I'm not sure why it's called.
Merkay is just murky, but instead of attitude.
Yeah.
It's Merkay.
Merkay. But yes, we have acquired the sword blade, but we have to go to Ciella's grandfather, the old guy from the beginning who told us about stuff, and he is going to give us the full-powered Phantom Sword. And the Phantom Sword comes with the ability to kill phantoms. He's also got to give us a cutscene. This is the split I like to call the victory lap, because, hey, you remember all of the out of the way we went to avoid getting murdered by phantoms through 4 whole visits through Temple of the Ocean King so far? Well, no longer, because now we have eaten the Pac-Man Power Pellet, and the phantoms can fear me. Oh, I rolled a little too early. Darn.
Also, astute viewers might have noticed that Ocean's actually sitting outside this house as well too, for whatever reason. That's because 3 hours ago in this run, we did sword tutorial skip, and he's supposed to like go back in the house after that happens, and he's just kind of sitting out there right now because of that.
I am not astute.
Really funny to me.
I've never noticed.
If you talk to him, he just teleports you inside the house.
That's very
cool.
funny.
Yeah.
All right, our last trip inside. And as stated previously, there is a checkpoint that we hit halfway through. So, do we want to go to the 6th floor? It'll cost us 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Yep, we do. So, I believe it actually takes a dynamic amount of time based on how long you took previously.
It does, yeah.
But now we go straight to here. And remember all the silly stuff we did last time? I decided I wanted 30 seconds. We're not gonna do that this time. We're gonna basically make a mockery of everything we have done previously. We're skipping directly to here because we have the grappling hook. And instead of worrying about the whole nonsense walk around we did last time, we are still going to draw that guy's aggro real quick. Oopsie doopsie. We now also have bomb shoes, so we're going to go wee, and now we can completely ignore all the phantoms. And while we can kill the phantoms, often we want to not kill them because it can, obviously spending more time than we have to with them is ill-advised, but also killing everything on a floor spawns a chest.
Oh, you got the hammer clip here?
Oh yeah. No, I'm just gonna murder him this way.
Oh, that's good too. Okay.
Please kill.
Yeah.
There we go.
You can clip the hammer off the side of the top left corner of that bottom square there and hit him before he comes up there. And I don't like that strat. I don't do it myself.
Yeah, no, I'm doing things the safe way. We are gonna kill this guy just so he doesn't knock us down when we have the thing. And, ooh, hey, 30 seconds.
Ooh.
Nice.
Fun fact: just enemies that chase us around this floor are whiz robes. That's their design in this game.
I never knew. Ooh.
It's very strange.
Really?
At least nothing like them, in my opinion.
So now that we have the grapple, that is our fastest method of transporting these, because we can do both at once. And once again, we really don't care too much about our time remaining. We do care about our health total now, because, hey, reminder, where is the big bad?
Down.
And we are going...
down, hopefully.
So we might be on our way to fight the big bad.
Maybe.
Once again, bomb shoes. We're gonna do the more intended way to kill this guy now, which is just to rock'em sock'em robots.
Blam.
Thank you, sir. Pick up our small key. Once again, bomb chew our way through. Remember having to go through there? And we don't even have to go around, because we can break our way in just with our trusty grapple now. And oh no, something saw me. It's gonna summon the Warpy Boys. We don't actually care. We're good.
I'm kind of surprised they detected you. I didn't think that would happen there.
This floor, I find this floor kind of weird because we skip it entirely. And And we go to this floor. Remember this one that was giving me all the trouble before? Revenge!
Aha!
I have a hammer, and I'm going to use it to skip this. And we're gonna pull out the gem, and unfortunately, oh no, a thing spawned. How dare. We're just gonna bait it over. And once again, just scooting around our little triangle buddies. This guy we're not gonna kill. Yeah, you wanna talk about?
Yeah, because it spawns a chest if you do that. On all these floors, if you kill all the phantoms with the phantom sword, you get like a reward for it. Usually like a ship part or sometimes like rupees or something. I forget exactly what it gives you, but yeah. So the last one we actually just stunned because like it causes cutscene to happen.
Yeah. We're sparing a life. We're sparing a life.
Hooray!
Cue how to save a life. By whatever band that is. That's a song, right?
It is, yeah. I think I've heard it a lot in the past when watching Scrubs, I want to say. Something like that.
How to save a life. I've never seen Scrubs. All right.
Good show.
This is a floor that is harder than it looks, but mostly only for the blue ones.
Mm-hmm.
We have to kill all these phantoms. The blue ones are stupid finicky. We're gonna try it the hard way. There we go. Oh, come on. He heard me. Okay. We'll see if we can... Nope, he didn't. He tried to dig the solid floor. He tried to dig the solid floor, and that's not gonna work, man. So,
Link, you're silly.
But, that's...
Just go aggro them, honestly.
Yeah, that's not too bad. The rest of them are not nearly as bad. It's really only when there's 3 of them that they're a problem, and, you know, you have to deal with sort of breaking their cycle where one of them will almost always be looking at the other one's back. This way, because we spawn right behind them, or they spawn right behind us, rather, we don't have to worry about it. He's like right there, and because I'm nervous all during the cutscene, I'm just attempting repeatedly to slash down. So that we instantly can kill the rest of them. And that's why I say only the blue ones are really a threat. But only getting hit once, that's neat.
I'll give you all a little fun fact before his final boss right here. Potential like glitch hunting thing someone can maybe do for this game, but the loading zone for that blue door there we just went through is always active, even when we were there earlier in the run getting the northeast sea charts. So if someone finds a way to clip past that door into the loading zone, we can then use the warp that spawns in right here in seconds to just get back here immediately and fight the final boss after we get the grappling hook to be able to defeat them. That would save like 45, 50 minutes in the run or so. That's essentially this game's barrier skip, if you're familiar with Wind Waker speedrunning. How that wasn't able to found for a while. But it's not a thing yet. But someone could find it. Someone in chat could find it if you want to glitch on this game.
I'd also like to point out, Ciela asks you, are you ready? And if you say yes, it spawns the other fairies to talk to you. If you say not yet, she goes, oh, okay, I respect that. Here's a portal back. And then you can just turn around and lie to her face and go into the final boss and not have to talk to the other fairies and receive their little pep talk of like, you're gonna go fight Bellum. This is Bellum, by the way.
It's our final boss right here, the big bad of the game.
Hi, friend.
Hi, Bellum. So we get the grappling hook for this first phase here, where we just keep grappling them, like the pink goo, I guess they spawn for them. I don't know if they call it otherwise, but Yeah, we hit them over and over again once we pull them close. Then we need arrows now for the second phase. We need a total of 15 arrows for the entirety of this fight. So we have 17 currently right now. But thankfully, enemies do spawn arrows sometimes if we do kill them. So hopefully we're fine on the aiming here. I believe in you. You got this.
I am...
No pressure, I'm sorry.
so bad at the snipes later on. We're good right now, but we'll see if that lasts. Luckily I do have a decent amount of arrows. I'm gonna roll to preserve my health.
I'm sorry about that, but like I put some unnecessary pressure.
No, you're good.
That's why I said that. Okay.
Hey, you get back here. Hey, get back here.
Bellum, please behave.
Bellum.
Also, I gotta say too, the music skin's been kind of whatever the whole time,
here's
but
where it gets
Bellum theme, yeah, this phase of Bellum's music is really good. The phase after this also really, really good. Final boss song, like final phase, extremely good. I love it all.
Shout out to oh god, almost wasted an arrow. Yeah, this is where they start opening and closing, and it gets a little dicier. Okay.
Yeah, and I have to wait for some cycles on the eyeballs. It's kind of random when they pop up, so yeah.
We're gonna try to remember where his... Oh, I picked the wrong one. Unfortunate. Where his eyes were. Nice. Okay, that's what we like to see. You want to give me more arrows?
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Nope. He wanted to give me a heart. But shout out to my friend Pride, the King's Pride, fellow GDQ host, told me how they made, I guess, the final boat song, and was like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. Like, I understand the vision, but I'm not a big fan of it. I was like, thank you. I love it, actually. It's kind of my new favorite thing. All right.
It's pretty good.
He's gonna...
For this phase in particular right here, he's gonna like rotate around with all his tentacles. You have to remember which ones are ones you can still shoot and be on the other side of them so you can shoot them. That's the idea here.
A little bit, but we're good.
Once you shoot 2 of them, like right now, they'll do the same thing again. You have to shoot 1 more.
Yeah, I think it is.
We gotta remember exactly where the last one is.
It was one of those 2.
Yeah.
So...
I think it's a solo one. Yeah, there we go. On the right.
Trying not to let him hit me, but I'm doing awful job. Oh, darn it. I was a little bit slow, but that's okay. There we go. All right. We don't have the best health total, but that's fine. We shouldn't take any damage in the next phase. The health total importance is entirely for the very end, because we are going to drag this health total that we currently have into the final phase of the fight, provided that we don't die on the boat phase, which resets your health to 3, which is just mean, honestly. But oh no.
Also, Deus Ex Machina. Actually, first off, full plot synopsis here. Ciela, our favorite from the game, is actually the Spirit of Courage that was established like a while ago. Yada yada. But Deus Ex Machina, they're the Spirit of Courage and time now, so that can stop time. We do a little Zawando, and then just slash button over and over again right here.
Do 4 slashes, but sure, that works.
You can just tap them over and over again. I'm like to do a jump slash with them over and over again.
Oh, really?
But that, yeah. Try right here. Like that, see?
We're just gonna get my aggression out on Bellum's eye. Did that work? Still didn't do enough damage. Interesting. Okay, that's okay.
I think it was the first phase, yeah.
That's okay. We just did 1 quick spin. He was like almost there.
Just 1 flash.
What, just boop. There we go.
That's funny. Nice. Good first phase.
We're learning live. All right. He's dead. We beat the game. No, we didn't. This is Zelda. You think that the gauntlet is just 1 multi-phase boss fight? It's several. It always is. But we do get to skip a bunch of cutscenes now, and we get to go to, as I said, one of my favorite music tracks. welcome to the Wind Waker sea theme played in a minor key.
It's interesting.
I'm so here for it. On this one, his eyes are respawning up to a certain point, so we want to be hitting the ones on the side because we have to. I didn't hit that many of them there. We have to hit a certain number of them.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of points where you can just like target the ship, so it's really hard to be able to target these eyeballs sometimes. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
And also, they shoot a lot of stuff at you, so you have to shoot that at the same time, and hopefully get hard drops to them like that. So there's also have to worry about as well.
Yeah, it's also rough. Man, Lineback, get closer to the boat, please.
Come on, Lineback, please.
That's okay. This is not my best Bellum boat, but that's all right. But it also has the problem that this is a win more, lose more mechanic. Your vision becomes worse the more you are hit. So if I get hit, you have to deal with, oh, there we go, perfect. It spawning smoke around. Did I hit him? Okay, good. We hit the outlier over there. It'll spawn smoke around my ship, which has got reduced my visibility, so I can't see what I'm targeting as well, which is very annoying. But it's not really noticeable unless we're at 2 hearts or below. On 1 heart, it's very rough. All right. Excuse me, get hit. Thank you. That was the last one.
There we go.
All right. It's time.
Now it's time for the phase 3, final phase of the final boss. Here we go.
Lineback offers to save here, which we are going to do because it preserves your health total in case you fail it. But actually, if you die after not saving, you still respawn right there. So now we have to wait around for just a quick moment for Ciela to realize that we can't do anything unless she gives us a Phantom Sphere. So thank you, buddy. And I don't know.
We can't hurt them, no!
Hey, look, Tetra's in the background. All right.
Hi, Tetra.
Now is one of my favorite text boxes in the game. Oof. Whoa.
Oof? Whoa?
He got me. Sorry, Uwu.
Don't worry about me.
Don't worry about me. All right, so optimally you can do this in 3. I am not purely consistent, so we're gonna do it in 4. But we are trying to collect all the Phantom Spheres we want for the rest of the fight. During his...
It's really hard to do it in 3. Don't worry about that. It's so difficult. I got my world record, and I popped off mostly for that.
Oh, nice. He has not hit me yet. That's excellent. He can be super unpredictable when... Ooh, nice.
Ooh. It's random whenever the eyeball in the back opens up in this case. So, yeah, we just gotta hope and pray here that we save time.
Okay, perfect.
That's the idea.
We would like to keep the Phantom Sphere up so that we're ready for him. But yeah, we wanted to get all of those in early so that he is more predictable. All right.
Time could be very soon.
Yep.
If it's potentially 3 cycles, not be a 4th cycle. This attack we can't do anything about. Actually, technically we can. We could spin attack as come into us to get another Phantom Sphere, but like that's not good. We need to do that.
All right.
Yeah, it takes
more.
like 50 hits total in this case, and of course your spin attack does 2 hits. All right. Oh, right here.
There we go. Time. Okay.
Very nice.
All right. Oop! I did not mean to hit pause. Don't do that. Don't do that. Unfortunately, the suspend button is on the shoulder buttons on the gamepad, which is very easy to hit by accident. But huzzah!
Hooray! Oh, Pippi, do you want to see the cool credits?
I do. Do we have time? We'll leave that up.
It's a quick
I hit
thing.
pause again while trying to Skip cutscene.
Skip the next 2 cutscenes. Yeah.
Skip cutscene.
Like all the art here is so
Look
good.
How cute they are. How cute they are.
Yeah, look at them. Oh
can
my
I ask to
goodness.
see if I know what my final time was?
I saw 3:31:18, I think.
Yeah, 3:31:18.
That's not terrible. My PB is a 3:28. So 3:28:59. Like, really clinging to that 1 second. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for joining me. Look at this adorable art. We're gonna see my name in the credits, right?
Yeah, at the very end of it.
Sidewalk! He's so cute! Oh!
Right? Also, Pippi, where can the good people follow you?
I'm on the Twitch, the television. Hi, I'm Pippi in a top hat. You can Google that if you want to. I do this. I do a lot of Skyward Sword, if you couldn't tell. And I also do a lot of hosting for events and just kind of we vibes. We do some feel good speed running. We try our best and we wear fun hats.
Heck yeah.
And where can I find you?
Look at all the art, though. There's the Phantom Sword. My favorite one is the one that when Link a second ago, being all excited about the Phantom Hourglass.
It's so cute.
I love that one.
They're so cute. I love them. Oh,
the final one's really good too. After this, fantastic.
aw. But thank you everyone so much for hanging with me. Thank you so much, Church, for
Look at this one.
me. Aww.
Adorable.
Look at the whale.
And check it out. Wait for it. There you are.
There's our uwu. But yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining us on this. And thank you so much for letting me run this. Thank you so much, Church, for having us. Thank you, Shasta, for being here with us. Is there anything else you would like from us before we put you in the capable hands of TGH?
I assume you're talking to me and not Shasta.
I mean, Shasta, no. Would you like to say anything? Would you like to shout anything out?
You can follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/MR_Shasta. I'm trying to be every DS game. That's a pretty cool thing I'm doing. But also, I have a Hotfix show on this channel called Do All the Things. My last episode was 2 days ago. We did Kirby's Epic Yarn. It was awesome. But yeah, it shows all about Hearts speedruns and completionist categories, all levels and all bosses. So yeah, check it out on this channel, every other Friday.
Heck yeah.
That's all I have to say, though.
All right, now, Church, floor is yours.
Thank you both so much for being on, for showcasing this game. This is a great game. I love it. So it's awesome to have you both on and, talk about it, show the run off. But like you said, we do have one more run coming up. We have Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. We're going to take a quick break. Before we go to that break, just a quick reminder for you. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bitch cheered on the GDQ Twitch channel do help support the Games on Quick Hotfix. So if you enjoy watching any of our speedruns, any of our shows, Do All of the Things, like Speedruns from the Crypt, Express Lane, any of that stuff, subscribing really does help put this content on. So if you can consider subscribing to the channel, you'll get access to our emotes, and you'll also be able to chat with subscribers during our replays. With all that said, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Echoes of Wisdom in just a minute here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D. We have a Echoes of Wisdom run up next. Before we get into it, just a quick reminder for you all. Back to Black 2025, the upgrade to UBAF will be live February 6th through 9th here on the GDQ Twitch channel, benefiting Race Forward. You can catch the action and support an incredible cause. You can type !BTB in chat to see the event schedule. And if you want to find out more about the all-black speedrunning community, you can type !BAF in Twitch chat. With all that said, I'll hand it over to our runner commentary here and let everybody introduce themselves.
All right, what's up? I am TGH. I'm going to be running Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. A surprise, it's all dungeons and not any percent, like has been shown on the schedule. And honestly, I'm really, really excited to be able to showcase all dungeons instead of any percent, because all dungeons is a much more complete category, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm super excited. And I used to want to introduce yourself.
80% all dungeons. There we go.
Hello, hi, I'm Ice Blue.
Wait, did I say that?
No, I did.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Hello. I run all dungeons in glitchless. I don't mostly dabble in any %, but I do know a lot of the run. But all dungeons is my jam, and I'm happy to be here hanging out with Tej.
Yeah, it's a hoot between the two of us usually. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. So this is all dungeons unrestricted. There is a restricted version, although it's very underdeveloped as of now. So unrestricted basically means there are no restrictions. You can basically what this is going to be entailing is we're going to be utilizing a glitch called wrong warping constantly throughout this run to warp into every dungeon, mainly the back half of every dungeon near where the boss is. Beat the boss as soon as possible, move on. That's it. We will explain wrong warping as it happens, but just know that this run does get pretty strange. This run does become essentially it's not necessarily a boss rush, but it kind of feels like one at times. But we start off with this sequence of Link. Well, we start the game as Link. That's notable in and of itself.
You thought you were getting a game with Zelda in it.
Wrong. But no, we will be playing as Zelda very shortly. I promise. But yeah, first.
Hey, wait. How are you jumping without the feather?
I don't know. I've always wondered. You know, we don't have the Rock's feather, so like, what's going on here? Why can Link jump? Maybe
this entire segment here it's pretty much like a tutorial, like how the game plays. You'll have like your 3 little spots at the top showing like Link's equipment, and just like how movement works and jumping and things like that. The only thing Link can't do because he's not the main character in this game is spin.
You can spin slash at least. In fact, I just did a quick spin in that one room with the dark nuts to beat all 3 of them at the same time. Another thing he can't, unfortunately, do is dash, because he doesn't have Pegasus boots, I guess.
He forgot his boots at home.
Yeah, he forgot his boots at home. But we're coming up on Ganon.
The final boss.
Yes. I'll make this joke.
It's Ganon, or maybe it's not really Ganon. Maybe it's just an echo of Ganon.
Spoilers.
But we're not even going to use our sword for this fight.
What?
That was not supposed to happen. Sure.
I actually don't know. Like, I don't know why that didn't work. There you go. Okay, it's like nothing happened.
There we go.
So we should spawn in the upper left, I think.
Yeah, I think one more there.
Yeah. Here or over there is fine too.
Yeah, that worked.
Okay. Yeah. I guess one of those bombs were too far away, but so if it weren't evident by that particular fight, iframes basically don't exist in this game for both you or the things that you're fighting. So like all those bombs that went off at the same time, they all damaged Ganon. So I just throw bombs in a position, I fire an arrow at the bombs, they all explode at the same time basically, and they all damage it, and they stack, which is pretty cool.
It's really nice that you can
be relevant.
It's really nice that you can use arrows to actually make the bombs explode themselves, which is a pretty cool little strat that we use for that, to stack damage with the bomb explosions.
Yep. So Link gets swallowed by the rift, and we begin our play as Zelda. The first thing we do is break out of this crystal, and we have to escape eventually once this rift starts expanding. And we have to escape from... this is Southern Ruins, by the way. Where we are right now, this is Southern Ruins. We have to escape from Southern Ruins by just walking out, essentially. You might also notice that we're playing in German. German is... undisputably, or indisputably, whatever English, indisputably the language with the fewest amount of text boxes that we encounter in the run, because of every waypoint that we collect being one fewer text box. Whether or not it's actually the fastest language is kind of debatable, and it's
As I say,
kind of hard.
have we figured out if simplified Chinese is a little bit faster?
It's hard to
or
figure out
faster?
because of like how variable the text actually is, despite using turbo to mash.
Yeah,
That's another thing.
so simplified Chinese is another language that we play in because the text boxes actually clear slightly faster than any other language.
We're talking,
and German just has fewer text boxes. Now I'm talking like you. Now I'm talking like you. God.
Did you say you're talking like me?
Yes.
I don't appreciate that. No matter how true it is, I don't appreciate that. Just throwing it out there. Okay, so we have successfully escaped from Southern Ruins. So I'm using a third-party controller currently. Don't tell Nintendo. I'm using a third-party controller that has turbo enabled. I will be using turbo at 20 hertz throughout this run. Actually, I'm using 12 right now, but once the run gets going, I'll start to use 20.
I've already called Doug Bowser.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that, pal.
No problem.
But yeah, so Echoes of Wisdom. It begins with some very long cutscenes, which we have a lot of time during to talk about stuff before this run truly gets going. So, what do we talk about?
I mean, we could kind of talk about like the mechanics a little bit as we get to them.
Sure.
Primary movement that we have coming up once we get the main like item weapon, I guess you can call it in the game. Our primary movement is going to be spinning. Zelda gets to twirl like the pretty princess that she is. So mostly we're just going to be spinning or utilizing some of these echoes for some pretty sick overworld movement.
Well, not in this category, really. This category doesn't have like Path Blade, doesn't have Flying Tile, which is unfortunate. But instead we get Wrong Warping, so that kind of makes up for it.
Yeah, that's the overworld movement.
We barely do any overworld movement in this category.
You got to get the waypoint somehow.
I mean, we just spin. We just like that's our overworld movement is we just spin once we do Luber skip, which will
awful. When's glitchless?
So the first 30 minutes of pretty much every category in this game, except for any percent unrestricted, which is the fastest category, and 100%, which is the longest category, they all start pretty much exactly the same. With a
the best sound effects coming up.
With a completion as fast as possible of Southern Ruins, which is where we just were, but we have to go in there again to defeat.
Best sound effect coming up here.
Shout out to General Dex or General Wright in English. I also mentioned Turbo, but I want to give a shout out to the Echoes of Wisdom community really quick as well for being so accepting of accessibility.
That
because
physical health and everything. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So this, in case you haven't quite noticed, there are a lot of cutscenes with text. In this game, there's a ton of text, especially at the very start with cutscenes like this. Like we had to vote fairly quickly for Turbo to be allowed, and it did pretty much like not unanimously, but it did like it was a majority vote for it to be allowed. The question was just in what capacity, and the answer is text boxes only with no cap. No cap meaning like how fast the actual controller can mash. But you can only use it during text boxes. It can theoretically be useful for getting menu storage, which is part of wrong warping later on in the run, but I have my thoughts about that. It doesn't really, I don't know. I don't think it really helps that much, personally. But that's beside the point. The point is that we can match text with Turbo, and that's huge. So yeah, shout outs to the Echoes community for caring about our runners' hands.
Yeah, it's a big thing for like glitchless runners because the category is 3.5 hours and there's so much text at the end of each dungeon, and it's
Before.
yeah, and before each dungeon, and like running that category was. I could only do like 1 or 2 runs a day before like my wrists were just like, all right, buddy, I'm gonna need you to relax.
Honestly, doing 2 is a workout. Even doing 1 is a workout when you're like manually mashing. So yeah, we're going to finally assume control of Zelda here, and we're just gonna spin around for a bit.
Yeah, it's the whole game right here.
Yeah. It doesn't actually matter what you do in the cell. There's a timer that runs down, and then the game will immediately just fade to black and start with the cutscene that introduces Try, which is our companion for the run and allows you to it allows you to learn and create echoes, the main mechanic of this game. So you can learn certain objects as echoes and recall them and recreate them, like not infinitely, but depending on like how much power you have, which depends on how much of the game you've completed, essentially. But for instance, the first thing we're going to do after we get the Try Rod, which Try is going to create, is learn the table echo to escape the jail cell. And we're going to use that table echo to escape past the guards as well in order to get out of this castle, because we've been jailed, if you didn't notice. We have been thrown in jail on account of the Echo King that appeared has told everyone that we have been causing the rifts, which is obviously not true. Yeah, here we have the Try Rod. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to basically mash the R trigger and somehow be early. I've never been early for that before. That's impressive. And
twice nonetheless.
Okay. So to escape these guards, I'm going to do some small tech called jump spawning. So this is supposed to be like a stealth section. It's really not stealth for us. It's more just like using tables to either like traverse this room or block the guards themselves. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold Y, which is my echo cast button, and jump on a certain part of a tile, which is actually like in between tiles. And what that does is it works out spatially so that I can just place the echo and jump up on top of it at the same time. This is very position based. And you'll see it right here. I have a cue. I have a cue for a line on the floor right here. Wow, that was close actually. I almost got caught. So yeah, the line on the floor there is what I use to basically jump, and I'm holding Y, and I basically just kind of shift my thumb from Y to B in order to jump. And we have another fairly longish cutscene with a bunch of texts, but this is where we get the cloak, Link's cloak, actually. That's going to allow us to sort of like do a pirouette spin, and that's going to allow us to move faster, just like Ice was mentioning earlier. This is Impa, by the way. I'm still waiting for the DLC to get my Impa Echo. If you know, you know.
Honestly, just give me like the Impa costume.
I love this cutscene because Impa is just like, this whole time, Impa is just displayed as just this little old sweet lady. And then something happens in this cutscene that makes you go like, oh. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to spoil it if you haven't seen it. These guards are like, hey, you escaped. Why did you escape? And then Impa's like...
I just love the menacing slow walk that she does there.
The slow walk. And then she does this. And then she turns to walk back toward you, and you see the Sheikah symbol on her back. And it's like, oh, that explains a lot. That's the same old Impa. Okay, so here we go. Now we actually escape the castle. So now we can spin. We're going to start off with a couple of pretty tight jumps here. Spinning does allow you to jump a little bit further if you jump at the right time. Basically, it's just like a spin and then a jump immediately. And you get a little bit more distance that way. Like you maintain a very, very, very small amount of momentum from the spin out of your jump. It's not all of it by any means, but
you'll also notice that Teach kind of menued there with the start button when collecting that echo there. It actually is a slightly faster to just menu with the start button with the when you collect a new echo and then cancel the window than it is to like just mash like the B button.
Yeah, and you'll actually notice there, I actually menued with an AB, or I selected the bed as soon as I got the echo because the menu is like just on the bed. Because the game wants you to press start, or plus rather, to view the notebook to see what the echo is all about, like when you get it. So when you do that, the menu is on that echo. So when you press AB, it automatically equips it.
Which is very nice.
It's very useful, yeah. It's just a little micro optimization for menuing, which is one of my favorite types of optimizations in Zelda runs. Or in runs in general. Like I like menuing if it feels good.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yep. All right, here we go. So now begins our kind of trek. Now that we've escaped, now begins our trek to Southern Ruins, which we're going to discover has been swallowed up entirely. Well, we kind of knew this already. But it's been swallowed up entirely by one of these rifts that have appeared. And our job is to rescue some of Tri's friends who have been trapped in the rift in order to fix the rift. In other words, complete the dungeon.
Yeah.
That was just a bad attempt at the jump spawn right there. Just sneak behind that Zol. We're going to throw the rock slightly off center so that it doesn't get in our way. Collect the urchin. And even if you don't menu, by the way, even if you don't actually menu to the urchin, that rupee's fine. Even if you don't menu to like the urchin in that instance, mashing start is actually faster than mashing B. By just a couple frames. But it adds up. But yeah, you'll notice that I'm just kind of like spamming spin, or at least it looks like I'm spamming spin. I'm really not. I'm actually buffering spins. All dungeons doesn't get those. Yeah, okay. All dungeons does not get those rupees. Or you can, but I won't. I'm actually buffering spins, which essentially means midway through a spin, I start holding the R bumper button again. And Zelda will spin on the first frame possible, coming out of the last buffer, which is super nice. It doesn't always work, but you know. Mainly, like this game has a variable frame rate as well. Like you'll see it switch between, or you might notice it switches between like 60, 30, and 20, depending on just how busy the game is currently, like loading resource or like with resources, loading assets, stuff like that. When the game drops below 60 FPS, it tends to drop that buffer sometimes. It tends to drop inputs sometimes in general. It's not usually an issue unless you're doing specific tech, but it is something to keep an eye on. Okay, so you'll notice when I collect this waypoint right here, I didn't mention it on the last one. When I collect this waypoint, you'll see a single text box here. See that? In every other language, that's 2 text boxes. That's why we play in German. I don't know why German only has a single text box there, but it is what it is. There's a similar kind of thing in Link's Awakening for the Switch, which was also developed by Grezzo. But that's a lot more substantial in how much time it saves. So yeah, I did mention getting the rupee, the green rupee. Basically in this category, runners just kind of resign to getting a green rupee. We don't really care about it. We just resign to the fact that we're going to get it.
Yeah, it's going to happen either way.
So what we really don't want is the blue rupee, or even worse, a red rupee. That's just the game, like, telling you to go to bed, basically, is getting a red rupee. Yeah, if we can avoid the 5 rupee, I'm happy. So coming up is a pretty cool trick. I don't know if you noticed in the opening cutscene with the king, this NPC fell into a void. Well, she's actually very useful. That's called wipe jump. So there is an entire section that we skipped there with like some quote unquote puzzles and some combat, like a combat section as well. We just skipped all that and saved like 40 seconds. You can just use beds for that as well. Okay, so here we are in Southern Ruins. And there's a big rock on our way. What are we going to do? What are we going to do about this rock?
Push it. Push it.
We're a little too small to push this rock, probably. So Try's going to teach us how to use the ability Bind, which is kind of like Ultra Hand in Tears of the Kingdom, kind of. Like, I use this comparison a lot. It's kind of like Ultra Hand in the sense that you throw Try at whatever you want to move, and it moves along with you, which is extremely useful. And here you see Exhibit A of Zelda being a massive arachnophobe. Actually,
I too would throw 7 beds at a spider.
I mean, wouldn't anyone?
7 isn't enough.
So true.
It's okay though, because like, you know, for those who wouldn't throw 7 beds at a spider, you just want to burn the house down, right? Whoa, okay, I might have accidentally activated turbo on my left bumper. Hang on. Okay, we're good. I somehow activated turbo on my left trigger on my controller. Nobody saw that, it's fine. But anyway. That happens to me sometimes, I don't know why. In fact, it happened to me in a run today. Earlier today. Maybe I should stop doing that. Okay, so we just got Ignachad. Ignazol is its actual name, but the community refers to it affectionately as Ignachad. And you'll see why in just a minute. Also, yeah, neat little optimization going up the elevator. If you get on a bed, it's weird. You can't actually get up onto the bed ordinarily. You have to press A to get up onto it as the elevator's rising, because it's hard for you to get height off the jump. So we just press A to get up on it. We just like create a little staircase with it. So, who will win? Question for you. Who will win? The hero of frickin' time, or one globby candle boy?
I'm gonna have to say it's the candle boy.
Yeah, my money's on the candle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's Ignachad for you. And you'll notice one thing I did there, because the hitbox on the Ignazol is a little bit wonky. What we do is we bind the Ignazol, wait for it to get into like its attack animation, and we just push it into Link. And for whatever reason, that's more consistent. In fact, that's like 100% consistent. I don't know why that's more consistent. It's just something to do with the way that the hitbox is it's just kind of wonky. So, Link did leave a little something behind here. He left behind the Sword of Might. which allows us to transform into what's called Sword Fighter form, which allows you to use any of Link's items. The only one that's relevant in this run is the sword. We don't get the bow. We don't pick up the bow or the bombs. In fact, we don't even see them in this run.
Nope.
But they do, like, the Sword of Might does allow us to, well, it allows us to fight some things, but we'll be using a certain echo for most combat in this run that we'll be getting after Southern Ruins. So for this room, the 3 Deku Babas.
So good.
I'm going to place an Ignazol here, grab this, and I can cancel out knockback by jumping at the right time. I use Zelda's animation as like a sort of cue to jump out of knockback, which is significantly faster than just letting her get knocked back. Like that. You saw that knockback right there, right? That knockback is inconsequential. In the previous room, it was not. So upcoming is a couple of pretty cool looking rooms, and I'm gonna try to do the more aggressive, sweatier strat in the second 2D room here.
The strat is so cool.
Yeah, it's not easy. In fact, like I haven't. It's difficult enough where like I don't even really practice it because I don't do it. But let's see if I can pull it off here. So if I do this right, I won't touch any ground at all, or any platform. Perfect. And it just so happens this is the room that we learn reverse bind in. So we can actually, now we can move in the same direction as something else that happens to be moving, which I just showcased there as well. And it's very useful right there.
Yeah, normally the game wants you to kind of like just bind to it, press the R button, and just let the platform take Zelda across the pit. But that's slow. Those platforms move at the speed of snails.
There is a much more consistent strat there that only loses like 2 seconds, which is why I don't do that strat like ever. Okay, I call this strat Bedhead. Let's see if I can pull it off. This is Seismic Talus.
Seismic Talus, yeah.
Whoops. Yeah, I have another name for it, but I won't mention it here. In fact, I have a couple of names for a couple different bosses, none of which I will mention here. Don't worry, we'll keep it PG-13. Perfect. 12. So spins do double damage. I think a lot like any other Zelda game. By the way, I think this is the only Zelda that's considered 2D or top-down where you can actually spin the joystick to do a quick spin. I think this is the first one. I guess you could count Phantom Hourglass, now that I think about it. Because you can do quick spins in Phantom Hourglass, but you do it a different way. You do it with the stylus, right? So, maybe that counts. Here you do it with the joystick. So, Southern Ruins is completed. I'll probably be picking up. I'm sorry, by the way. I'll probably be picking up those heart containers in this run because the last boss that we faced before the final boss is one of said bosses that I have names for that I won't repeat here. So, in other words, very bad boss for the run. Yeah, very dangerous boss that I will want help for. So.
I wonder what that boss could be.
You'll never guess. Name rhymes with 4 Dill.
Who's Dill?
Dill Pickle.
Yeah, I love Rugrats.
Okay, so coming out of this dungeon, we're going to be doing a skip called Blueberry Skip, which is an aptly named skip because it skips the Blueberry cutscene. To do that, to skip Blueberry's cutscene, and essentially escape the escort sequence where Minister Left brings you back towards Blueberry's house. What we do is we utilize safe tiles, or what's known as safe tiles. So a safe tile is the tile that you'll snap back to if you either void out or start falling infinitely.
Yeah.
So as soon as this escort sequence begins, I'm going to stand on a certain tile, which is outside where Minister Left's vision radius is going to be at a certain point during the escort. And I'm going to arrange a duo of boxes at one point in a way that will allow me to infinitely fall between them. In between there is where it gets fun. So in order to keep this as our last accessed safe tile, we need to build a giant bridge of beds and not touch the ground until we reach these boxes, pull that one right there, fall into that space, and now we're out of the escort sequence completely. Now, this doesn't come without a drawback. I can't warp anywhere right now. We'll fix that soon. We'll get there. But first...
Yeah, the game puts you in a state where it just completely disables warping. But in order to do that, we need to go speak to a specific NPC.
Do you want to explain why we're grabbing waypoints during this split?
Yeah. So these waypoints are actually going to be used for specific reasons. And these waypoints are going to be basically like as access points for certain indexes for this wrong warp, for each of the wrong warps that we're going to be doing. And each one of these waypoints has a specific index that shares another index with the still whirl, which is going to allow us to kind of like control where we're warping to within a still world.
Yes. So basically, in other words, I'll be using all these waypoints at some point to go to certain dungeons because they're all linked. In the meantime, I do want this echo right here, Kraltala, which we just get by...
That's what I usually do to spiders, too.
By drowning it?
Yes.
This is basically the arachnophobia run.
Good. Hate spiders.
I almost forget that cue for that. We're going to grab these rupees right here for reasons that involve getting my warp ability back.
Yeah, so in order for us to gain access to our ability to warp, we're going to play a mini game, but we're not actually going to play the mini game.
Oh.
We just, by activating the mini game, it puts us back into a state, and like we activate the mini game, then cancel it by walking away out of the area that the acorns are in.
Oh, nice jump.
It puts us back into a state where we can warp again, which is why we pick up these early rupees.
Yep, he's coming
We
up
also
pretty
have
soon.
another. Yeah, we also have another need for rupees too.
Do we?
Do we?
I don't think so. I think it's just that.
Oh, do you not buy a blue potion for Goma anymore?
No, we don't buy potions. No. We have
Lizalfos.
that one echo.
Yeah.
We have that one
Okay.
echo that we're about
It's been a bit since I've seen the changes.
Yeah, we used to get potions for Goma, and we used to not do Blueberry Skip. Actually, or did we? I don't know. I don't know if we ever did both, or did both Blueberry Skip and got the potions. I think really like getting Lizalfos 2, which is by the way the echo that we get, that does most of our combat. Getting Lizalfos 2. Basically,
Also, this is probably one of the most important.
Oh,
this is also probably one of the most important.
Oh, okay. I didn't actually get the 5 rupees. I thought I did. I really thought I did. I would have laughed.
I still remember that one fight with Goma, and I was spinning like right under Goma, and I cut the grass with the spin, and it dropped a 5 rupee.
Yeah.
And Zelda was just like, "Yo, $5, let's go!" In the middle of a boss fight.
I'm rich. Okay, so this is the NPC, by the way. We're gonna play the Acorn game. We're just gonna collect a couple, though. We don't even need to, but they're just in our way, so we can do them. Okay, so this is what Crawltilla can do, by the way. So we need to get up to Eldin.
Yeah, so now we have access to our warping again. Because that minigame, since it does like a little fade out, it puts us back into a state where we can warp.
And here we go. Shout out to the Crawltilla for not randomly going the opposite way, this time at the very end. I had that happen once. It just got all the way almost to the end, and then just like turned around and went the other way. It's like, oh, all right.
Did it detect an enemy or something?
No. It just went the other way. I don't think so.
I must go.
Okay, so we're almost done with this this sequence here.
Yeah, we're making one small pit stop here. We're gonna grab our most powerful echo. But first we gotta scale another wall.
Just gonna grab this Los Alphos, bring him down. Grab the echo. And then we warp back here. So basically, Eternal Forest Warp here is going to be the hub for the vast majority, all but one, of our wrong warps in this run. And the way we do wrong warps here is we read this sign and actually void out at the same time. And there's a 3-frame window after I get rid of the text where I can open a menu. And so I void out with the menu up on screen, and I get into a state where I can actually move around with the menu up on screen and then do whatever.
Yeah, we call this menu storage. And like Tej was saying, it just basically keeps this menu up. Definitely confuses the game just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a small amount.
So essentially what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be using the overworld warp, or overworld warps to access stilled worlds. Where am I going? I'm going to Fair Northwest. Okay. In order to access stilled world warps. By essentially kind of just choosing both at the same time.
Yeah. So like the way that we do is like when we select that menu there, we're kind of like mashing or tapping right on the D-pad in order to swap maps at just the right moment when we select the warp option. And it selects that index and it puts us in the still world that has that same index to the overworld.
We also just kind of did the first couple rooms there backwards, essentially. We were supposed to use that staircase to go down and around and then approach that key from the other way, but you know, we have beds. So
yeah.
The challenge there is not having the Tektites kind of wreck you in that room, which we can do by... I've never actually paid attention to the Scorpion chasing me. That's funny. Yeah, we can use binding to like essentially make it so that they don't bother us. That's a cool strat right there.
That's pretty cool.
All right, so here we have a showcase or Exhibit A of the power of Lizalfo's
power. Yeah. So this Lizalfo's does 10 damage. 10 damage per. And all we do is the moment we summon it, it's already in a stabbing animation. So like it just stabs enemies instantly. So we're able to just constantly resummon this thing over and over and just deal 10 damage.
By comparison,
very quickly.
A Sword of Might Slash does 6 at level 1. 9 to bosses, because it does like might weapons do 1.5 damage to bosses. But Lizalfo still does more.
and attacks faster, honestly.
Hey, I remember this boss. Except we're fighting him as Zelda now. So one thing we've kind of yet to mention about like bosses in this game is there's very little RNG. Most things are actually pretty deterministic. If done well, this fight is actually pretty much scripted. Okay. There. Welcome once is good. Perfect. So that's what phase 2 done.
You're on 3 now, yeah.
The fact that okay, it's fine. The volleys in this game are actually like somewhat difficult compared to most, if not all, other Zeldas. It's actually kind of funny. Like, you only have a couple of frames to hit that ball. Throw. I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna stun. Buy those alphas. Dodge. 2 more Lizalfos. Sneak to the side. Twice. Skip this volley phase. And should be like 2 more hits. Yes. All right, that was a pretty good fight.
That was a very nice fight.
Yeah, that was pretty good. So that fight went slightly better than Link's version of that fight earlier in the run. But yeah, that's like probably one of the harder fights in the run. It's hard to do that fight well. And every category, or seemingly every category, has a different version of that fight going on. Like, there's one with ball and chain. There's one with just level 2 sword. Like, Glitchless does that fight only with level 2 sword. I think there's one that's forced to do that fight with just level 1 sword, which is way worse.
Yeah. So I think Ganon has like, what, 600 health?
I don't know.
And dealing 9 damage a slash. It's kind of a long fight. We have the resources somewhere. Hold on.
Yeah, and keep in mind when you use Sword Fighter form to attack an enemy, you have to transition to I'm gonna say SFF. That means Sword Fighter form. It's just the shortened version. You have to transition to and from SFF every single time, which costs like 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, Ganon has 400 HP.
Yep. So every time you transition, you lose like 3.5 seconds. I'm grabbing this heart because screw Scorchill. Rather not die to Scorchill in a marathon run. Thanks very much. Okay, so this is supposed to be the 4th dungeon that we do. For us, it's the 2nd. This is a good time to talk about flags and the way flags work in this room. So, there will be certain instances where the game does not behave like it should because of the order in which we do the dungeons. So, this game consists of basically 2 different sections of dungeons. Like, think of dungeons as either like Group 1 or Group 2. For instance, Group 1 is the first 3. Southern Ruins, Gerudo Sanctum, Jabul Ruins. Like, those are the pre-Hyrule Castle dungeons, and you can couple Hyrule Castle in with those. Hyrule Castle, like, is in the middle, basically. And then you have the post-Hyrule Castle dungeons in Group 2. You have Eldin Temple, you have Farron Temple, and you have Lanayru Temple. If you can do any of those 3 dungeons within their own groups in any order that you want. But if you mix up the order beyond that, the game starts to behave strangely in some situations. That'll be more relevant later, but now's a good time to talk about it because of cutscenes going on. But
question in chat. Yeah, German. So German is the fastest for this category because there's a lot of waypoints, and whenever you activate a waypoint, the German only has one text box versus every other language having two. For a category like any %, I would probably say Chinese simplified would be faster. Because the text box is clear a little bit, like a few frames faster than any other.
Yeah, it has to do with, it's basically a question of how much text there is in the run versus how many waypoints that run collects. So in any %, there's a lot of text relative to the run itself, relative to the length, which is about 45 minutes. Or a good run is about 45 minutes. Compared to only getting like 3 waypoints. But in all dungeons, you get a lot of waypoints, and there's technically less text to total run length as far as ratio goes. So German is probably faster for all dungeons. Glitchless, there's enough text in Glitchless, which is the 3.5-hour category. There's enough text in Glitchless to probably warrant the decision to run simplified Chinese. So like, for instance, my Glitchless PB is in simplified Chinese. My any % PB is in simplified Chinese. My all dungeons PB is in German. To be honest with you, it really doesn't matter too much what language you play it. Like, it's either or like, hell, if you're comfortable running in your native language, like if your native language is English, you're not losing a lot of time playing in English. You can if you want. It's totally an option.
No, we don't pick up the Zelda's Bad Echo in this run.
Nope.
You can if you want. It's a good like safety backup to have because it heals 2 hearts. But no, we don't use it in this run. At least at the, much higher like level.
Okay, so now we're going to Farron Temple. We're going to do the first part of Farron Temple, which is basically just fighting Manhandle 1, or getting the waypoint for, I believe, the boss store. We split Farron Temple up into 2 parts because of energy consumption. So one of the few points in this run where we do use SFF, or Sword Fighter 4, is in Farron Temple to fight either Manhandla. Either instance of Manhandla. You fight Manhandla a total of twice. And you actually want to use SFF for Manhandla because of the sort of semicircle area of effect of the sword. Whereas the Lizalthos is very, like, straight in front of it. Like, it really only attacks things straight in front of it. You want to use sword. You want to use, like, sword where you can either slash normally or even do spin slashes, which is better. But yeah, Glitchless gets... Glitchless, like, practically needs Zelda's Bed. Because a lot of that run is dependent on sword beams with level 3 sword. Hello. There we go. That strat is kind of tricky. Very cool, but very tricky. I don't really like that strat too much. Tiny little optimization right there. So I actually menued at the time where there's a little cooldown between when a chest spawns and when you can open it. But if you menu at the right time, you actually bypass that cooldown. I'm gonna grab this electric piece in the air. I think he's low enough? No, he's not. Oh, really? Okay, well now he is. Yeah, he was being a little bit not cooperative.
Yeah, we need that specific keys because Goma can only, like, the weak spot of Goma can only be shown when you have an electric move or echo.
Goma can technically be beaten without an electric echo, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Oh, you're talking about with the eye laser?
Yeah. I would not recommend that at all. Whoops, menuing is hard.
Then you have to go get the bow.
Yeah, that's the reason why I wouldn't recommend it.
We're not touching that thing. It stinks.
Okay, so we actually warp out. And we
There's a
go
reason that we do
complete a
this.
dungeon. We're going to go complete Jabal Ruins right now. Completing a dungeon refills your energy. And we want more energy for the second phase of Manhandla, basically. So we split Farron up into 2 points, or 2 parts, rather. So we're going to warp into Jabal Ruins.
Yeah, no, we actually discovered by picking up additional like equipment for Link, it actually makes Link's AI in the last section of the game like significantly worse.
Like
Link actually like primarily focuses on like firing the bow over firing the sword over like slashing his sword, which does significantly less damage, and it's not a good time.
It really is not. And it's a very noticeable difference as well. Like, you want Link to focus his attention on the arms with his sword specifically. And yeah, it's difficult if he has the bow and he just gets more distracted.
He'll spend most of his time charge shotting the bow, which does like 6 damage.
Okay, so you're supposed to have bombfish here in order to like break a block at the end, but thankfully the game gives you a bombfish right here. Like, there's a normally required rift before this dungeon, which gives you bombfish. Luckily, we can use this guy and get bombfish at the same time. By the way, I didn't mention we skipped like 95% of this dungeon just now. Yeah, we used Kraltala. I'm sure this is very doable, like even in a casual playthrough. I'm sure like a portion of those who are watching right now also used either Kraltala or Water Tile or Strantala or any combination of the three to actually just completely skip this dungeon.
Or your favorite bed launches.
Yeah, definitely my favorite, yes. Definitely I don't know why you mentioned that as being my favorite. That's just insulting. Okay, so here we have Vocavore. This boss is very position based. We want to spin slash at very specific points here. First phase is whatever. Second phase, I want to stand right here. That should be good. Yeah, that's totally in water, definitely.
Yeah, you're still swimming.
Yeah,
your sword's holding you up.
I'm not gonna talk about that. So yeah, putting Vocavore right on the edge of the water like this is ideal so that you can just swim up in this corner to avoid that little shake-off attack there, and then quickly swim back into a spin slash in order to complete those cycles.
Yeah, normally he kind of like swims off to the side and like goes under the platforms and stuff like that, but by keeping him there, it allows us to like not engage, like, because he gets like some kind of like iframes as he starts swimming until he stops, and you just can't hit his like I guess bubbles on his back, which stuns him.
It's pretty easy to let that fight get out of hand. And he starts swimming around the room as well and becomes difficult to track down, difficult to hit. That strat is extremely difficult to back up, is basically what I'm saying. So I'm glad I didn't fall down. first and foremost. Because if I did, that would.
It wasn't even close.
It was hanging on by the edge of my shoe.
It's like the tip of your sword was like, here, float.
Pretty much. Using my sword as a flotation device. On the edge of the water. I mean, physics are physics. Like, why was the water standing straight up like that anyway? That's not even possible. Why question physics when that exists? By the way, so this is basically the halfway point in the run. So if we wanted to take a small break right now, now is the time to do it.
Perfect. Yeah, take that break.
All right.
So during these longer runs, everybody will take breaks every hour. So just so everybody get up, stretch, get some water, anything y'all need to do. Just a quick reminder before we go to that break. GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, Frost Fatale 2025, will be live from March 9th through 16th, benefiting the National Women's Law Center. You can visit gamesdonequick.com/FrankFatale for more information on the run, or you can use exclamation FF in Twitch chat for more information. Check out the schedule. We're going to take that break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D. We are in the middle of an Echoes of Wisdom run. I will hand it right back over to you whenever you're ready, if you just want to give a quick
All right,
countdown.
sure, thank you. I'll count down. First, before I count down, I just want to point out how absolutely ham this Kraltala is going right now. He is he is super on a mission. I didn't realize it. He's so motivated. God, I wish I were that motivated sometimes. All right. Anyway, counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. I said no. Good. Okay, so I left off right before the best cutscene of the whole run. This cutscene is fairly long-ish, but it's worth it. And if you are subbed to my channel, if you happen to be subbed to my channel, you know which emote to use in chat. I apologize in advance to the other moderators. If you don't have that emote, any fish emote will do. Me when I
Please
get
nobody
you.
purge me.
Did you have fun making a sandwich?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. As long as you had fun.
Did a couple of cartwheels while doing it.
I don't care if you enjoy the sandwich, as long as you had fun making it.
Wow.
As long as you enjoy making it, that's all that matters.
You know what? I hope your Scorch Hill fight goes downhill.
You know what? I do too. So that makes 2 of us.
Can't believe this.
Don't make me use any of the names that I have for Scorch Hill. Anyway, here we go. Here, I will. I'll also post said emote.
I have it lined up already.
That's the best character animation in the run of anything, of any NPC in the run. Look how happy with himself he is. Okay, so from here, now that we have our energy refilled, I mentioned this before the break. Now that we have our energy refilled, we're gonna go back to Faron Temple. But first, do not let me forget to get the Crossflows warp. It's important. We need that warp to get the Gerudo. What's up?
Don't forget the Crossroads warp.
What?
Don't forget the warp.
The what? I'm just gonna warp away. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay. You do you.
So, general right is great. This cutscene is great too. Zelda's not wearing a hood. She usually is, but he didn't recognize you until you took off your imaginary hood, which is great. Okay, cross flows. Thank you for reminding me, guys. I appreciate that. Yeah, we need that warp to get into Gerudo Sanctum later. We do that after Farron, but let's go ahead.
The best cutscene is yet to come, though.
Oh, that's true. There are a couple of. That's the best cutscene seen as intended in this run. There are a couple of really good ones following. There is a certain period of this run that is just very funny. Just in general, it's just it's very funny. Also, I have a really fun fact to share as well. This whole time, I've been wondering who in the call had like the stream playing in a very low volume. So like I've been like hearing like an echo. It was my own freaking stream on my other monitor. So I apologize for thinking that anybody else was causing the echo.
It's just the
voices. It
voices.
was my own stream.
It's just the voices.
Okay, to Southern. Let's see if I can not miss menu. It's important that you do press yes, by the way, or warp instead of cancel, or else it just won't work. So I had to fiddle with the menu a little bit there to get this to work. Okay, I want Bomb Chew as well. I didn't equip it. I didn't even consider the fact that I said Echo. That wasn't intentional. It was not an intentional joke, but I will take credit for it. Okay, so the object here, you can only damage these blue manhandle heads once you feed a bomb to them. Oops. So you feed them the bombs as soon as possible. You have to wait for them to explode before you place another bomb, because when you place an echo, it gets rid of the one in their mouth, which is kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. And then once they're both stunned, you just get in there and do a bunch of spin slashes until they're dead. Now we warp right back to the boss store, which we got the warp for earlier. Now that we have the boss key, and we're about to fight Goma. Goma has 3 phases, ideally. One of them is when she's on the wall. The next one, she'll fall down, and you have to electrocute nodes while she's on the floor. Do this in a pretty specific way both times. Should be 10 hits with Lozathos. There we go. Switch back to Keese. Electric Keese is extremely useful in this fight in more ways than one. So I went a pretty specific way around Goma there to have her second leg hit just immediately by the Keese that's just kind of chilling there. Okay, this is the hard phase. So I'm trying to target, because the targeting system in this game is flawless and there are no issues with it at all. I'm trying to target that top leg. There we go, and that's fine. I would take that.
Targeting system in this game is immaculate.
We haven't talked about it that much, but yeah, it's perfect. No notes.
No, we don't have to talk about it. It speaks for itself.
Basically, it's not good, but
as you saw Teach retarget Goma like 8 times.
Yeah, so generally, Zelda will target the thing that she's facing, and it'll prioritize like enemies over your own echoes or like another object that's randomly 50 feet across the screen. I swear, every time. But yeah, frustrations are not unheard of with the targeting system. I'm speaking very tongue-in-cheek, if that weren't clear, but
coming up here is the best cutscene in the All Dungeons run.
Yep. Yeah, first we get.
All right, keep in mind when you first enter this area, there's a door covering the temple, and it's also covered in a rift. But since we just cleared the dungeon, the rift is done. The door is wide open. Just sit back and enjoy it.
Yep. But that's not before a certain NPC. Let's just say a certain NPC doesn't get their smoothie. But you'll see.
But Teach, what's more important? Cotton candy or your friends?
Definitely cotton candy.
Okay.
Yeah. Just no hesitation. No thought. Just
No thought, cotton candy.
So yeah, this is one of 3 sanctions that we get. So remember earlier when I said that flags cause the game to behave in kind of strange ways? The post-dungeon cutscenes that we get here are a perfect example of that. There is a practical use for these flags behaving the way they do, but this is just funny. Like, check this out. So first and foremost, you have the actually go ahead, Ice.
I was gonna say, so the game does like a kind of like an overscan of the area when you first enter it after the 3 rifts show up. Well, we haven't experienced that cutscene yet. We also haven't experienced the cutscene where you go up to the front door and Tride looks for an entrance into the rift. So all these cutscenes are going to overlap with one another, and it creates a pretty sick result. Yep. Also, shout outs to one of these Deku scrubs who just doesn't get their smoothie. Everybody else gets their smoothie. This one right here, though, no.
So
and it just vanishes.
And you know what? Thank goodness that it actually vanishes instead of there being like
a soft lock.
Yeah, like a soft lock, because it wouldn't be possible to do this route otherwise. I used to think that there was some sort of flag that you got or didn't get in all dungeons that was specifically tied to that one Deku scrub that would cause him just to not move. But I think the more realistic answer, and this is my theory, is that when you enter that area normally, that's called the Sweet Tooth. When you enter the Sweet Tooth normally in, say, a glitchless run, before you actually complete the temple, there's a void there. There's a rift that is inside. My theory is that Deku Scrub just spawns in the area that's inside the rift, and the collision is still there. It's just not visible. So
okay,
that Deku Scrub is unfortunate.
Here we got the overscan of Ferone Sump.
Yep. Welcome to Farron Wetlands, by the way.
And then this cutscene, this is my favorite cutscene coming up right here in the All Dungeons run. So this door is normally open when you walk up to, or closed when you walk up to it. And there's also the giant rift on top of it. And so Tri is sitting here. He's like, we need to find an entrance into this rift. Look at how big this rift is. And he's like, don't worry, Zelda. I'm going to find us an entrance to the rift. And he just kind of floats inside the door. And he comes back out and he's like, I found an entrance, but we can't get to it yet.
And Tri doesn't understand like human limitations of physics ordinarily. So he's like, a lot of the time he's just like, wait, you can't go in there? Like when it's like under the ground or like on the other side of the jail cell at the beginning of the game, for instance. Also, shout out to me for remembering that word.
It's so good because he's just like, we can't access this rift. There's a door blocking the way. You're just like, but the door's open, Try.
So yeah, this is just like the funny part of the run. I did mention there was a practical use. You'll see it in Gerudo Sanctum. But first, there will be some shenanigans in Gerudo Sanctum. Because we definitely do not do it as intended. Even close to as intended.
You got your blindfold handy?
I might as well, right?
So to kind of like go over like what's about to happen here, there's a flag in this game that we're unsure as to like why it works. But there's a flag in this game that says if we beat Goma, then it's only the boss of Gerudo Temple. The boss of Gerudo Temple means, oh, that boss is also defeated too. So you're about to see, we're gonna do this room blindfolded first of all. Shoutouts to the big glitchy thing on the left side of the screen.
So there's a puzzle in this room, trust me. You can't
Trust me, I'm
quite
a
see it.
speedrunner. It involves you spinning like a little turntable thing to like line up the things around the chest so they sink into the ground.
Yeah, and now we have a really difficult boss fight upcoming.
So this is the boss Mogriff. We're just gonna walk up to this thing, and we're gonna talk to it, and we're gonna leave.
That was a close one.
Yeah, that was pretty close.
Really tough fight.
Low. So yeah, there's a flag in the game that whenever you beat Goma, it sets the flag of, hey, Mogriff is also gone too. So whenever you go into the Mogriff boss room, there's the warp point, like the warp point out is just there. So we just use that instead and we clear the dungeon.
Shout out to Donna there being like, Zelda, we're under the sand. What happened? Why is there sand here? By the way, she's right there in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh yeah, also it breaks this cutscene too.
Yeah.
Because like we never actually did any of this stuff, so like it'll just sit there and just talk, and then it just like it doesn't even talk to like Donna and Sarah. What's her name?
Sierra.
Sierra, there you go. Look, Sarah, Sierra. Yeah, you don't even get to talk. Shoutouts to being floating in the air, by the way. Yeah, you don't even get the cutscene of like talking to Sierra and Donna there. It's really funny.
Okay, so upcoming, we're gonna do Elden. Elden we also do in 2 parts, just like Farron. Whoops, that's the quest screen. Hold on. Oh, that's still the quest screen. Yeah, that'll work. Why not? So we do Elden in 2 parts.
You're nowhere near where you did the thing you're on a box.
But yeah, we do Elden in 2 parts. One to get a small key, because we're gonna warp to the back half of Elden, like right near where the boss is. But we need to backtrack to get the big key. And in order to backtrack, we need a small key because keys work both ways, right? So we need to grab that small key that's at the very beginning of the dungeon, and then warp to the back so that we can progress through the back. So we warp to the Gerudo warp. This is going to put us right into Elden Crater, still the Elden Crater. There. So we're about to do some Octorok parkour as well. So shout out to these Octoroks, which are very strategically placed.
I think Glenn was the one that found that, right?
I think so. And we use our flyer, the electric keys, which we can grab for some reason, and float all the way across.
You just throw it into the lava wall.
Yeah,
no big deal.
Yeah, thanks, electric keys. Have some lava. Not intentional, of course. But...
This is my favorite track in the game. I love this temple so much.
We'll have distance echo there. I didn't really talk about distance echoes that much. We got the ability rather to perform distance echoes after we completed Hyrule Castle. Basically, if you hold Y, you can place an echo actually like significantly out in front of you. But if you only hold it for a little bit, it'll only do like a sort of like a half distance echo, which is what I did there. Which is also useful. Okay, so now that we have that key, like we got that key just basically like split. But now we're about to access the back half of the dungeon. By utilizing the Scrubton warp. I gotta get my flyer ready. By the way, I am, like, when I think of doing it, I do menu to my next echo here because I might as well. I have the echo menu open, right? So like, I might as well. So this should put us right near where Volvagia is. There we go. And I need to remember to actually grab this warp point. Because we warp right back here after getting the boss key.
Shoutouts to forgetting that warp.
I would never. I would never forget that warp, or any warp for that matter. Anyway. There's the key that we need to unlock. Or the key door that we need to unlock. Hopefully I will.
We also need a second key.
Oh, that's Monster Guts. That's a cutscene if I collect that, so I want to avoid that as much as possible. Yeah, just let it fade away, that's fine. I need to remember to get one of those fire keys on the way out of here. I want strength roll. There we go. Okay, so unfortunately, we can't. We can't just warp away immediately after getting this key. We have to leave the room because the game doesn't let us warp straight from here. Like, you have to leave the room. The game forces you to do this, like, escape sequence here. Let's see if this gear is gonna let me do this. Nope, not quite. Worth a shot. Sometimes he lets you climb up there on the left side with a Strantula. It's nice, but not that time. It's like hardly worth going for, honestly. All right, so now we're gonna fight Volvagia, and Volvagia is I am definitely not gonna say it's an auto-scroller because I know what will befall me if I say it's an auto-scroller. Like, I'm just not gonna do that to myself. So by that I mean I know I'm gonna screw it up immediately if I say that. So I'm just gonna not say that. It's a step shy of an auto-scroller. I'll say that with confidence. But yeah, Lizalfos 2 is once again the star here. I'll use nothing but Lizalfos 2 here. 4 should be plenty there. I actually don't want to break the amulet here. It's a little slower. At least not on that one. I'll break the amulet on cycle 5. There, I actually truly think it's faster, but on no other cycle do I think it's faster. So here I'm just going to stand in a very, like, it's actually a pretty specific spot to stand here. So that's 3 hits, 4 there. Perfect. Okay. That's the toughest one. The lower right phases are the tougher ones, or cycle, whatever you want. Phase, cycle, I don't know the difference half the time.
Do you get a double jump in the game? No. There's no double jump.
I mean, you do get flying tile. It's like almost as good. Oh, why aren't you attacking? Okay, no time lost.
I think it was like active, like the fire like on the ground was like activating and burning the Salvos before it could stab. As he just jumps into the lava. Genius.
Oh, that did not break the aim. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna collect the heart here anyway because of a certain boss that I've mentioned that I won't mention again. I'm tired of saying his name. I think I want 5 here. No, only 4. Okay.
This is a different category. These ran glitchless about 2-ish so weeks ago.
All right, let's fight. So there is a damage cap on each of these cycles, which is why I was just kind of like hitting them a certain amount of times and piecing out. It doesn't matter how many times you hit him there, as long as it's like, I think it's weird. There's one cycle where you need to hit him 5 times, and I think I actually forgot which one. But like, it didn't matter there specifically. But yeah, you can stand there and hit him all day long, and it won't actually count for a lot of them. Oh, that's a good thing to mention, actually, is the fact that this stuff, the wrong warps that I'm doing right now in this run, are not possible in the current patch. They're possible on versions 1.0.0, which is the physical version of the game as long as you don't update. Or 1.0.1 if you happen to not update your digital version to 1.0.2. 1.0.2 is the current patch. 1.0.0 is what I'm playing on right now. I'm actually playing on a physical cartridge. But yeah, just keep in mind, if you try to do this stuff on current patch, it won't work. You essentially, right now, if you're a new runner, you need a physical copy of the game. And also to disconnect your Switch from the internet so it doesn't automatically update. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that they patched menu storage out, but they did. I'm actually really sorry. I should have said that at the beginning of the run, but I'm glad that somebody reminded me to talk about that, because if you want to run this game and you want to run a glitch category in this game, that's important to know. Definitely, if you haven't bought the game yet and you want to buy it to do speedruns, buy the physical version. Yeah, that's why I said disconnecting your Switch from the internet is important. I'm playing on a Switch. I'm playing on like a spare Switch that I had before I got my Zelda OLED, which is right here, actually. This one. But yeah, I happen to have a spare Switch that I just never connect to the internet at all. Yeah, it's actually really strange because most Switch speedruns are faster on digital because of loads. But it so happens that loads that you perform with menu storage active, like the times I'm warping away from Eternal Forest with my menu open, those loads, for whatever reason, are much faster on 1.0.0, which makes physical actually a faster version of digital in this case. I don't know why, it just does. But yeah, when we found that, we were shocked. Yeah, turning auto updates off is also like probably a good call. Yeah, restricted all dungeons means it essentially forces you to do the whole dungeon as opposed to like the back half like we're doing now. So it only allows you to, long story short, it only allows you to warp to certain waypoints at the beginning of a dungeon or before. Like the beginning of a dungeon or the stilled realm before the beginning. But this is unrestricted, which means we can warp wherever the heck we want.
Also, shout outs to us saving the Goron village from the rift.
Yeah, that rift, you mean? Yeah, we saved them from that rift, yes. Congrats to us.
We did it. We saved the Gorons.
Correct, Kryuji. Yes, correct. Yep. You can run glitch categories on any version besides for the current patch, 1.0.2. So there are 2 wrong warps left in this run. This one, we actually just run to the east. These voids that I've been using, by the way, are they're basically just like the boundary to Eternal Forest itself. But you can use any part of the boundary you want. It just so happens that like the easternmost is the most accessible because of that warp that it's right near. But here it's actually, I think, 8 seconds faster to use the western edge right from the entrance to Eldon. Or the entrance to Goron City. Alright, so Lanayru Temple. We warp right to the boss door. I think now is finally actually a good time to start talking about Scorchill, the boss of Lanayru. Finally, it is time. We want Ranch. It is finally time to talk about the boss of Lanayru Temple, Scorchill. Scorchill requires both an ice element echo and a fire element echo to defeat. And you use either element based on what his like helmet is doing, like what mode his helmet is, either fire or ice. You use the opposite element to like sort of neutralize it, I guess. And then he becomes vulnerable after some time. Our ice echo of choice here, you can either use Ice Slug, which I don't know if I would recommend personally, or you can use not you, but you. Just gotta realize we just like shove that thing out of the way so that we can get to the other ice echo. That's kind of insulting to the Octo, I'll bet.
Nah, that Octorok deserved it.
Probably. So we get ice keys instead. Ice keys can fly, and that's the main difference. Also, you want to talk about this button right here?
That strat right there. Normally you have to like go all the way around that room and bring like the orb and like melt the ice to hit that button over there. Hilariously enough, that strat that we just did where we just kind of grabbed the rock from under it was found by a random YouTube comment on one of my on like my tutorial video for like this section, and they're like, you could just like grab the rock from underneath the ice and drag it to the button, and I was like, excuse me?
Are the staff aware about the rock? Ray, please.
It only took 40 minutes to you to notice.
I mean, I'm not looking at the stream. Ray can do whatever they want when they want, and I won't know.
That's what they did.
Shout outs to THG. No, my name is TGH. I don't know who THG is. Whoever they are, though, they're probably pretty cool. Okay, I want Ignazol here. So this dungeon's mechanic is actually pretty cool. We drag these orbs in like fire mode and ice mode onto these pedestals, and they blow either hot air or cold air depending on the mode of the orb, and melt and freeze ice in order to solve puzzles and like change the layouts of rooms and stuff. Unfortunately, we don't get to see it a lot in this dungeon because of, the fact that we skip 90% of it. But that's okay. That's why categories like all dungeons restricted and glitchless exist, so that we can, if you want to play the dungeons as intended in a speedrun, or like, if you don't want to skip a ton of every dungeon, there are other categories for that, which is great. So we grab our big key and we head on into Scorchill. So we're going to begin the Scorchill fight with Like, it's pretty dependable that he'll slam on the first couple of attacks if I do a certain movement. So I just want to kind of spam a Mizzle there. And then here I'll distance echo once, spin forward, place 3 more, he'll slam into it, and okay, it didn't quite, that's fine. So there are a couple different attacks he can do. But we actually like skipped the Beyblade attack, that's fantastic. That's one of them, the slam. The slam is actually one of the best attacks he can possibly do because not only does that get his helmet right on the ground for us, but it also makes it so that he doesn't do anything for a good like 4 seconds, which is really nice. You can do this as well, this like spinning fireball attack, or fireballs in general, but we're spinning to it. But you can see I'm actually getting like multiple hits with the keys. Like one as it's coming up, and another as it's attacking. It does way more damage when it's actually attacking. So I want to let the keys that's like on the screen do its thing before I spawn a final one. And also Lizalfos 2, just being Lizalfos 2 is extremely nice. Okay, so phase 3, he can actually switch up between fire and ice mode. And he's being very nice. I'm not gonna lie, he's being extremely nice. He's not even switching. Okay, now he's switching. But he's still being very nice. That was actually incredible. Fight's not over yet, though. And he's slamming. What are you doing, Scorchhill? Why are you being so nice? That was one of the best Scorchhills I've ever seen. I talked enough trash about Scorchhill throughout the run for him to be nice to me. I think I deserve that one. I don't know. I think I deserve that one. But no, like, that was perfect luck. That was pretty much perfect luck right there. Like, he did the slam attack most of the time, which I mentioned, like, is the best attack he can do. He can do some really nasty attacks. Like, he can basically become a Beyblade and spin all the way around the room. Where he's not invincible, but very, very hard to hit and also very hard to avoid. If you're in
and it also does like 3 hearts of damage, and it freezes you.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how like overpowered that particular attack is. But yeah, Scorchhill is one of the scariest bosses in the whole run. In fact, I would say that's a harder boss than Null, if you know exactly how Null works and know what to do on Null. I would say Scorchhill is like the boss of this run. So I'm skipping this hard. I didn't take any... I don't think I took any damage.
You didn't.
So yeah, I'm skipping this hard. So we're about to approach endgame. So we're going to wrong warp into Null's body, which is the final area of the game, the very final area. Now that we've completed all the dungeons, gotten all the sanctions, completed all the pre-Hyrule Castle dungeons and Hyrule Castle itself, it's now time to approach the final boss. Because we wrong warp into Null's body, things are going to be a little different. Some flags don't get set that are supposed to be set as a result of us wrong warping.
Oh, also probably make a note here. Normally after you beat all 3 of the temples, you also get another cutscene where Null comes out and takes over Zelda and creates a Zelda echo. But because we did Gerudo Sanctum after Farron, it actually sets the flag backwards. And it sets it to where Hyrule is still covered in a rift. So we're not going to see this cutscene where Zelda gets absorbed and created, like an echo of Zelda is created. We're going to see this cutscene with our favorite character. Conde is the best. I will be taking no answers on that. It's just Conde is the best. Sorry. But we're not going to see the Zelda echo cutscene. So Zelda echo just doesn't exist.
Yeah, pretty much, honestly. Yeah, that didn't occur to me. Like Echo Zelda, which is like the penultimate boss of the game, just is a thing. Isn't even a thing to consider in this run.
Yeah, we set the state of the game back to pre-Hyrule save, which is going to create some really funny things for the ending of the game.
Yeah, we're talking like after the final boss is gone.
Yeah, it creates some very funny, like a very funny cutscene.
Actually, I can do. Hang on, I can do this.
Are you doing the bed strat here?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I've never done it in this particular run, but 1, 2, 3, 4. Equip sign. Perfect. Oh, that's the quest. Okay, that's fine. Good. That works.
The fall was incredible.
No, that was a scream of joy for getting the menu storage.
You got the menu storage first try?
Okay, so things are going to be a bit different inside Null's body because of the flags that we bypass. Ordinarily, you give your stuff to Link. So one thing that's going to be different about Null's body for us is that we're going to have access to Sword Fighter form, which you're not ordinarily supposed to have inside Null's body. 2 is that Link sometimes just doesn't appear in rooms where he's supposed to appear. And that leads us to have to find an alternate way to complete a certain room. Or else we soft lock the game.
Yeah. So after this room here, we're going to be doing like a series of like spins around the room in order to kind of like bait these like blobs. Except for this one. We're going to actually fight this one because you just trap him in there with a bunch of
Link
Ignichads.
is pretty good at beating those. And then here we do 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Stop. Transition, spin, or slash spin. Stand in this specific spot here. Target, slash 3 times, and there's over. Okay. So that was a Lionel that we just skipped, by the way. Lionels are the most powerful enemy in the game, period. And we just kind of didn't even see it, which is very nice. This room is supposed to have Link there, and that wall there is supposed to be closed off. Here, you want to explain this quick? No, I missed it. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I skipped. I skipped the frame by accident.
So here, because Link is not in the room, because you know the little pathway didn't close off, Link is not in the room. So if we hit the switch, it'll drop the doors. But then it zooms in on Link's side. The game is waiting for Link to go into the room, but Link just doesn't exist in this room. So the game just gets stuck in a state where...
Oh, that's an Ignazol. That's why that didn't work. Wow.
So the game gets stuck in a state of just staring at the door for all eternity. So we have to basically like exit out of the game and reload it. So the way that we have to bypass this is it's a frame perfect trick. You have to hit the switch. You have to listen to like the sound effects. It makes like a little like popping splash sound. And then you have to save the game and then load the file. So the game acts as we hit the switch, but we're in a state that, you know, the game has hit the switch, we load the file, and now the doors are open and we can continue forward.
Yeah, I'm looking for the switch to light up purple, basically. And when I see that...
And there's Link, by the way.
Yeah,
there's Link, by the way.
Right, I'm supposed to not do that. Okay. Now I did not die. Let's do this. I want to get rid of the Wolfos first. Okay, that's not the way I'm supposed to do that room, but you don't know.
Link cleared his enemies out before you.
Yeah, he did.
That's actually impressive.
That's insulting, if I'm being real.
Link is the true speedrunner here. So we're not actually going to do the 2D section here. If you go down Link's path after all the pathways open, we just never have to touch the 2D section, and the game, it's weird. Like, Link just doesn't have a section here. Nice front flip in the air, Link.
Yeah, he's swinging.
Yeah, he deserves it after clearing the room
He
faster
does.
than you.
Link is going to be more competent than I am throughout the entire endgame, which is going to be something to behold, honestly. But yeah, so the final boss, Null, I'm going to want to focus for most of Null, probably. But I will say that Null has 3 total, like, big phases, each with mini phases. The first is basically he's going to be a big blob with arms. He's going to try to attack you with said arms, both from himself and from the wall as well. The second phase is an underwater swimming section, which is like basically an auto-scroller. The third phase is basically a beefed up section of the first. But I'm gonna be quiet at this point, Ice, and let you explain this fight.
So yeah, this phase 1 is just kind of like a general idea of what we're supposed to do for this fight. We have to grab the arms here and pull the tendons out just enough to where like they kind of like light up white. And then Link, it puts the AI for Link to basically just charge a spin slash and spin slash it, and it insta kills the arm. So we're gonna be doing that, and just hope that Link doesn't kind of like wander off to Narnia to fight Null. I've seen Link just kind of like walk into a wall for like 4 seconds straight.
Yep, he does that.
But we also have to be careful here because Null's attacks do 2 hearts of damage. Phase 3 does a little bit more. But we have to do this 3 times, and each like kind of like intermission here, the arms come out of the wall, and they're kind of this isn't like a precursor of like what to expect in phase 3, because we're gonna have the same kind of like fight in phase 3, except there's gonna be more arms, and those arms are a little bit different in how they function. Okay, so phase 1 went very smooth. And this is going to enter us into phase 2, which is basically like an auto-scrolling swimming section. In this auto-scrolling swimming section, Null has, I think it's like 550 health. But as as Null is swimming to the right here, his health is constantly dropping until we get to the ending of the section where his health just drops down to 1 HP, and then any form of damage will just take out Null. So we don't even bother damaging him here. We just swim to the right with Null, and we're going to Sword Fighter form attack. That way we don't have to menu off the best echo in the game here, besides the Fine Tile.
I like that. Link knows that he's on GDQ, so he's actually trying now, which is... He did really well in phase 1, too.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna... Yeah.
He's going places.
I don't know.
We don't know where, but he's going places.
I think he's gonna not show up for phase 3. I don't know. We'll see if he proves me wrong.
All right, so phase 3 is going to be a little bit different. Null now has 5 arms, and 3 of the arms actually have little echo sprites in them, or tri-sprites, whatever you want to call them. And these sprites have the ability to spawn previous bosses that we've fought. Our goal here is to take out the 3 echo arms before a third phase or second phase of bosses shows up. So we're gonna kind of like the way that we do this fight is we take one of the echo arms and then one of like the damaging arms and take them out, because that's about as much time as we have before he summons a boss. And then the second or the intermittent phase here of the arms coming out of the wall, they now have the ability to spawn echoes, which we need to deal with. And we got to be careful not to get grabbed there. Get grabbed there, it puts us like in kind of like a little prison, and things are just kind of free to damage us as well. Yeah, as long as we take out these echo arms before he starts to summon them, he will not summon like the boss echoes anymore at that point, and we're free to just kind of grab the other arm and just take it out.
Yep. Ideally, we only see 3 of those in the whole fight.
Yep. Casually, this section here, where it summons the Lizalfos and the Moblins here, this is one like casually. This is probably one of like the scariest phases because like
they staggered me.
This whole section can go wrong very quickly when you get like piled on by a bunch of Lizalfos.
Yeah, we're getting Goma. That's what I thought. Right. That's fine. This is a bad cycle to get, but it's no big deal.
Yeah, Goma's the slowest one because it does Goma and Mogriff. So it's one of the slowest boss echoes. Ideally there, I think we want to see either the Scorch Hills or the Ganons. But that's going to be it for all the boss echoes.
Okay. Link sharpened his blade overnight. Like, what?
Coming up here, we're going to have time. Time is going to be when we yank the Prime Energy, the Twitch Prime Energy out of Null.
Get your Prime Energy ready, chat.
So kind of like a little action sequence of mashing A.
Yep. A little quick time event and
time.
That was a gold Null for me.
Wow.
Which is amazing because some stuff definitely went wrong.
It's because Link cleared his room faster.
No. Like from entering the fight to the end.
Oh, okay.
No, there's no way I golded the enter Null split with 2 softlock skip fails. Absolutely not. But yeah, that was thank you for taking over commentary for me, by the way. Basically on Null. Like that fight is it's hard enough for me to concentrate on without talking about it at the same time. So yeah, thank you. Thanks for that. And thanks for having me. Thanks for having us on for Echoes of Wisdom. I'm again really glad that I got to showcase all dungeons and not any percent. So also big shout outs to Brandino and Pippi for having awesome runs that went so far underestimate today as well. And just really, really, really great entertainers as well. So yeah, shout outs to everybody involved with this. And to y'all for watching as well. Shout outs to the Echoes community. Again, thanks for being awesome. Like again, one of the communities I felt the most welcomed in like ever. So huge shout outs to them. Shout outs to GDQ for having us as well. To Church for having us. To Ice for commentary.
Teach and I have been floating around like the Switch Zelda games since Link's Awakening came out. Like that's actually like how like Teach and I became like really good friends. And you know, I did commentary for the GDQ 2020 run where Teach read fluent German.
Oh yeah, of course. It's really funny that German is the fastest for this as well. It haunts me. It continues to haunt me.
The moment this game got announced, I was immediately in Teach's DMs, and I was like, are we thinking of this? Yeah. Are we thinking of running this? And here we are to this day. By the way, shout outs to us clearing all the rift here. We totally saved Hyrule.
Yeah, we definitely
did. We cleared all the rift. We didn't miss any spots. There's a really funny interaction with this cutscene coming up.
Yeah, I won't read any German, but we will read the first 2 words of this dialogue between Zelda and Tri. Just the first 2 words. That's all we need.
The first 2 words from Tri to Zelda. Thanks, German.
All right. Yeah. So that was a 1:44:37.
That's pretty good for a marathon.
That's all right.
I'll admit that's pretty good for a marathon.
All right, here we go. Best.
Zelda, die. Thanks, Tri.
Yeah, so because we did Gerudo Sanctum after we did, Hyrule Castle, it sets that flag back to where, oh no, Hyrule is still stuck under the rift. And we never actually cleared that flag So the game is going to do something very funny coming up after like it kind of like warps off here and sends us back to Hyrule. Well, what was Hyrule?
I don't know how much time we have, but it'll be in like a minute or so.
If you have any shout outs or anything else, let's get that out of the
I've
way.
given my shout outs already. I will say, I stream 2D Zelda speedruns all the time on my stream. Twitch.tv/TGH_SR. If you want to check me out. Ice, where can people find your stream?
Twitch.tv/IceBlue. I also stream a lot of 2D Zeldas. Right now, I'm participating in the Zelda 1 randomizer tournament. I've been doing practice every night. There's nightly races, like 3 of them that I do. So those are a lot of fun. Flag set is very cool. We have 73 people signed up for this tournament, so it's going to be a banger. I also run this game sometimes. Tej, shout outs to Tej for everything he's like done with this run. Like he took the glitchless category and brought it down to a sub 330. Just like absolutely like optimized it straight into the abyss.
Glitchless is so fun. It's such a good I think it's the most fun category of the game. It is just a little bit long, which is like the reason why I can't run it all the time. But yeah,
it's such a good category because you actually get to experience like such cool movement tech, like with like throughout all the echoes that we pick up. Such as like Pathblade, Flying Tile. We have a strat that we use 2 echoes combined called the Gust Gyro, which allows us to basically just fly wherever we want.
Yeah, flying. You said Flying Tile, Water Block as well.
Yeah, water block as well
for combat. Drowning enemies immediately is like.
Here we go. Perfectly untouched Hyrule Castle, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Congrats, Zelda.
You did it.
You did not escape the void. And neither did Link.
Shout outs to that one tree in the background at the top right.
But it's okay because everyone else is here too. We just live our happy lives, our new happy lives in the void.
Yep.
Good.
But yeah, no, big shout outs to just the whole community. Such a fantastic community. Like it's like what we've like done like in the few months that this game has like been out is incredible, and everybody's like so welcoming. It like it's great. So like if you're looking to get into the speedrun, join the Discord, come hang out with us. We have channels for like pretty much every category, and there's always different strat discussions, things like that. A lot of things are penned. Yeah, glitchless runs on the most like current patch. So if you've already accidentally updated your game and you're running digital, you could run glitchless.
Please run glitchless. Please run glitchless.
The best category.
Also, go ahead.
Oh,
no, I was just gonna say there's also a precursor, like category called Defeat Ganon if you want to get into glitchless, but don't quite have the time for it. It's like an hour, and it can be under 2 hours if you're interested in that. Okay, go ahead, Church. Sorry.
I was going to say, thank you both so much for being on for showcasing the run. I know you two have been grinding away at this, so appreciate you both being on, showcasing the game. And thank you both for also helping us celebrate the 10th anniversary of Majora's Mask 3D with some Zelda runs. Do you have either of you have any closing thoughts before we wrap up here?
My voice is shot. I'm done.
Yeah, I think we've kind of like covered every corner.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah. So unfortunately, we don't have any more show for you tonight. We will have more Hotfix coming back here, 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We have Game Over, followed by Think Fast. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you to everybody who ran today. Thank you to both of you. Have a great night, everybody. See you tomorrow.